Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We are here, Championship Sunday at the second Bothan Invitational. I'm Josh Snyder, once again joined by Navarro Simmons. We are set to bring you some great action today. We're going to kick off with the top cut of the team event, the 3v3, and then we're going to bring you some top cut from the top 16 of the main event later. We've got a lot of good stuff coming.
And it's electric in here. Something that you know who has so much passion for is there's a bunch of people here that aren't even playing in the top 8 bracket, right? They're just here to support their teammates, to support their friends, and it's just so awesome to see. I'm like vibrating, man. I cannot wait to get into this top cut action.
It's going to be great. The team event, the main event feel for a lot of these players coming to participate in this team event. Second ever team event in Star Wars Unlimited. And this opening match, we're going to kick off with one of the Bothan Network teams versus the McClunky Gaming team. So we had one McClunky Gaming team make it, and it's going to be interesting. You've got McClunky Gaming. They've got Towson Yellow, that interesting control version from Getsu. They've got the Anakin Data Vault that's been doing very well this weekend. We had 3 Anakin Data Vault in the top 16 of the 8K. And then they also have one other surprise deck, Han for Tarkentown, which we know a lot of people have talked about.
Yeah.
Pretty good with the new set and the new mechanics. Those are the 3 decks. And on the other side with Bothan, you've got Piet Red, Han 2 Blue Force, and Quinlan Tarkentown. So those are the decks that we're going to be seeing. That's going to be the matchup for round 1. Bothan Network Blue versus McClunky Gaming, the Glitter Boys.
Yeah, and importantly, I think you get to see kind of a more standard team composition, right? This is what I believe both of the Bothan Network teams, well, not only there's 3 in the top cut, but 2 of the 3 Bothan Network teams brought this configuration, the Piet, Hantu Blue, and Quinlan Tarkentown. And then you see McClunky going for something I don't think anyone really maybe expected as a 3 deck lineup. I know I talked with Ian a lot about their prep, and they had a crazy spreadsheet. So many comps that they ran, the permutations of if we sit first, if they sit first, what matchups do we want? Right. I'll be the first to tell you, Anakin DV, Talzin Yellow, and Han for Tarkentown was nowhere near that spreadsheet as far as a 3-deck composition. So McClunky Gaming, I think they're showing us why they're the first seed. A lot of innovation and a lot of on-the-fly adjustments being needed from their team, but that was only on Friday. We've had 2 days, a day and a half maybe we could say, right, of this Bothan Network squad knowing their matchups. They knew they were the 8 seed. They knew they were going to play this undefeated McClunky team. So seeing their innovation and their prep is going to be really fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And I can give a little insight on the matchup here because talking to both teams, it's interesting because the ideal matchup for both teams was just off barely, right?
Yeah.
So Towson Yellow, both teams are actually wanting Towson Yellow to go into Hantu Blue Force. So it's interesting that both teams are actually looking for that specific matchup. And then you've got Piet Red on the Bothan side being piloted by Frank Myers. He is trying to find that matchup against Anakin Data Vault. And then they're hoping on the Bothan side to get Quinlan Tarkentown into Han 4 Tarkentown. The one thing they don't want to happen is Han 4 Tarkentown into the Han 2 Blue Force.
Yeah.
Because Han 2 Blue Force going to struggle, I think, a little bit into that matchup.
Yeah, not as many space answers, and obviously the main mechanic for Han 2 Blue Force is to damage your own units. It's not the best against Tarkentown, and you don't have a ton of health to work with. 28's fine, but it's not as much as you would like out of maybe some of these Data Vault decks. So one thing that I think you mentioned, right, their compositions are pretty close on the matchups they want. This team event is not so much about getting a bunch of good matchups, but avoiding your auto loss matchups, right?
Avoid the bad matchups.
All of these teams have star-studded rosters, right? Just incredible players. You all trust yourself to get it done if you can give yourself a playable matchup, right?
Right.
And that's why it's so fun. All the players giving themselves a playable matchup, and we just get to see whose day it is and who is really prepped and dialed in.
Absolutely. I think we are going to go ahead and cut to the table here as the teams are getting ready. Now, as you mentioned, the McClunky Gaming team undefeated, the #1 seed coming into this event, this top cut, and that means that they got to choose whether they were Team 1 or Team 2. So they chose to be Team 2, which means they sit first.
Yep.
They will sit that first player in seat A, and then you will have the Bothan Network team, they will be able to choose one matchup in that seat A. They will then place the other 2 decks, seat B, seat C, and then you'll have McClunky Gaming able to choose 2 matchups in seat B and seat C. But on the flip side, you will be able to choose who starts with the initiative for the Bothan Network team. So they will be able to start with the initiative if they choose to do so.
And something I really liked out of the Bothan's prep is they went over not only the permutations of McClunky being team 2 and sitting first, right, which you would expect to be the case. You obviously want to try to get 2 matchups that you get to pick, but Anakin Datavault really good if he can get 2 games on the initiative. We know Anakin with that power can take some really favorable trades, especially if it gets a matchup maybe like Han2 Blue Force. There's a lot of 2-4 mirrors. Well, 2-4 mirrors when you have initiative with Anakin, it's kind of like you Tarkentown their first play, right? So they even went through all the permutations of what if they want us to sit first so that they can get double initiative. We see McClunky Gaming ends up electing to be team 2, which I think makes a lot of sense. You just want to give yourself those no bad matchups like we said. So it can be really exciting to see how they kind of draft these leaders. And it looks like they're about to get started.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting started. So we have the McClunky Gaming team. They are going to put out Towson Yellow first in seat A. So now we will see the Bothan Network team. They can choose this first matchup. And they talked about putting Han2 Blue Force into Towson Yellow.
Really like
and this is the matchup that both teams talked about they wanted to see. So we are going to get it. Now we're going to see Quinlan Tarkentown in seat B, and then it's going to be Admiral Piet in seat C. So let's see how McClunky Gaming chooses here. It is going to be Anakin Datavault facing off against Quinlan Tarkentown and Han4 Tarkentown into Piet Red. Let's get ready for the fireworks show.
Yeah, one thing I love about this Han2 Blue versus Towson of basically any color, but it was red at Worlds, yellow here in Top Cut, is I feel like both sides like the matchup. The thing that I think is really important is because they didn't sit Han4 Tarkentown, Han Force kind of is priced in to this Towson matchup. So even though I agree that they probably do want it, and I actually, as a Han2 Blue player, probably would have elected that matchup as well over the other ones, you're not even really allowed to not want it, right? Even if Towson is favored, even if they feel that, it's not as bad as this Han 4 Tarkentown deck, the Han Pilot. So you're priced into that. So you get the matchup that you kind of want from both sides. But I think McClunky's really happy with this. They know that Han2 Blue Force is priced into this to avoid that really bad matchup, which means they get to kind of pick 3 matchups. So McClunky Gaming was Bothans weren't the only one prepping. McClunky Gaming certainly had that figured out, and it's certainly why they chose to sit first.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So just kind of thinking through that matchup, because you're very experienced with Han2 Blue Force, but the other 2 matchups, Anakin Datavault into Quinlan Tarkentown. Now, Anakin already starting with that 8 HP buffer with Datavault over Tarkentown. And we know how hard this deck can hit really out of nowhere, especially when Anakin comes out. And Quinlan is a little bit more of an aggressive deck. So if we start seeing some damage pile up, we could see those big flip turns with Plot. We saw some crazy plays with Plot and Anakin yesterday. So that's going to be interesting to see how Mickey navigates that particular matchup in specific for me.
Yeah, and I think if you had to ask the Bothan crew right now, I think they're happiest with their Piet and their Han 2 matchups. I think those are the matchups they're really hoping to take this one. Mickey D is a crazy Quinlan player. I would not be surprised if anyone could get it done. It's him. But I think that's the matchup you're kind of saying. This one is probably we're behind the 8 ball on this one, but we get Piet into a good matchup. I talked to Ian, who's also the Piet Red player this morning, and he said he loves his matchup into these space aggro decks. He has a ton in the side for it. So I know that he and Frank are both really prepped for this. So I think that they're pretty happy with that. If this Anakin Datavault with so much health to play with, huge attacks off that Cinta Kaz Plot with the Anakin, even sudden ferocities, really hard for red heroism to deal with the Anakin on flip. You can maybe exhaust it, but it's really hard to just deal with them immediately, right? So that means that's probably Anakin favored. So let's just say that those go those ways, right? Piet and Anakin. That means it's down to Han2 Blue Force and Towson Yellow, the matchup they both said they wanted.
It's interesting.
I would say is the most important and interesting matchup to me, because these Han2 Blue decks, right? Obviously, I've been talking about it a lot because I really like Han2 Blue. It's the deck I play, but it's all about, can you find the combination of cards, right? We know this Han 2 blue deck is really flexible.
Right.
That gives you a lot of play into new strategies, right? So I know they will cooked up some game plans, and I just can't wait to see.
Yeah, no, it's going to be great for sure. Now, we didn't talk too much about the rest of the bracket. You do have all 3 Bothan Network teams that made it into the top cut here in the same side of the bracket. So it's actually going to be Bothan Network versus Bothan Network, the other match on this side of the bracket. So on the opposite side of the bracket, we've got the Moisture Farmers, both of the KTOD teams, and then we have the Wasatch Wookiees as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. We can't have a finals with 2 Bothan teams or 2 KTOD teams because both KTOD teams on one side of the bracket, all of the Bothan teams on the other side of the bracket. So it's going to be interesting to see how they funnel down towards the finals. But just wanted to shout out those other teams and kind of talk about the bracket a little bit. Of this first match, what is the game you are most excited to see?
I mean, I said it's Han 2 blue versus Talzin yellow. I think that matchup is also probably the closest. Talzin yellow deck was sweet. We got to see an awesome stream game last time it was on, so I would love to check in with that one. That being said, it could go a little longer if we were trying to guess and to see as many games as possible. Piet Red versus Han 4 is probably the fastest one, so we could maybe tune in with that one first, kind of up to how we're trying to do it. But I think that the most crucial match is the Han 2 blue versus Talzin yellow. I think that's kind of the mirror breaker, if you will, because we have what I believe is a favorable matchup for each of the other 2 sides, and that's the question mark.
Well, I know that Frank had talked a lot about potentially being on stream here. Piet Red is what Frank Myers is piloting, and he will be facing off against Han 4 Tarkentown, that explosive space aggro deck that got so many new tools. And, you know, they, like you said, and Ian mentioned it to you as well, they really worked on this matchup, but I don't think it's heavily favored for Piet, but I think it's definitely one that Frank can manage, but it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, you're really looking to hit games 2 and 3. So we're going to start with that one, but yeah, games 2 and 3 is really where you want to go. It's going to be all about these sideboard cards. They have so many. I'm not going to disclose exactly how many, but they have a lot of cards to work with out of the side, and I think Frank is giving us a peek at his hand here, doing a little stream courtesy there, blocking his opponent and then drawing his hand face up just for us. So appreciate that, Frank.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the early resupply for Frank. He will be able to ramp here in this first game against Brandon. Bothan Network versus McClunky Gaming. Frank Myers versus Brandon. Going to be interesting to see here. Frank will start with the initiative. Do believe he has that opening play. We do see HK47 in hand. We've got the resupply. Now, of course, this Han 4 Tarkentown deck, a space aggro deck, definitely wanting to get out multiple 1-cost units in the space arena on this first turn if able, and I do believe he has a couple options.
Yeah, and one of the important things about this Han 4 deck is, with Tarkentown specifically, its best ways to keep pace and really overwhelm you is obviously the Tarkentown, and also the Sanctioner Shuttle, right? The coordinate, capture an opponent's unit that costs 2 or less. I'm not sure if Frank really cares about either of those 2 cards as much, right? Not really an aggressive strategy with the Sanctioner Shuttle, not even having a turn 1 play for Frank, right? And he even had, when he had HK47, electing not even to play it.
Wow.
So valued the cards, the interaction, the resupply that we know he has. So it's going to be up to Brandon to just put on as much pressure as possible, because you know once you get these turbo laser salvos, once you get these overwhelming barrages, it can become really hard for Han 4 to recover. So it's going to be how much can we do on the flip turn, and can we push enough damage to kind of let our reach hit the end of the game before Frank's triangles, as we've been saying over the weekend, get it done.
That's going to be the question here. Frank is going to need to stick a big capital ship to the board and then use something like Overwhelming Barrage or Turbo Laser Salvo to clear up the space arena on Brandon's side. We do get the double 1-cost play for Brandon on turn 1. Now we've got Boshek on turn 2, and we're going to get, was that 2 Sanctioner Shuttles off the discard there from Boshek? You discard the top 2 cards, and you return any odd cost cards to your hand. It looks like we've got a handful of Sanctioner Shuttles for Brandon now.
Yeah, we have a play set here. Not the most exciting, but it means he can't draw any more, right?
Yep,
so now
that's
should
right.
be all gas, hopefully, off the top for Brandon. Obviously going to take Overwhelming Barrage.
Yeah,
I
Jam
think
Communications, great play here for Brandon. Get that board wipe away from Frank if you can. Overwhelming Barrage stripped from the hand. And now we're going to see, of course, the turn 2 resupply from Frank, getting up to 4 total resources. And we are going to see some damage coming through here. That A-Wing and the Crackshot V-Wing, we get a total of 6 damage on Frank's base. So some good aggression to start for Brandon. Now we're going to see that Piet action ability right away here on this turn. We're going to see the invisible hand coming out. Frank going to get the big capital ship in play as early as he can. And we'll search for a droid unit in the top 8 cards of his deck. We'll see what he finds here.
really want the droid that detaches equipment, and he finds it on the
He's got
on the last
RK1
card.
Probe droid.
It was
Yes.
the 8th card.
And there it is.
That's exactly what you want to see off of this invisible hand. The droids don't provide enough pressure on their own for the most part. Having a 3/3 in ground is not the worst, but you'd much rather take the interaction here. You just need to survive to these big spells, right? These planetary bombardments, these overwhelming barrages, which we still have 2 of in our deck. So I think that this is exactly what you wanted from an invisible hand.
So we get a droid in the ground arena. Invisible hand in the space arena. Now, Brandon.
I think it detaches non-unique upgrade.
Yeah, it is.
So
It is non-unique.
actually wouldn't get detached.
Boshek.
That's my apologies. So I guess you just get a 2/3. So maybe you did want the 3/3, but I mean, at least finding something is not too bad. You'll take it when you can.
Brandon's got plenty of gas coming through on this turn. We see the A-Wing being revealed off the Han action ability. So, unfortunately, Brandon will not get that +1 power when attacking with one of these units. But now just deciding which unit to attack with first here. We've got the Crackshot V-Wing and the A-Wing. Han's ability allows you to reveal the top card of your deck, and then you attack with a unit. If they both have different odd costs, then the unit that is attacking gets +1 power. So in this case, it will just be 3 damage going through to Frank's base, 9 in total. Admiral Piet being deployed here. Still lots of actions to take on Brandon's side. We know that he's got more space units in hand. We do see the Mining Guild TIE Fighter coming out. Admiral Piet will deal the first damage to Brandon's base here in this game. And now we see the Millennium Falcon piece of junk coming into play ready. And we're going to see 3 damage going into the invisible hand with the Millennium Falcon. Tarkin Town will clear out the capital ship. And Crackshot V-Wing going in for 2. And this is so important for Brandon. If he can clear out the big capital ship, he absolutely wants to, because that is how Frank will stabilize the board, is an overwhelming barrage or a turbo laser salvo onto one of these big capital ships and just wipe Brandon's space arena. So very heads-up play for Brandon here, dealing with the invisible hand.
Totally. And I think you saw, it looked like it was kind of strange, right? Tanked a long time on that attack from the Han 4 pilot ability, but I think it was deciding if he wanted to trade off this 1-drop or play the Falcon and trade plus Tarkin Town into the invisible hand. But Brandon, knowing he needs to keep these capital ships, but Devastator is the follow-up for Piet here.
Very, very strong follow-up for Frank with the 8-cost Devastator, taking out 2 units on Brandon's side of the board with that wind plate ability. 4 indirect damage coming through. We see Millennium Falcon get out and push. Another 3 damage coming through. No, 4 damage coming through. The additional power from the Han action ability with the A-Wing. 15 damage on Frank's base, as Frank just continues to chip away with his ground units. 15 damage on Frank's base. 6 damage on Brandon's base. Now, the question, what do we see from Brandon on this turn? He still has 2 more resources, and we know that Han can deploy.
Yeah, importantly, with the Devastator, took both of the ready non-pilot or ships that didn't have a pilot, right? So this Han couldn't even flip onto a readied space unit, which I think is why we're seeing a claim. I always wonder with these Han 4 decks, are they playing Cinta? Doesn't have perfect synergy, right? Your Han can flip on 5, but against these taller decks, you might opt to take a really big 6 resource turn, multiple sudden ferocities plus Cinta. We would untap. I think if we played 2 ferocities, we could untap. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. You could untap all 6 and then play the Cinta Kaz. So that could be a huge turn for Brandon here.
Brandon definitely needing a big turn when Han deploys. It's all about That's what this deck is about, trying to have an explosive Han Solo deploy. We're going to see the Han action ability. The A-Wing once again getting in for another 19 damage on Frank's base, but here comes Devastator. Frank is going to put Brandon's base up to 15 here.
I'm really surprised. I mean, 9 damage is a ton against Tarkentown, but I mean, I would just be so afraid of this Han 4 flip onto this Millennium Falcon get out and push, but maybe making a read that Brandon doesn't have much, right? When you kind of claim not even spending all your resources last turn, electing not to flip your pilot leader. I mean, I thought it was to be building up some big play, but Frank might have better knowledge not only of the matchup, but of this deck list, right? Might know there's no Sin to cast. I don't have to worry as much about this massive turn and thinks he can race this.
Yeah, Frank may be thinking, I can put you in check if you can't beat me on this turn, because another 2 damage from one of these ground units means that Devastator is threatening lethal next action phase. So Frank really forcing Brandon's hand here. We do see Millennium Falcon get out and push. Another 3 damage to Frank's base. It's 22 on.
And I mean, you have to be so stoked from this attack, right? It means
and it's going to be
crazy.
planetary
Oh
bombardment. That is going to be 12 total damage. Frank assigns it. Game 1 in the books. Frank talked about feeling decent into this matchup. You said, Ian mentioned it as well, and we see it here. Frank taking game 1 in the top cut.
And taking game 1 is so good here. I mean, assuming that Ian is assessing his opponent's sideboard strategy correctly, he thinks that they're way more favored in games 2 and 3 than game 1. So taking game 1, as Frank, you have to be so happy with your position here.
It was a little bit of a disappointing draw there, I feel like, for Brandon. I was looking through the resources. I don't believe he had any plot.
Yeah.
He also drew into all 3 Sanctioner Shuttle, which unfortunately doesn't do a ton in this particular matchup. So, I don't know. I feel like there's definitely a lot more potential for Brandon here. He didn't even deploy Han Solo in this first game, which is extremely tough.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call out. No plot, didn't even get to flip his leader. I was sure that claim was all about a large plot turn there, right? That's why we claimed, that's why we didn't flip. But, I mean, there wasn't really anything for Brandon to do, right? We saw the Sanctioner Shuttles, like you called out, it has to be maybe the worst card in this matchup on average. And I think Frank doing another justice, showing his sideboarding pattern face up for us behind the top of his deck box. 8 cards coming out, and it's not even 8 good cards coming out, completely dead in this matchup. Super Laser Technician, one of the best cards since set 1. No way to defeat it for Frank unless he wants to spend a bunch of resources on it. Force Choke doesn't hit vehicles. Probably cannot be cast in this matchup on an opponent's card. So we're going to see a ton coming out of Frank's sideboard.
Yeah, so many good cards for this matchup, too.
Yeah.
You saw the Eager Escort Fighter, which can answer a Millennium Falcon as soon as it comes down. You saw Open Fire, another immediate option to answer one of these Millennium Falcons. So lots of great plays. We saw another Turbo Laser Salvo come in. Just Frank, like you mentioned, I mean, there was a lot of good sideboard options. And, ultimately, this matchup should become even better for Frank with these cards. So Brandon really has an uphill climb here.
Yeah, and while Brandon's draw might have not been the strongest, well, it definitely wasn't the strongest, right? Still pushed 19 damage onto Frank's base. And honestly, if it was any other capital ship but exactly Devastator, it wouldn't have been able to clear both of those readied 1-drop 2 health space units, and we would have seen a Han flip that turn. We knew he didn't have any plot, but it could have looked a lot different. I think the game was actually kind of closer than it looked. It was quite a dominant ending for Frank, but still a little against the wall there. But I mean, we keep talking about the sideboard just packed full of answers. Open Fire, Igor Escort Fighter, just these instant ways to deal with the Falcons, right? The most problematic ship for almost every deck to deal with.
Both players drawing up as we get ready for game 2. Frank showing us his hand here. Frank So friendly to the stream. Now I don't see a resupply this time around, so we don't have the ramp in hand. We do have multiple big capital ships, as well as that eager escort fighter and the open fighter, or the open fire, excuse me, but Frank going to ship that one back down.
Yeah, I think it's really easy to see 2 sideboard cards and some win conditions and say, well, this is why I play the cards, right? But just knowing that while, yes, you could probably open fire or eager escort fighter a turn 2 play, you're going to be so outpaced by a double 1-drop deck. If this was a 1 card per turn deck, I could see maybe looking to go claim open fire, claim eager escort fighter, and just try to naturally resource into those capital ships, but not against something as aggressive and as that go wide as this Han 4 pilot deck. So we're going to see the Gonk droid. This is it's on these stream matches, has not been an all-star, but if there was a matchup for it, it's a 0 ground arena deck, right? Gonk droid might just go completely untouched. And we talked about it. Not only did this Piet red deck get more consistent, which I think was the main focal point of the set, it got more powerful, best hands, if you will. Like, its strongest lines are more powerful because of this Gonk droid. We could see some real fireworks this game.
So here we go, game 2 underway. It's the double 1-drop start once again for Brandon, the Mining Guild TIE Fighter and Cartel Turncoat. And you mentioned the Gonk droid coming down for Frank, and like you said, it's going to be a bit tougher for Brandon to answer this Gonk droid, so this could be a fantastic way for Frank to accelerate his game plan. You talked about we've got to get to these big late game plays, and Gonk droid's just going to get us there even quicker. Turn 2, it's going to be open fire right away on the Cartel Turncoat. Turncoat is defeated, and Frank will claim the bounty, draw a card. And now it's going to be the Millennium Falcon get out and push for Brandon, as we'll start to chip away on the base with the Gonk droid. And now the Han action ability revealing that aggressive negotiations, which could certainly be a big explosive play later in this game for Brandon. So 2 damage coming through to Frank's base with the Mining Guild TIE Fighter.
Yeah, I think Frank is taking that open fire on the bounty unit to just dig for more action. I think it might have made sense to attack with a Gonk droid, maybe even use Piet's action with no effect to pass to try and catch one of these spaceships. But with initiative, I think it would have been a little bit difficult to really snipe out the Millennium Falcon. So just electing to draw, find more of that top end, find more of that interaction, just get through his deck.
So Gonk droid getting in for 1, but more importantly, that on-attack ability. The next unit that Frank plays this phase will cost 1 less, so he could play a 6-cost capital ship here on turn 3 without even seeing the resupply. Now we're going to see Bocek once again. Brandon will discard the top 2 cards. It's Daring Raid and Millennium Falcon piece of junk. He will get both of those cards added to his hand here. Once again, it's successful when played off of this Bocek pilot, giving the Mining Guild TIE Fighter +1/+2 as we go back over to Frank. Looks like he's paying 3. Does he have another response here?
Could be eager escort fighter, but I really like putting the Bocek on the mining guild ship, because then you get to diversify your threats, right? I think it looks really natural to put the Bocek onto.
Oh, there's the eager escort fighter. We talked about it. We saw it coming out of the sideboard, and the first Millennium Falcon dealt with here in game 2. The Han Solo action ability going to reveal the Light Maker. Cost 5, so Mining Guild TIE Fighter able to attack for a total of 3. 5 damage on Frank's base. We do see another 1-cost space unit being played, the Cartel Turncoat. And now we're going to see Daring Raid plus Tarkin Town to take out the Gonk droid. Brandon he's scared of that crazy value the Gonk droid can bring Frank and doesn't want to see it here in this game.
Yeah, I think it's really important too, right? Because you're going to go to 5 resources as Frank. You're going to flip your Piet leader, but that means you can't play an 8 this turn, really crucially. So I think that getting that Gonk droid off the board is really clutch, and Daring Raid being probably the only interaction we have for it, plus the Tarkin Town. This is your one shot to do it. I like getting it off the board. I like saying I haven't pushed as much damage. Frank's been pretty defensive in this game. It's time for me to respect that and not give him the opening to close the door this turn.
And now for Frank, with the Gonk droid off the board and not ramping here in game 2, we will not see an 8-cost capital ship on this turn. He's going to have to deal with a 6-cost ship. It is going to be Ruthless Raider coming out for 5 resources, 2 damage to Brandon's base, 2 damage into the Cartel Turncoat. But Frank is not going to be able to answer any of these space units during this action phase, so Brandon could have an explosive turn coming our way.
Yeah, we know he has the Hasted Falcon, piece of junk, and then this is going to be the turn. You need a big flip turn from Brandon. Only 5 damage on Frank's base. We could probably take out this Ruthless Raider, right? We could clear this capital ship, not giving Frank the opportunity to turbo laser salvo or to get a really big barrage. So I would probably like to see that. If Brandon has some ridiculous Han 4 pilot turn that we've seen in the past, then we could go that route. It's going to be really interesting to see. This is the crucial flip turn.
Millennium Falcon, piece of junk coming out, entering play ready. We've got 3 ready units in the space arena. We're going to see Han action ability used, revealing the daring raid on top here. So now Brandon has to decide which unit to attack with. If he attacks with the Falcon, you get +1 power, but he might want to save the Falcon to deploy onto possibly. So we're just going to attack with the Cartel Turncoat. Will not get the +1 power. So just 2 damage into Ruthless Raider. Once again, Cartel Turncoat defeated. Frank able to claim the bounty and draw a card. 2 damage for Piet. Here comes the Han Solo pilot from hand on Millennium Falcon, being able to attack and taking no damage back. That is +2, +3 on the Millennium Falcon. Ruthless Raider defeated here. We will see that when defeated trigger from Frank. It'll be 2 damage on the Mining Guild TIE Fighter and 2 more damage to Brandon's base. But here comes the TIE Fighter. Another 2 damage. Things tightening up here. Brandon able to clear that capital ship. So once again, he's going to not allow Frank to have any kind of board wipe here off of something like the Overwhelming Barrage.
Yeah, importantly, though, not able to get a 5 resource flip on his leader, right? That required the Han pilot from his hand, not from his leader, right? So going to be another turn. And unless you have another Hasted Falcon, which you're probably not looking to sacrifice this one that's in play, you could go for an attack, play a new one, flip your Han leader pilot, but it's so aggressive. And with only 7 damage on Frank's base, I don't know if that's where Brandon would want to be if he even has one. Frank's hand, though, is stacked with capital ships that cost 8, and this is the turn where he gets to start playing them. So I think...
And here comes the first one. Oh, it's going to be the Arquitens Assault Cruiser. What a card coming out of the sideboard. It's going to come in as a 7/8 with ambush. It's going to ambush and defeat the Millennium Falcon, and it gets... Frank's going to get an extra resource off of it. That Millennium Falcon becoming a resource when Arquitens Assault Cruiser attacks and defeats a non-leader unit. You can put it into play as a resource. So Frank taking that Falcon off the board, getting the extra resource. What a play from Frank Myers here. We see the Han action ability, revealing the A-Wing on top. And now he's going to attack with the Mining Guild TIE Fighter. Will not get the +1 here, notably. But I think Brandon just deciding now where this attack goes.
And so importantly, right, this Tarkin down needed to be used on the Gonk droid to survive those early turns, right? Gonk droid, this would have all happened a turn in advance, or a turn earlier rather, with the Gonk droid. But now we don't have this Tarkin down to clean up the Arquitens. So do you trade your only unit left, or do you push the damage? It's really tough spot for Brandon. Needs to find answers fast.
Still deciding where the attack is going, because he does have Daring Raid in hand. So if he once again wants to clear out the big capital ship and not let Frank keep one in play, he could attack into the cruiser here, play the Daring Raid, which would then take out that capital ship once again. But just such a tough spot. Once again, as you mentioned, he hasn't been able to deploy Han and get that big explosive turn yet. Frank has done a wonderful job of making things quite difficult for Brandon. We are going to attack into the cruiser.
Yep, going to be requiring that Daring Raid because the Han pilot or the Han leader ability hit a 1-drop off the top right. Would have been really nice to save that Daring Raid, but not a lot of other targets in this matchup. Daring Raid, not a lot of things with 2 HP without the Tarkin Town anymore. Not a lot of a reach on that card. We're going to get Lightmaker. That does represent a lot of damage. That's really important for Brandon. Just get something threatening in play.
Here's the problem with that Lightmaker. It only has 4 HP. So if Frank happens to have the 8-cost Devastator, he could immediately take it out. And then once again, Brandon wouldn't have any space units for Han to have this big explosive turn with. Still have yet to see Han Solo deploy in this match. Frank with the first action. He's got the 8-cost Devastator. 4 indirect damage. The Lightmaker defeated. What a play. Now Admiral Piet will be exhausted, but a fantastic start to this turn for Frank.
And I think that this is such an important part of this matchup is that we're going Han Solo, deploy ground, show Synthicaz. Okay, so Brendan does play Synthicaz. That's important to know. But man, we're deploying Han on ground is really not where you want to be, facing down a 9-powered capital ship. More to come. You know, there's no lack of big units from this Piet red deck. You have to be really nervous if you're Brandon. You need something off the top.
Brandon having to pivot to the ground arena. Frank has the initiative, and here comes 9 damage into Brandon's base. One more swing with a capital ship will finish this match for Frank, and he would take it 2-0. Action back over to Brandon. We're going to see Synthicaz coming through. It's going to be 5 damage on Frank's base. It's 15 damage on, but still so much work to do. Does Brandon have a response to the Devastator? Frank lining up the Turbo Laser Salvo. 9 damage to both of Brandon's ground units. Board wiped on Brandon's side. We've got an A-Wing coming out, but that just doesn't match up to the triangle on Frank's side of the board. Piet gets in for 2. Does Brandon have a response? He's going to go digging. Boshek discarding the top 2. We've got Falcon. We've got Plo Koon. Neither one of those cards will answer the capital ship. Back over to Frank. Frank's going to put another unit in the ground arena, the DRK-1 probe droid. And now I think Brandon is probably just going to have to claim, and hope that he finds an answer immediately to the Devastator, because there's nothing in hand that does it.
So while I think a claim looked pretty natural there, Frank just putting a second unit in the ground, able to basically force 4 damage from ground or a big swing from space, right? Able to close it out with 21 damage on Brandon's base. This probe droid actually does make a decent amount of sense, because if Brandon plays any unit and Frank claims, the unit has to clean the Devastator in 1 action, which looking like he wants to play the Falcon maybe, but I think this might be a bluff.
Oh, he's got the Falcon coming out, but Frank claims it was a bluff, and Brandon does not have an answer to the Devastator. There's the handshake. Frank takes it 2-0. You talked about it being a matchup they liked. Piet into Han for Tarkintown, and Frank able to capitalize here. And I believe we are going to move over to one of our other matches here. Moving over to Table 2.
So it looks like Mickey D won Game 1. That matchup they said they kind of wanted, right? Either Quinlan into this Anakin deck or obviously the Han for Tarkintown. But after those last 2 games, I think they're pretty happy that Frank was in that seat. Now they get 2 shots. They just have to win one of their other matchups. And if Mickey D up a game, this could be a match-deciding game here.
Yes, it can. So Mickey D on the left on Quinlan Tarkintown. It's Grumpy on the right. Anakin Data Vault. We do see Ahsoka Tano coming out for Mickey. That Bounty Hunter's Quarry discarded from Grumpy's hand. Spy token coming across into Mickey's Tarkintown, and then Red 5 swinging across here, or Mickey thinking through this potential action. You saw what I believe was Frank's hand coming into scene there. One of the great things about this team event is you can work with one another. You can talk and communicate and help one another. And we are going to see the Gungan Warrior coming out for Grumpy Elephant, as well as a Bounty Hunter's Quarry on the Ahsoka Tano. with the Anakin action ability, Ahsoka is defeated with Cobb Vanth, and we're going to get a couple when defeated triggers here. So Grumpy's going to be able to search the top 10 for a unit that costs 2 or less. It's Karis Nimmick being discarded off of Cobb Vanth. So Grumpy Elephant will be able to play Karis Nimmick for free from the discard pile this phase. And we're going to find red 5 as well here as you get to search the top 10 for a unit that costs 3 or less and play it for free. So we see Karis coming out, red 5, and all of a sudden this board completely in Grumpy's favor.
Yeah, and we were talking about it a couple times yesterday. These decks have these cunning aggression decks have a really hard time dealing with these go wide boards, right? We saw it with Cad Bane versus all those spies from Wat Tambor yesterday. Really difficult to deal with. The leader flip from Quinlan. Now, it looks like Tarkentown hasn't been used. I think this Bothan token is for initiative. So Tarkentown's still active, I believe, which means that's going to be one avenue, right? The Quinlan ping plus Mickey's own red 5 could clean up another. So if there was a lineup of units for Mickey to clear out a kind of smaller but wider board, this would be them.
Mickey with the initiative. Quinlan out right away. Grumpy with tons of great presence in the ground arena. We saw how good that Anakin action ability is with these new spy tokens and Karis Nimmick as well. We're going to see the spy token running in to Quinlan leader unit with that Anakin action ability. A total of 4 damage onto the Quinlan leader unit. Another 2 damage to Grumpy's base off of that Anakin leader action ability.
You see it at the front of Mickey's hand. Plo Koon, the card you want on the flip turn, being able to just, with coordinate, basically take out any unit that could have been played this stage of the game. And you can order the triggers. You can ambush first, or if you want to, you can resolve your Quinlan ping. So you could even take off the shield of this warrior. You can do kind of whatever order you think is best for you. It's going to be really interesting to see how Mickey tries and navigates this board. One thing I think we could see is a Plo Koon ambush, but sending the Quinlan ping up to that space arena, trying to take out Grumpy's red 5 before it can get a ton of value, right? We really want to see, I think that makes sense, right? 4 HP on the red 5. Could see the ping from Quinlan go upstairs, Tarkentown finishing that one out, and then a combination of these cards trying to take out the rest of this ground unit before the Anakin flip turn.
So it is going to be Plo Koon played for Mickey here. We're going to see the ambush taking out Karis Nimmick. And now the question is the Quinlan ping. Just deciding here, we're going to get the spy token for sure from Grumpy on that when defeated ability from Karis Nimmick. And it looks like the ping is going to go on the Gungan Warrior, so the shield taken off here. Now the Gungan Warrior is going to go and trade with the Quinlan leader unit, restoring 1 from Grumpy's base.
But with 5 full resources, I think Grumpy's in a pretty good spot here, right?
Yeah.
No damage units for this Tarkentown yet. This red 5 from Mickey is just going to represent 3 damage in space. I would be surprised if we saw it hit into the opponent's red 5. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me at this moment, but Mickey, definitely a better Quinlan player than me, has Frank on the side, giving him a little bit of extra brain power there, right? Trying to figure everything out. But that's not only true on the Bothan side, right? You know, McClunky Gaming, you know, both teammates going to help each other.
So we're going to see red 5 on Mickey's side coming through into Grumpy Elephant's base. The red 5 on Grumpy's side is going to get some good value here. The on-attack ability, another 2 damage to Plo Koon. We see Jedi Starfighter coming out, and it's going to be General's Blade onto the spy token. +3/+3. The spy swinging for a total of 5. It's 12 damage on Mickey D's base. And Grumpy is about halfway there on this 25 HP Tarkentown. Mickey D will start with the initiative. And he's got to be worried here that Plo Koon could be taken out with the first action for Grumpy Elephant with that on-attack ability from red 5. So Plo Koon, right now you don't have the coordinate, so he would only ambush for 3, which is not enough to take out this extremely threatening spy token in the ground arena.
Yeah, I think something really natural that for this spot would be waylaying the spy token, right? Basically defeating it because the tokens can't go to your hand, which would get rid of this massive ground threat. But then, like you said, red 5 would clean up our Plo Koon. No coordinate to deal 6 to the spy token. General's Bladed Spy token was not on my bingo card. That's been a thing I've said multiple times this weekend. Players using every card in every way possible to maximize their deck's power. And I think that was an awesome play. You're ahead in damage. You're ahead in board. You still have your leader flip. Other than Tarkentown, this is completely driving seat for Grumpy.
So it's going to be Waylay bouncing the Spy, which means the Spy just getting defeated here. Action back over to Grumpy. He's got the Anakin action ability that he's going to use. He's going to attack red 5 into Mickey's red 5. The on-attack ability will clean up Plo Koon, and that is going to wipe Mickey D's board. He just has 3 resources remaining. He does have a Millennium Falcon piece of junk, and that's a nice play here. Quinlan triggered ability will deal 1 damage to Grumpy's red 5, taking out Grumpy Elephant's red 5. We see the Jedi Starfighter getting in for 1, another damage. On to Millennium Falcon.
So much damage. I mean, this is
Anakin,
exactly
though.
where you want to be.
Yes, this is where you want to. Oh, Anakin coming
out.
out. CoDameron, quick to improvise, is the last card that Mickey wanted to see, and it's the last card he needs to see to scoop it up here in Game 2. We are going to a deciding Game 3 between these players, and it looks like we also have a couple updates for you. The Wasatch Wookiees over KTOD. So one of the KTOD teams, KTOD 2, has been eliminated, and the Bothan Network Cardboard Chef, this is our pick.
This is our pick.
This is the Piet, the Kazuda Yellow, and the Von Reg Yellow. This is the spicy team. So George the Hulk Hudson leading that team, the Cardboard Chefs, over Bothan Network A team. So a team kill there, but those guys with that spicy pool advancing on to the semifinals.
Well, importantly, I will take responsibility. It's actually your pick over my pick. I had
Oh,
Ian's
that's
team.
fair. That's right. You didn't agree
Ian's,
with me this
I
one.
had Ian's team to win the tournament on Thursday. When I got here, I got to talk to Ian, and they were so prepped. They put in so much work. Unfortunately, one of the byproducts of really working well with the team is you level up your possible competition, right? And you see that here. The Cardboard Chefs brought an awesome lineup. They said, "Can you beat triple space?" And so far, the answer's been no.
Wow. It's disappointing. You should have went with the Cardboard Chefs.
I should have gone with it.
Why did you ever doubt the spice that the Lab Rats brought us after that interview yesterday?
Yeah,
wow,
I haven't
these guys were cooking.
In the kitchen. Well, and I might have swapped after hearing that interview. I have to agree, but I had to stick with my day one pick, right? I had to stick with Ian. I mean, they showed that they deserved to be in that top cut. They played so good. They had a really solid game plan going into all their matches, but yeah, obviously triple space, maybe the worst matchup of the bracket for them. Interested to see as we go back into Game 3. This is, again, a deciding matchup for Bothan. And this is a must-win for Grumpy to give that Talzin Yellow deck a chance to close it out, a chance to move them to the semifinals. So it is all stakes. The pressure cannot really be much higher for these two players here.
The winner of this particular match will move on to face the Cardboard Chefs. And then we'll see the defending champions of this team event, KTOD team number 1, on the other side of the bracket, still in their match over the Moisture Farmers. Can the defending champs move on to the semifinals in hopes to go back-to-back here in Atlanta at CardsHQ? Fist bump given. We are getting ready for the deciding Game 3 between Mickey D and Grumpy Elephant. Mickey D choosing to start with the initiative.
And it looks like in Game 1 they had a long grinder, but Reflex on Han 2 is down a game against that Talzin Yellow.
Yeah.
So based on how long that Game 1 took, if Grumpy takes this one and ties up the match score, I think we might be able to get to see some of that match. But let's stay focused on this one because this could still be a match-determining game here. We know Mickey can do it, right? Game 1. So we know it's possible. Importantly, that Tarkentown did not look super useful that last game, right? Did not have any value. I'm not even sure if he got to really use it. Mickey looked like he wanted to keep there, right? Gestured one of the resources, had a chat with his teammate, Frank Myers, and decided, I think they want to do better. You really don't want to be mulling in game 3, right? But sometimes you have to make some disciplined decisions and say, I know my deck average is better. While it might be tough to do it right now with the match on the line, but I have to take the math, right? I have to go with what I know my deck can do, and that's provide me a good opener, a solid start.
And it's one of those things too where in some situations you have to play to win.
Yeah.
Right? Not just play in such a way to not lose. So could have been the call here from Mickey. Mickey has the initiative. Let's see what he does on turn number 1. It looks like
that was clutch.
Oh, wow.
Mickey didn't have a turn 1 play other than Daring Raid, and he did the classic Quinlan pass, right? And from the other side, I don't want them to Tarkentown my turn 1 play and get the board presence immediately. And so we see Grumpy passing back, which Mickey has got to be stoked about. He doesn't really want to burn Daring Raid plus Tarkentown as his first action. Your Tarkentown really wants to come on the back of a unit, right? You want to be up that unit tempo. That being said, I think Grumpy's deck scales a little bit better, if I had to guess. This Anakin leader provides so much threat as we get into the later stages of the game. So I think Grumpy's also happy with the pass. It's going to be interesting to see how it develops. I'm also curious if Grumpy passed back to keep Mickey with initiative, or if he claimed. I think he passed back, which is the classic. If Quinlan is passing to give you the option to play something first, you want to make sure that they stay on initiative, so that if that's their plan, they have to show that to you each turn.
Yeah, I think there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that Grumpy Elephant has a much stronger late game. So if you're Mickey, it's got to be an aggro plan here. And we are going to pass once again. No plays through the first 2 turns of this game. And again, this is interesting. I feel like Mickey not being able to have this aggressive start, how is this going to play out in the long run when we start seeing these big plays later in the game from Grumpy?
Yeah, I think it's really, really good for Grumpy, right? Like 33 health is so much to chew through. You need to be chipping away from the start, right? You really want to take over the board at the beginning. I thought Mickey was going to elect to play a unit this turn, especially because he had that hasted Falcon, can make up for some of the tempo loss of that no turn 1 play, right? Being able to attack immediately. We're going to see a unit that can't get Tarkentown off of the Quinlan ping, though. 4/5 from the new set, Captain Typho.
Yeah, finally getting that first play of this deciding game 3 for Grumpy. Captain Typho, Cassian Andor coming out for Mickey with that 1 extra resource. It is going to be Daring Raid, dealing 2 damage to Captain Typho. And that Tarkentown is going to clean up Grumpy Elephant's first play of this game. Grumpy does have the initiative, staring down the Cassian Andor in the ground arena. So Mickey able to make efficient uses of the resources there.
Something funny to note, while there's no damage on base for Grumpy, which you have to, Mickey really wants to start pushing damage, you get a flip turn for Mickey. This is the turn where you really want to lock down the board, right? You have options like Plo Koon, you have options like Hasted Falcon to deal with whatever unit Grumpy might play. But then when Anakin flips next turn, will not have maybe any power buff, right?
Yeah,
might have no extra power from the damage on the base. So Mickey might go into more of a board control plan here and try to start pushing damage once he's established control, as opposed to chipping in and trying to close the game with some surprise strikes and blasters.
Very interesting game 3 that these players are navigating with some interesting decision trees, as Quinlan Voss coming out right away for Mickey. And now back over to Grumpy Elephant. 5 resources. I believe Grumpy may have just passed here.
Grumpy passed.
We're going to see 3 damage coming through. First damage dealt in this game as Cassian Andor coming through. Mickey D striking first here in game 3. And I'm wondering, it almost looks like Grumpy may have passed yet again. he may very well be playing around that Plo Koon that you were talking about. Maybe he doesn't want to just put something out to be immediately ambushed. So we're going to see another pass from Grumpy. Green Squadron A-Wing coming out. And now Grumpy is safe from that Plo Koon with Coordinate. So we are going to see Karis Nemec coming out here into the ground arena. Quinlan Voss getting in for another 3. Now Grumpy starting to open up a bit. We do see another play. Sundari Peacekeeper coming out as well. And it's going to be Millennium Falcon as well. So, Mickey D, you talked about being able to possibly put some damage on this flip turn. We see the Quinlan triggered ability, 1 damage on the Sundari Peacekeeper. And Millennium Falcon now threatening some more damage in the space arena. So, interesting turn here. And Mickey has developed the board that you were talking about.
I'm surprised we didn't take the Quinlan attack first, right? Keep that Plo Koon up for as long as possible before you go wide. Maybe Mickey decides, I'm not going to get, Grumpy's going to keep passing. And I don't really want to have my whole 5 resource turn be attack for 6 damage, not develop the board at all. So just deciding I'm going to put 2 units in play, push a little bit more damage. It does make sense. Really curious to see how this next turn goes. Are we paying for the Falcon? That would take away some of our 6 resource. I forget the name of the 6 resource ambusher in Cunning we got from Legends of the Force.
Depa Balaba.
Yeah, okay, I was never going to remember that one. Depa Balaba has really performed in these Quinlan decks.
Yep.
Going to elect to pay for the Falcon. So said, you're going to pass your board not threatening enough. This is where I try to start really taking control of the game. We've got everything is healthy on Mickey D's side. Something about these command aggression heroism decks is they're not equipped to deal with units in both lanes, right? Really relying on Data Vault to just tank a lot of that space so that you can get these big ground attacks with Anakin. But it's going to be up to Grumpy now. Kind of the serve is on him, right? He's going to have to return it.
Grumpy Elephant with the initiative. Couple threats here in the ground arena that could attack for a total of 5 damage with that Anakin Skywalker action ability. Could take out Cassian Andor with 1 swing. Unfortunately, can't take out Quinlan with 1 action here. So we'll see what Grumpy decides to do first. Looks like he is going to go for that Anakin action ability on the Sundari Peacekeeper. And I don't believe the Peacekeeper is defeated here. We'll just take 3 damage back. So it should have 4 damage on, 1 HP remaining, but a total of 5 damage, taking out Cassian Andor. But here is Plo Koon. Plo Koon is going to come in and ambush and defeat Karis Nemec. The Quinlan triggered ability, 1 more ping damage, taking out the Peacekeeper. And are we going to see the disclose here? Oh, no disclose, so no token coming out. That's huge value on Mickey's side. We do see Anakin deployed. Anakin right now just +1 power with 9 damage on Data Vault. So Anakin would swing for 5. He's currently a 5/7 with Overwhelm. The action back on Mickey, but just keep in mind that if Mickey swings into base with the next action, Anakin would get pumped. So we're just going to trade some damage. It looks like onto the leader units here as Quinlan attacks into Anakin Skywalker.
Grumpy can definitely burn another action, right? We have 6 resources up. There's no way we can't play something out of our hand to force Mickey into a tough decision here. But I wanted to point out how talented are these 2 players. This game has been so weird, right? Passing back and forth. Both players having to kind of on the fly decide what.
Legal authority coming out onto Anakin Skywalker, capturing the Green Squadron A-Wing. We do see the Falcon coming through for 3. It'll be 12 damage on Grumpy Elephant's base. Keep in mind, that does give Anakin another power here. So Anakin will be swinging for a total of 6 power. And it looks like he's just going to base here. 6 damage onto Tarkentown, the first damage that Mickey D has taken in this deciding Game 3. Grumpy still has resources to work with. Double legal authority on this turn. He will capture Plo Koon as well. And now Anakin has +4 HP with the 2 legal authorities. Legal authority has the when played ability. When played, attached unit captures a unit that has less power than it. What a line for Grumpy on this turn, cleaning up the board. And now Mickey now has to try and return the favor.
I'm stunned. I was ready to talk about all these spaceships and all this damage, all these little micro decisions these guys have been making. Legal authority, not 1 but 2 coming out onto this Anakin, and it gives him so much health. I was so worried about the Han Solo reluctant hero, right? Assuming Mickey's playing it, I'm not 100% sure on his deck list, right? But this puts Anakin out of range, I think. I mean, this is so crucial. Might be exact with the Quinlan, but Quinlan goes into the Anakin, so we're setting up, I think it's the... Oh, and Mickey's picking it up. Oh, he's going to pay for it. He's going to pay for it.
Yeah. Did forget
pay for
to
it.
pay the resource for the Falcon. So 6 total damage on Anakin right now. He has +4 HP. So he has 5 HP remaining on Anakin. So it's going to be tough here. Mickey's got to try and deal with this leader unit on Grumpy's side.
Importantly, if Anakin falls, Mickey's board explodes again, right? We get all these units back. The Plo Koon would not only be healed, but Coordinate would be on just inherently from getting the A-Wing back. So this is, while a really strong line from Grumpy, it is all in, right? This Anakin needs to survive. You need to push the damage now, and you need to have a big turn, because if Anakin goes down, Mickey has 4 units. And we're going to see...
Oh, he's got Depa Balaba. Depa Balaba is going to ambush and trade with Anakin Skywalker. Plo Koon and Green Squadron A-Wing back over to Mickey's side of the board. And it is a pretty strong follow-up here, though. For Grumpy Elephant, we do see Keller and Beck coming out. So now Grumpy will be able to replenish this board. What back and forth action here. He does find Blue Leader. And that is going to come into the space arena, ambush, and defeat the Green Squadron A-Wing, just taking 1 damage back. Wow, punches being thrown from both players here. What a deciding Game 3. We are witnessing action back over to Mickey D with 12 damage on each base.
And Blue Leader takes away Coordinate. So importantly, it takes away Coordinate.
That is an excellent point. Anakin only had 6 power. Depa should not have been defeated there.
Oh. I think
if we could pause right here, we might need to do that before we go any further. That is an excellent point. Depa Balaba
doesn't give any power.
Depa Balaba is a 5/7. It's a 5/7, and Anakin only had 2 additional power. So Anakin was just a 6 power unit.
And that changes
everything because Depa Balaba would stay in play with 1 HP remaining. So we are pausing here. Just real quick. So it was an ambush on Depa Balaba. Came out, ambushed Anakin.
And it's so big. This Plo Koon gets Coordinate.
So yeah, we're just talking it through here.
I think they're going to let the judge figure it out for them.
Going to let the judge figure it out.
They're going to let the judge figure it out. But yeah, I think they noticed what it was.
Yep.
But so clutch. But Blue Leader, still an important find there, right? Cleaning up that A-Wing. That's going to save a bunch of damage. Also saves damage this turn from the Millennium Falcon. Because the Millennium Falcon has to run into Blue Leader. But we're going to get it figured out. I mean, this is a crazy Game 3. I feel like we've been really treated on stream. I think while they figure this out, we're going to try and swap over.
Yeah, see if
Take a look at Han Blue versus Talzin.
Yeah, see if we can get a little peek at the other game while we're in the middle of this judge call.
Looks like a Han 2 versus Talzin board.
Look at this board we've got here.
Might be Game 3. It's hard to tell.
Oh,
it is Game 2. Wow.
Oh, okay. So
that game.
Mother Talzin just getting deployed. Both units both
interesting
players with quite the ground arena.
Yeah, this is favored for Talzin though for sure. You really wanted to find something I really think a little bit more impactful than Kiadi Mundi this turn as the Hantu Blue. Also looks like might have had a Grogu start. Enticing Reward, not a card you see so often, but from the second set, a crazy bounty onto this Kiadi Mundi. Gonna let Talzin find 2 events because it's a unique unit after defeating it. Looking at the top, I think it's 8 cards, might be 10 cards.
The top 10. Yep, okay. You get to search the top 10 cards of your deck for 2 non-unit cards. And if it was a non-unique unit, you then have to discard from your hand. But Kiadi Mundi unique, so won't have to worry about that. But that Han Solo leader unit able to clean up Darth Tyrannus. And Mother Talzin with the 3 power plus that on attack ability, able to take out Kiadi Mundi. We'll see what Getsu is able to find from the enticing reward.
And this is where you want to be as Talzin, right? You want to be up in this tempo. The Talzin's Assassin could clean up the Han leader, and then Reflex has nothing but an Owen in play. We're going to find Blaster. I love Blaster in these Talzin decks, especially in yellow. I mean, it just gives you that extra little push. Talzin loves things like that, right? Being able to attack functionally for 6 with the Talzin on attack lets you clean up some pretty important units. Also pushing damage once you're ahead on board. Another reason Talzin really loves these types of cards.
So just getting the Hot Shot Blaster off of the enticing reward. We are going to see the Talzin's Assassin cleaning up the Han Solo leader unit. And I do believe Reflex has just claimed the initiative with just Owen Lars on the board. So Getsu has done a fantastic job of cleaning up this ground arena. And it looks like we are getting word that we're back on this crazy game 3 that we've got. So Depa Balaba is back in play with 1 HP remaining. Keller and Beck has attacked here because 7 more damage on base. We had 12 damage on Tarkentown, so it's 19 damage on. What a game this has been. Now Mickey, with just the units in play, not showing a 1-action answer with Keller and Beck, but you could do something like a Hot Shot Blaster to trade with that Keller and Beck, because, of course, Keller and Beck is representing lethal now, so Mickey does have to respond to Keller, and we're going to see first the Millennium Falcon coming across for 3. It's 15 damage on Data Vault, but also keep in mind that Grumpy has yet to spend any resources on this turn, so we could see several more plays that could represent lethal here for Grumpy Elephant. So Mickey's still got his work cut out for him on this turn.
Yeah, and while Mickey had a great turn, a great response to this Anakin, right? Only showing 16 damage. Naturally, obviously, this Quinlan deck pumped full of ways to extend that. But I'm not sure if there's going to be any ways to close the game this phase. I'd be really impressed if he found lethal this turn, which means you're going to have to find answers to these multiple. I mean, we have Keller and Beck already threatening lethal, right? You know, if any deck has another card to play that can threaten 6 damage, it's this Anakin deck, this Anakin Data Vault specifically, right? So going to be up to Mickey to navigate this with the winning board state. Has to find a way to convert that into damage while not letting Grumpy close the game out.
Mickey laboring here, really thinking through this decision. We're going to see Home 1 coming out. Home 1 is going to get the Sundari Peacekeeper, and now it's 2 threats on the board for Grumpy Elephant that if Mickey D does not have a response to, it is game over. Grumpy Elephant trying to tie the score 1-1 between McClunky Gaming and this Bothan Network team. Mickey D on the ropes.
And it's so hard. I mean, you can
He can only answer 1 right now.
Bounce the Home 1, trade your whole board into Keller, but is that winning long term? I don't think it is. Still 18 damage on Grumpy's base, or health left on Grumpy's base. I mean, I'm just not sure how Mickey D finds a way back into it. Home 1, bringing the body with it, and diversifying where those threats are, right? Going to space, having the 7/7 in ground already, there's just so much damage across two lanes. I'm not sure exactly what this Quinlan deck even has options of to clear these.
Yeah, I mean, you called it. I mean, I think that might be the only line of Waylay plus using your ground arena to clear out Keller and Beck, because, again, you can't leave either one of them in play, and you know that the next action for Grumpy is claim the initiative. So let's see what Mickey's going to do. So he's actually going to attack into Sundari Peacekeeper with the raid. Okay, so there we go. We got the Hot Shot Blaster coming out on Depa.
Okay.
Depa trades with Keller and Beck. Plo Koon has taken out the Sundari Peacekeeper. Now we waylay. Okay, so he had that blaster, which is huge. So he's actually able to answer all 3 units on the board. So Grumpy does have to restart here. Oh, that Hot Shot Blaster, maybe it changed something here, Navarro. Mickey has the board once again. What a nail-biter this game has been.
And the way that other game looked, Talzin up 4 units to 0 and up a game. You imagine that this is going to be the deciding game here between Mickey and Grumpy Elephant. So that was clutch to stay in this game for Mickey. I didn't think there was a way he was going to be able to do it and keep 2 units, but showing me why he might be the best Quinlan player. Everyone knows this guy's so good. He plays to the absolute limit with this deck.
Mickey D has won multiple planetary qualifiers with Quinlan Tarkentown. This guy is an absolute beast on this deck. And now he's in position. He's got to find 18 more damage to close this one out. Grumpy Elephant, once again, will be starting with the initiative. And it's going to be home one right away.
Yep, unsurprising.
For Grumpy Elephant, getting back the blue leader, taking out the threat on Mickey's side of the board in the space arena.
Do we have a second answer? It's kind of hard to see the hand, but it looks like a lot of answers to ground. Mickey might have to claim.
Yeah, once again, another 7-power threat would be lethal. Mickey D claims it's Daring Raid and Green Squadron A-Wing. He doesn't have it. There's the handshake. Grumpy Elephant has taken down Mickey D here, and now it is 1-1 with the deciding match all coming down to Talzin Yellow versus Hantu Blue Force. Reflex versus Getsu. Here it is. And look at this board presence right now for Talzin, the Secretive Sage, and Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, with 11 damage on Reflex's base. It looks like only 1 damage on Talzin's base. And I do want to give a quick update. The Moisture Farmers versus the KTOD team number 1, Raytan from Moisture Farmers with Han2 Yellow has beat CJ on Talzin Red Force. So right now, KTOD, the defending champs, with their back against the wall in that matchup. But as we look right now to this match, it all comes down to this right here for these two teams.
Yeah, I think Mickey might have had Ahsoka in his hand. Could have tried to see if you have give yourself a chance to exhaust it.
Yeah.
But that's not even, I guess that doesn't really change much, does it? Because then you just see a claim. So actually, the game was over.
Getsu won game 1.
Yep.
Game 2.
Yep, game 2, Getsu won game 1. So all up to Reflex, has to fight his way back. Now, I will say, when we left this match, there was a lot of units in play for Getsu. So Reflex has been fighting back.
Reflex
and
is
didn't
fighting
take
here.
Too much damage, right? It's not 21 damage on base, only 11. The problem here is, when are you going to be able to play your own units? Because every time you spend your resources to answer this Talzin board, it's just responded with more stuff, right? So it's going to be, when can Reflex find a spot? Something, I'm not sure if they're on it, but could be really impactful to get multiple units out of the way, would be the original Mace Windu Party Crasher. It was something that my team played at Worlds. I was talking to certain players, and they were on one. That's one way you could get a couple attacks in, maybe clean up a multi-unit board here for Reflex. Gonna see Sage chipping away, getting the force back for Talzin.
Yeah, that Rivals fall pretty clutch here for Reflex, taking out the Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis. But right now, it's all Getsu in terms of the board. Reflex does have a couple resources to work with. We do see Owen Lars, so can certainly potentially get some more value here. It's got the Restore too. That great when defeated trigger that allows it to replace itself with a force unit. But Getsu, plenty of resources to work with.
I think he has the Party Crasher. I think he has Mace Windu
he
Party
does have
Crasher.
Party
I think
Crasher,
so.
okay.
I think so. Which, I mean, his hand is Crate, Mace. I mean, that's a good hand. That's
What's
what you
the
want.
play? Oh, it's going to be no glory, only results, taking control and defeating Owen Lars, which means Getsu is going to get that when defeated trigger, searching the top 5 cards for a force unit. And I know he's got at least one. I see Talzin's Assassin, which is a great card in this Talzin deck. But it looks like there are options. It is going to be Talzin's Assassin coming into Getsu's hand with 13 damage on Reflex's base. And I think Reflex just claiming the initiative here. We'll see if Getsu has any further plays. He has 3 resources. It is going to be Karis coming down. So just continuing to put threats on the board. It's not a lot, but he's slowly chipping away here at Reflex.
I think you're stoked if that's the response, if you're Reflex. Do you want your Owen to give them a unit? No, you don't. But it's in hand, right? And right now, Reflex is worried about the board. His hand is stacked with big units. We saw 2 Crate Dragons. The scariest thing when you have Crate Dragon is if your opponent floods the board and puts a lot of damage in play, right? Crate Dragon, not good when you're dying in the ground arena or space arena, right? Really bad at coming back into the game. But this looks like as good a spot as ever. Reflex is going to check the discard, see what options there are, probably counting Power of the Dark Sides, as that is the best response other than Force Lightning. Crate Dragon, if you fell it, if you Rivals fall it, even if you know Glory only results, it would at least trigger and take out Karis and stem the bleeding more, giving you time to maybe play another one. So Power of the Dark Side, Force Lightnings are going to be Getsu's #1 answer. I think that's why we see Reflex thinking about his decision, not just slamming it, and even pointing at that Mace Windu if I've got the cards correct. So it's really tight, but I think we have another pretty close game here. I mean, closer than it certainly looked 4 turns ago when we went back over to our other match.
Absolutely. Reflex certainly still in this. He does have that big hand, and he can certainly claw back very quickly with some of those units. So now the question is, of course, on Getsu's side, because Getsu is at 9 resources, and I'm pretty sure he's running Avenger, so that's another option, right? You've got Power of the Dark Side. You've got something like Avenger. So Reflex might have to deal with multiple ways of just one action killing anything you play.
Yeah, not used to seeing. Oh, there's the Mace Windu.
There's the Party Crasher.
This is how we start the comeback, I think. Interesting.
Taking out Karis.
You probably take the Force here just to reduce the amount of damage Mace can do to your units. I'm not used to seeing Talzin go as tall as Avenger, but we heard it, this yellow deck, a little more on the controlling side than maybe the tempo mid-range style we saw in previous formats with Talzin red. So a lot going on here. Do we have Avenger? Do we have answers to these big units from Reflex?
And again, the decision right now, that when defeated trigger, Getsu deciding if he wants to use the Force and shrink Mace Windu unit. Talking to his teammates right now. Again, right now all of the teammates are on board.
Oh,
they're all
huddled,
talking
yeah.
to both players. You can see them. They're huddled together. You've got right now this 1v1 game is really a 3v3.
Oh, it's a team versus team. This is my favorite
It's a 3v3 game that we're watching.
This is my favorite part of the team events. Games on the line, match on the line, tournament life on the line, last game being played. Everyone huddle in. It is us versus them. The way it's
going to be Avenger, the 9-cost capital ship. Mace Windu defeated. Reflex's board is cleared, and that is trouble. Reflex is going to need a quick response to this Avenger, or this game is going to end in a hurry. Secretive Sage getting in for another 2. 15 damage on Reflex's base. He drew fell the dragon off the top. He didn't have an answer in hand, but now he does.
He had a Force Lightning, but the Avenger made him sacrifice his only Force unit, but right when he needed it, not the first card he drew for turn, the second card he drew for turn, fell the dragon, but it takes up a lot of resources, right? That's half his turn. He could go up to 9, but I mean, it is chipping away at the resource, right? This Avenger, not only did it eat 7, it's going to eat 4, so 9, 4, 11 trade on resources, and then the Secretive Sage, always present here, so hard to deal with, just going to slowly chip away at Reflex's base. He needs to get back in fast.
And again, right now, Reflex is in this spot where I'm constantly having to answer questions that Getsu is asking. At what point can Reflex turn it around, turn the tables here, and start being aggressive himself, putting on some pressure? We see the Fell the Dragon, take out the Avenger. And now it's just 4 more ready resources on Reflex's side. Secretive Sage getting in for another 2. 17 damage on Reflex's base. Just 11 HP remaining. And the question is, does Getsu have another big play in hand? He's got a total of 9 resources to work with. We are going to see the Outer Rim Constable, the new 2-cost, is the ground arena disabling Fang Fighter, if you will.
Yeah.
Being able to get that win played ability, defeating an upgrade, Secretive Sage, losing the shield token. And now what does Getsu present? What threats does he play on his side of the board? We're going to see Towson's Assassin force used, -3/-3 to the Outer Rim Constable. YATL coming out. Reflex does put a piece of Restore in the ground arena. But Getsu still with resources to work with. You know he wants to push this board further if he can.
Yeah, I mean, this is the spot you want, right? Your opponent is forced to spend resources on your threats. Oh, looks like he's just going to claim
just
initiative.
claims.
Valuing the damage, I do like that. Also, we don't know exactly what Getsu's hand looked like.
Absolutely.
I think he might have had a Power of the Dark Side. Probably not the unit you want to be using Power of the Dark Side on. You really want to save it for Crate. Crate taking all of Reflex's resources whenever he elects to play that. You just send a Towson's Assassin into the YATL and then power it, and you're in a fine spot. You'd lose your Secretive Sage, but I mean, it's so much. You still have plenty of 6 resources left over, 7 if you resource this turn. So I think Getsu just electing to do the damage, pushing Reflex into these kind of desperation Hail Marys that Getsu knows he has answers for.
There it is. YATL quickly cleared. So once again, Reflex in this spot where he has to be very careful and try and tiptoe around the Power of the Dark Side and a potential Avenger that could come out as well.
He has Owen in his hand, so he could cheat.
Owen.
He could cheat the Owen. Oh, you don't want to cheat it though. I think you have to play the Owen so that Secret Sage doesn't defeat it, and then you have to play the Crate Dragon for discount. But it's so many actions, and your base is bleeding. Oh, it's so close. It's so tense, right? And
wow,
I think the scariest thing, if your Reflex isn't even Power of the Dark Side anymore, it's Force Lightning. I didn't see any in Getsu's discard while Reflex was thumbing through it.
There it is.
Yep, he's going to play
Lars.
the Owen Lars. He's going to play it for its natural cost.
Trying to get some insulation here against the Avenger or the Power of the Dark Side. And it looks like we have another update from the KTOD versus Moisture Farmers. Wu is up? Wu won. Okay, so it's 1-1.
Wu won. Yep, and then Tata and Sam are in game 2. Tata won game 1.
Okay, so right now it's 1-1 between Moisture Farmers and KTOD 1, the defending champions. And John Tata is up 1-0 in his match. The defending champs edging closer and closer to advancing on to the semifinals.
Those guys are so good, man. Out to dinner with those guys last night, you and me were, and talking to some of the other KTOD guys. We were talking about the bracket, they're doing a little March Madness style draft. And a lot of them said it's really hard to bet against these guys. They're on a massive heater. They're playing so well. Their decks are good. So showing that those things are probably true and why they won last year and why they might take it again.
Absolutely. The action right now on Getsu, we have the Secretive Sage. Secretive Sage going to go into Reflex's base. Another 2. It's 19 damage on. So much pressure on both of these players to close this game here. We are going to see the Crate Dragon coming out with the Han action ability. 8 resources, 2 damage on Crate.
I don't see
How does Getsu respond?
I don't see a Force Lightning, but that's okay. We've got Fell the Dragon.
Was that Fell?
Tab 4. It has
I
to be
believe
Fell.
it's Fell the Dragon.
Yep, Fell the
Great
Dragon.
response to the Dragon himself. Crate Dragon taken out. It is going to be 4 damage with that triggered ability on Crate Dragon. Dealt to Towson's Assassin here. Reflex just claims the initiative. And now we'll see if Getsu can put another threat on the board. Paying 5 resources. Another no glory only results.
Interesting.
Taking control and defeating Owen Lars will once again go and search the top 5 cards of his deck for a force unit. And it's again putting Reflex in that awkward situation where once again he needs protection.
Yeah.
And insulate that possible second Crate Dragon.
I think that really signals that there's a Power of the Dark Side in Getsu's hand, which we're pretty sure we saw. I mean, I'm not the best with all the different arts and all the full arts, but it looked like Power of the Dark Side. And if I was in Reflex's spot, this would be sending all kind of signals to me that he has a Power of the Dark Side, because otherwise you would have just saved that No Glory for my Crate Dragon, right? Which means you have an answer. Could have also been a Force Lightning, right? That could be a Force Lightning in the hand, but if I'm able to play around one, I'm going to cheer it. And Itinerant Warrior, not the worst 2 top decks, right? Finally, 2 units we could play, both impacting the board, and Reflex's life total, which is the biggest disparity between these two, is life total, right? If the life was even, I would call the game even, but it's not. 19 damage on Reflex's base, so much damage on there, just 9 left, 27 life for Reflex to find a way, find some possible combination to start pushing.
Reflex with the initiative. We know that he's holding on to the other Crate Dragon, but you have to know, very aware and prepared for the Power of the Dark Side. We do see a couple 4-cost units that Reflex has found here. We've got Chirrut Imwe and Itinerant Warrior in Reflex's hand. But of course, the problem is here, you do play one of those 4-cost units. You can't play that and the Crate Dragon on the same turn here.
I think you're just not looking to slam a crate this turn. I mean, you would love to, but it's just so obvious Getsu's not afraid of it. Or Getsu's pulling off the biggest bluff in the history of Star Wars. I just don't think that's the case, right? I think when you have the guaranteed No Glory, you're not going to spend it. But I like starting with a Tenorant here.
I mean, it heals 3 damage from base.
Heals 3 damage from base.
The Force.
I like cheating it out too. Doesn't really matter with the shield, right? I guess it opens up to a Talzin's Assassin, but gone through a couple of those. If I remember when we first tuned in between that Anakin game, there was already one in play. We saw Getsu play another one, so at least 2 have been used. But I like prioritizing Chirrut. That's a card that can keep you in it. It can absorb a lot more attacks than Itinerant can. So Chirrut representing more total health gained, if you will, than the Itinerant. I like starting this way.
Here comes, the Drain Essence.
Wow.
Going to take away the shield token here. He's got the Force. Now, what does Reflex respond with? He puts another unit in play. So he's going to put the 2 4-cost units in play on this turn. Chirrut Imwe going to protect Reflex's base here from that Secretive Sage. Oh, we're going to see Darth Tyrannus with the Force. What do we do here? Just ambush in for 4. Shield token. Off of Darth Tyrannus. Reflex just claiming.
Doesn't have another 2-cost play, so maybe, I'm not sure, maybe cheating the Itinerant just gave him more options in the overall turn.
And look at this. Getsu with Talzin's action ability. -1/-1 to Chirrut. Chirrut is defeated. And then Secretive Sage is able to clean up the Itinerant Warrior because that Drain Essence took out the shield token. We've got Getsu playing the client as well. And now, once again, Reflex back in that situation. No units in play. Getsu just slowly trying to chip away here, keeping control of the board. And we'll see if Getsu can find an opening to potentially put some more damage on Reflex's base as he's back down to just 16.
Yeah, the client is a really funny card here because you actually don't care about its activated ability. The client is just a Secretive Sage that can't get -3'd by one Anakin trigger or the Luke before you've defeated a unit, right? So it's just a healthy Secretive Sage. A healthy Secretive Sage is exactly what Getsu needs. Just another way to keep forcing Reflex to play something. Forcing him into answers, not board presence. That being said, Reflex did draw his own Anakin that could answer Darth Tyrannus, but every time you tap first, you just know your opponent has an option. We've been seeing the Dark Power of the Dark Side, both players playing to and around it. Grogu, hidden, so he's going to be a little safe, but it allows this Darth Tyrannus to put Reflex up to 20 damage on if we elect to do that.
Yeah, Grogu. Reflex at least getting a unit in play here. Darth Tyrannus absolutely going to come through. Reflex just 8 HP remaining on his base. I believe still has 6 more resources to work with on this turn. I do believe Reflex found an Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis. There it is. That is going to give Darth Tyrannus -3/-3, but not after.
And here comes the blaster.
Damage. Oh, the hotshot blaster onto the client. That is going to be 4 damage coming through to Reflex's base. And again, the client having that shield token so important. And I think Reflex here just claiming. Let's see what Getsu can do. Can he put more pressure on the board?
And Reflex played around Power of the Dark Side, right? Playing the Grogu first, and then walks right into the blaster that 14, 15 minutes ago we saw him get off that enticing reward.
Yes, it's a good point. And another shielded unit coming out for Getsu and Shin Hati.
Oh, and we're flooding the
and
board.
the Treyas Acolyte. So now Reflex really in trouble here.
Need a Sentinel.
Going to need a Sentinel. Can he find
Double
one?
Yaddle off the top is not
Yaddle's
what you
not
want.
Gonna do it.
I think Getsu did it. Wow, Hotshot Blaster and Talzin. We talked about it earlier. We talked about how the client was just a secretive stage with a shield, and that's exactly what he needed.
It's game over with one swing from Shin Hati or the client. Does Reflex have a play? He's got Crate Dragon. It's not going to stop the attack. Getsu has done it, and McClunky Gaming taking the win over Bothan Network, and they will be moving on to the semifinals to face off against the Cardboard Chefs.
That was a crazy match. I want to give MVP to Anakin Datavolt playing such a difficult, complex game against one of the absolute premier Quinlan players. That was a close Talzin Yellow game. Didn't really get to see game 1, but did win 2-0, right? So we know that matchup seemed to be pretty favorable. The Talzin got it done when it needed to. Piet looked really good into the Han pilot Tarkentown.
Yeah.
So Anakin Datavolt, the only one to go to game 3, and a wacky game 3, not something you test, not something you practice, right? You have to just use intuition and on-the-fly decision-making, and they got it done. Super huge congratulations to those guys.
What a performance from both teams to get as far as they did. It was a fantastic match that came down to a thrilling conclusion. And Getsu with that Talzin Yellow, something that you're generally not expecting. Getsu known for those spicy decks, and they're going to be advancing on. What a show. And again, that Anakin Data Vault match was just crazy.
It was so cool.
And the patience that both of those players had in that game, that is exactly what these highest level players are showing us here. The top play. Some of the best players in the country coming to this event, and we're seeing what the top level play looks like here in the Top Cut.
It reminds me of watching beautiful games of chess, right? You see these really beautiful games of chess that very quickly devolve from opening theory, right? You don't just see these really standard 24 predetermined moves, right? You can see some really, really diverse games, and that's what this Star Wars Unlimited game, the action system allows, right? No other card game can you go pass, just pass. And now, and as the person playing against Quinlan, I have to think, do I need to play my unit? What if it gets Tarkentowned? If I pass back, is that what he wants? Because maybe he's just trying to get me to pass back, which we saw with no turn 1 play, Mickey kind of was trying to do.
Yeah.
So incredible stuff.
And it was
so
two
cool,
turns.
right? And it was 2 turns of passing back and forth.
Turn 2 of just passing back and forth, no plays.
Yeah.
And, we talked about it in the long run in that particular matchup, that it was a little scary, I felt like, for Quinlan, because Anakin just has such a better late game presence, and we saw it there, right? The home run was huge. Kellerin back in home run.
Yeah.
The command heroism, just so much. Too much to handle for Quinlan Tarkentown. But I do believe we are going to cut to a short break. We've got more action coming. The semifinals will be up next of the team event here at the Bosch Invitational. Don't go anywhere. We've got more coming for you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the live stream here of the second Bothan Invitational. We are already getting down to the wire. We're about to bring you the semifinals of the team event here in Atlanta at CardsHQ. I'm Josh Snyder, joined by Frank Myers. Frank, unfortunately, his team just barely lost in the quarterfinals of the team event, but he's here and he's going to bring some casting this round.
Silver lining, I get to cast this round.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. Excited about doing it. What an event we're having. It's been a spectacular event. Great viewer numbers. A lot of people are home giving us great positive feedback about the job the casters have been doing all weekend. Courtney Blonde Sabine herself is running what a great production behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
When you get her back on camera today too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited now. At least I get to come in and cast one round of this event.
Absolutely. So going to be joined by Frank Myers, and then actually Mickey D's going to come in, and their teammates, they just played in that last match, and they are actually going to bring you some commentary over this next match. We're going to have KTOD, the defending champions, were able to knock out the Moisture Farmers. They're trying to go back-to-back. They're going to be on the feature table this time, and they're going to be facing off against
Those Wookiees. Who are the Wookiees?
The Wookiees.
Wasatch Wookiees?
The Wasatch.
Curtis's
the
team?
Wasatch Wookiees.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing
Curtis
that
from Utah
correctly.
His team, they're two of the Colorado Cantina crew guys are on that team with Curtis.
Yep.
So this has been it's a great semifinal because we have 4 different teams represented in the semifinal. Bothan Network, obviously, KTOD, obviously, the Wookiees team, which is kind of associated with Colorado Cantina crew, and then of course the McClunky team. So 4 of the big teams in North America are all battling in the semifinals of the 3v3. That's fantastic.
Now let's talk a little bit about this particular matchup. KTOD with John Tata, Ophir, and Chrono. You have Ray Datavault, Quinlan Tarkentown, and Towson Red Force. On the opposite side of the table, the Wookiees bringing Han 1 Yellow, the classic Sabine ECL, and Piet Red.
I know a lot about all these decks.
You've done a lot of this team event. You participated in the team event. What are your first thoughts looking at this particular matchup with these leader-based combinations?
Well, obviously the aggro of Sabine I think that's the linchpin of how the matches go.
Okay.
Who wants to take out the aggro? Who doesn't want to take out the aggro? Ray Datavault has gotten a lot better into aggro with the new pieces that Tata's built. So I don't think he would be as scared of Sabine ECLs as you would have thought Ray Datavault might have been in the past. But I still don't think it's a matchup they would want. I mean, you just don't want an aggro into a control deck. Generally, paper, rock, scissors, this is our game.
Right.
So that would be, I think, the linchpin to me, the keystone of how this is going to go down, which we're about to get to see on camera.
Yeah, and I think the real standout deck for me is going to be that Han 1 Yellow deck from Curtis.
Yeah.
Little Spice. I was seeing him put
fun deck.
that deck together before the event started Thursday night, and definitely looks interesting. Now, I believe we are about to cut over to the table as they are getting seated, and we will see what those matchups are going to look like, and then we're going to be joined by Mickey D. So Mickey D and Frank Myers going to bring you some commentary on this match. It'll be a treat for sure.
Josh, thanks, man. You're killing it.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys having me here.
Best
so guys,
caster in SWU right here.
I appreciate it. I will be back for the finals, but Mickey D is going to go ahead and step in for me, and we're going to see if the defending champions can
run it
get
back.
back to the finals.
A lot of people in chat, I'm sure, are going to be cheering hard for KTOD. KTOD has a big following, huge server. You can go check out. Their Patreon is worth every penny. I'm actually a lifetime member of the KTOD Patreon because it's so valuable with the deck list. One of the things they're known for is the great deck list forums where they give the community a chance to really get deep dive into the decks. It's where I learned a year ago how to play the Sabine ECL deck, which we're going to see probably. I think we want the Sabine ECL on stream, Courtney, if you could get that first, please. Sabine ECL, please, first. Yep. Wherever it gets set, we haven't done the seating yet. Or it looks like they have done the seating. We missed the draft of that. So we'll get the producers behind the scenes to give us the how that all went down. But Mickey, welcome.
Thank you, Frank.
Great games today. The
Yes.
whole weekend, you've been killing it on your Quinlan. Tell us about your Quinlan deck. How did it run this weekend?
It went on really well, and we'll see. Most likely, we'll be able to see Wu play it. It was a great choice for the 3v3. I think it just has a very flat matchup spread. No matter where you sit it, I think you're feeling like you can outplay your opponent potentially, and it also has some great matchups into expected metas, such as the Han 2 blue decks that might be in the room, even some of these thousands, which fit well into some 3v3 comps. And the few bad matchups it does have, you can usually protect it from, something like the Ray Datavault deck. So I think it was a great choice for the 3v3. It ran well for me all weekend, and we'll get a chance to see it run again.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to see how they sat today. I've been enjoying the draft.
Yes.
The seat draft. when you
There's
put
a
the leaders
lot
and
of
bases
complication.
down.
We have spent
It's a
hours.
skill. It's like you can actually win more matches in
Yes.
3v3 if you're good at how
I
you match your
think
leaders.
in
and
our
bases.
round 1 matchup that we lost,
Oh, I
it was
know.
entirely
That was
because
so
of draft.
bad.
Like
Yeah.
first thing in the morning, 8 a.m. we just I unfortunately
so
sat you
bad.
into the wrong
Oh, I got
position.
brutalized.
So-
My only match loss on that deck.
Yep.
All weekend.
Yeah.
Well, all 3v3 weekend.
And the 3v3,
Yeah,
which is
I
where
went 6-1 on
Yep.
Fiat Red. The only match loss was when we made a mistake in the leader draft.
Yes.
So it really is a skill-based part of how
Yeah.
to put down your leader and base. But this is really interesting because CJ is one of the best ECL Sabine
Yes.
players in the world.
I wonder. I don't know how this matchup is. My thought is like this might be. I guess Quinlan is probably worse into the Sabine ECL than Talzin is, but I wouldn't be surprised if KTOD sat Chrono down because he knows Sabine ECL so well. If anyone's going to be able to
Yes.
beat it, it's going to be him.
And Talzin has a lot of good tools.
Yes, Talzin has great
let's
tools.
talk through some of the tools they need to
So
beat
I don't
Sabine.
know if Chirrut is in the main deck. If Chirrut's in the main deck, that's a great
We need to
tool.
get the deck list.
We-
Let's see if we can get Jonathan or Courtney. Could someone get us the deck list so we
but
can look it over?
all of Talzin, not all, but a lot of Talzin's power is baked into its 4-drops. So the Talzin's Assassin, the Chirrut, if it's in the main deck, even the Dark Tyrannus, and those are all great cards against Sabine. Now, the flip can be scary, Dark Saber can be scary, but like some upgrade removal, and then your Talzin flip, if you throw a lightsaber on your Talzin, Sabine has no way of defeating that Talzin besides like an ECL Poe. And so just if they tap below, then you can saber your Talzin, hit, and then you force them to ECL either a Wrecker or a Poe.
Great. And then, of course, the Talzin has the tools to deal with
Yes.
aggro. But also we have CJ's knowledge base of Sabine
Yes.
ECL. Nothing is going to surprise him today that his
Exactly.
opponent's going to do. He is going to be able to predict in his head every card choice,
Yep.
every play that Sabine's going to do. And when you have that mastery of a combination of a deck, of a matchup,
Yes.
it's hard to beat that.
It looks
so.
like both players here had kind of their ideal starts in the matchup potentially. Krennic into Owen on turn 1 for Talzin seems insane. You get a great 2/2 shielded body that combats the ground really well, and a 2 restore that
The
Sabine
restore is so good against
doesn't
Sabine.
really want to kill. And so
Yeah.
that I would not be surprised to see that Owen restore 8 or 10 damage in this
Yeah,
in this game.
over the last couple of sets, the additional cards we've gotten for Restore and Sentinel have really
Yes.
slowed down Sabine ECL.
Yeah.
Since about set 4 on, it's been Sabine ECL has not been the deck that I used to main in sets
Yes.
2 and 3, 1 PQs with because of all this, like the Restore.
And look at Jerry here, respecting the Owen so much, he decides to go ahead and kill it first action with that Karis Nemec. He doesn't
Yeah.
want to let that heal.
Right.
And like giving a card, sacrificing 3 damage. I think this is probably the correct play. It just feels so bad as the Sabine player.
because it's like basically that was a Sentinel.
Yeah.
He just saved 3 damage off your days.
And 03 Sentinel,
Yeah.
that drew you a card. It drew you a Talzin's Assassin, which may be one of your best cards in the matchup.
Yeah, and CJ followed it up with a great choice here. ECL cannot kill this.
Yes.
So this is so good. Like, the hidden is such a nice trait that FFG is baked into the game now. And so Talzin's going to be able to choose now to start picking off the
Yep.
ground units.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Chrono claim here, maybe to try and get the Force, or like there he
Look
goes.
at that. Look at you, genius.
But like
Predicting the future.
Force Lightning is a really good card against this Karis. So like Talzin has a lot of tools to answer the annoying cards. So really, I think Chrono, the only thing he has to worry about is if his tools line up, that ECL. And the ECL threats are going to be the
Good
big
point.
thing to fight through.
So Chad's asking us how the 3v3 draft works.
Yeah.
One team chooses to go first. They put one base and leader combo down. The
Mm-hmm.
other team chooses who's going to play that, puts the other 2 down.
Yes.
And the original team puts down, then they choose how they want to play the other
Yes.
2 matches.
And then the team that sat second gets initiative in all 3 matchups.
Yeah. Let me ask the producer real quick. Can you expand the edge of the chat? The chat's cut off for us, and I would definitely want to interact with chat while we're casting. That's a lot
Yeah.
of fun. All right, catch us up. What's happening? Are there still resourcing?
So they're still
and
resourcing
ready?
4R.
Yeah.
This is a big turn for Sabine. Oftentimes, Sabine can win or lose on her flip turn.
And Victor's asked a good question. The top-seeded team gets to choose whether they want to sit first or sit second in the
Yes.
draft. And then whoever sits second gets initiative choice in all game ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Chrono here attacking Grand Inquisitor into that Sundari Peacekeeper with 1 damage left sneakily, or maybe not so sneakily since it's Talzin's whole ability. That Talzin is threatening to pick off that Sundari. So Chrono really putting action pressure on Jerry here, saying, if you want to get an attack off with this Sundari, you're going to have to do it first action, which is going to kind of give me the initiative in terms of like, I get to play my threats first and dictate how the game is being played.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Sabine is still trying to build a board.
Yeah.
And if they can build a board,
Yeah.
Sabine can get through the removal of,
Yep.
of Talzin.
And depending on the list of Jerry's, I think even a space angle might be one of the best ways to fight, because Talzin can be weak in space if it's all like high HP units.
This is playing into Towson's hands, as it feels like Sabine is trying to battle for the board, while Towson has such a better top end.
If Jerry's doing this, I think he might be trying to clear the board to protect his Sabine flip, and might be trying to go all in on a Sabine flip. The fear with that is Power of the Dark Side from Chrono. Oh, okay. I thought he was playing that for a cause, but he's disclosing it to get the spy.
Okay.
So.
That was a little early for 4 cause.
Yeah.
Having played a lot of Sabine, if you're 4 causing this early, you probably just scoop and go to game 2.
But that was just the disclose. That's a really valuable piece of information for Chrono to pick up on, though.
Yeah.
Like, it looks like he might have some K2s in his hand, and if that's going to be his play this turn, I might have disclosed one of those K2s. Although...
Well, it's nice to do the 4 cost because it keeps it now in the back of CJ's
Exactly.
mind. He knows it's there, and he's got to play around it
for
now.
one, and I think he has 2 in his hand. So CJ might be
genius.
playing the game around as if there's 1, and Jerry might be able to hit him with the double because, like, all right, I have to play around 1. I'm not going to play around the
Look
second.
at this Towson's Assassin, though,
It's
coming
so
in and
good.
cleaning up the board. This is feeling really one-sided for CJ.
Yep.
Great player with a great deck. I did have a question in chat about why we're watching this matchup. So we chose on purpose to show all 4 teams in the first 2 rounds. We got McClunky and Bothans in round 1. This gives KTOD and Colorado Cantina crew a chance to show off their teams. So we're trying to purposely spread around the casting coverage to give everybody a chance to be on stream.
Yep. So it looks like CJ claims Sabine is going to take out that Director Krennic, and then K2SO is going to hit the board. Now that Towson's Assassin gets to free kill that Sabine first action here, which is pretty potent for CJ. He is at 5 damage in his base. That's very low for going into 5R against Sabine.
CJ has to be relaxed.
Yes.
I mean, he has to be enjoying the game. He's just out for a Sunday stroll, this guy. Just cruising through an ECL. But we can see what kind of cards for Jerry could turn this around.
Like, it's going to be the ECL plays. So Poe, Wrecker, and I think I see a Wrecker hiding out in Jerry's hand there.
I do see a Wrecker.
He just has to time it well. And Chrono knows that, so he's going to be very careful with his flip. He's not going to flip into open resources. He's not going to flip into an ECL unless it's like a bait. I know there are different decks, but as Quinlan, sometimes I try to bait my opponent by flipping my Quinlan to get them to ECL their Poe into it so they couldn't ECL Wrecker in the future. Because the ECL Wrecker pushing all that damage is what's really scary. If they can't answer your Quinlan, sometimes they have to do that. So there might be something similar here, especially if I believe Chrono has 1 Sudden Ferocity in his Towson list. If you flip Mother Towson and then put a Sudden Ferocity on it, either the Poe is going to trade or the Sabine player has to discard 2 cards to defeat the upgrade and then deal the 2 damage to kill the Mother Towson. So
there's that K2D you predicted correctly coming into play. What I was talking to the producer. What happened to Sabine?
Sabine was attacked with a Towson's Assassin first action.
And then -1 from the...
no -1 yet.
Oh, I thought that's only 4 damage into Sabine.
Yeah, but Sabine had 2 damage on it because it attacked into the Krennic.
Yeah. I wish y'all could see the studio. It's really cool. This is our first time in like a professional studio casting. The camera coverage looks great. I've heard nothing but great things about the stream all weekend.
So Mother Towson shrinking the K2SO down to a 3/3.
Okay, that Poe can do work.
Slams the Poe.
That Poe can do work, and we're already at 9 damage. All
right.
That could be an 8 attack Poe if
This
it
gets
lives.
super punished by Power of the Dark Side if Chrono has it, though. He can kill the K2 with the Mother Towson and then power the Poe.
Yeah. Poe's not going to.
However,
Poe's not living through this round.
That sets up a good ECL for Jerry. He can ECL his Wrecker, ambush the Towson's Assassin or the Towson, and then deal the 5 damage to the other
we don't
one.
have the deck list, but I wonder if he's running No Glory also.
I don't believe Towson's normally run No Glory, but in a 3v3 environment, this is your only blue villain deck. Maybe you do want to slot
I know we just saw
No
No Glories in the Towson that we played against McClunky.
but that was Towson Yellow. So
Right.
Towson Red is usually a bit faster, a bit leaner,
Right.
and usually doesn't have time. Plus, they have Force Lightning, which is a similar card, but usually a bit more flexible.
Thanks, Dante and Victor, telling us the stream's been great all weekend. Love
Yeah.
to hear that. We hadn't got to see it because we've been battling some of the best players in SWU. So let's see where we're at. I'm sure Sabine has initiative now, and we're waiting on CJ to show him how he's going to destroy his entire board and go to game 2. That's what it feels like.
If he's not slamming into the K2, I would imagine it might not be power, which this might be Jerry saying, if you have power, it's going to be tough for me. If you don't, this Poe is going to be really threatening for you. So Mother Towson's going to attack into the K2SO. It's going to take 2 back, most likely. I think the Towson will shrink the K2SO on attack, and then Force Lightning will take care of the Poe. So not 8 Power of the Dark Side, but another removal option. And we have a clear board with a Mother Towson and a Towson's Assassin. ECL Wrecker does get to clear this board, but then it's just a Wrecker versus 6 open resources from Chrono. Chrono is at 12 damage on his base.
I know the damage is getting there. There's some big cards coming up.
Yeah.
Though. I finally got to look at the deck list. We have a couple of Anakins, a couple of Devastators.
Yeah.
The new Cad Bane unit. But that's not useful right now because nothing on the board.
Yeah, exactly.
But the kind of new stuff that can really do a lot of work.
So it looks like we're going to see that ECL Wrecker.
Yep, and that's going to put a lot of damage on his
I would
base.
imagine we're ambushing into this Talzin's Assassin. If he held on to those 2 4-Kas, this
This
is
is suddenly,
5 overwhelm.
Suddenly it's not a Sunday stroll for CJ
That's
anymore.
potentially 8 more damage up to 25, just a couple pings.
And there's a 4. Why did he just? Oh, he discarded a 4 cause. Did I miss something? Why I had to discard?
He-
that's out of the resource row.
That's for the
he
record.
destroyed a resource. That also gives CJ information. One of the 4 causes
Yes.
is gone. You got to be careful in what you choose. I might have chosen another resource there as a Sabine player, not to give him the information
Yes.
that 4 cause is gone, or it's a bluff. He
Yep.
has another 4 cause. He's making
Exactly.
CJ think, oh, he doesn't have the 4 cause anymore. Let me show him the one in the
Yes.
resource row.
CJ's a smart
Yeah.
enough player, though, but
Yeah.
that giving him that information is making him think these exact same things that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So I'm sure 4-Kas is still on his mind. So it looks like Wrecker's going to go into the Talzin, valuing... Nope, Talzin's Assassin.
Yep, you
okay.
did. That's right. And Courtney, they're saying my mic is a bit muted. Am I on this mic or am I supposed to have a headset? Sorry, chat.
I think it's just low.
Okay.
Because Jeff talks.
Oh yeah, Jeff is super loud. Jeff Creasy, the voice of the network himself.
So I like going into the Talzin's Assassin here. 1, because it pushes more damage with the ECO Wrecker, like the ambush choice. But 2, the big breakpoint in the Talzin deck is 3. There's a lot of -3/-3
Yeah.
effects. And so the difference between 3 health and 2 health doesn't make that much of a difference. It would really be just Force Lightning for 1 resource additional as opposed to Force Lightning for 2 resources additional. And so make him have one of the million -3/-3 options,
Okay.
but push your damage while you
And
can.
I think there is still a line here for Jerry because I just looked at his deck list. He's running 2 timely interventions.
Timely intervention? Okay, that's
You can
huge.
see his hand. I see. Is that a Jar Jar?
I think there's a timely hiding out there. Yeah.
I see. Is that 2 4 causes or is that just one
I
on the
think
top
it's
left?
I think it's 2 4-Kas.
Wow, this game is not over.
Yeah, 22. If he hits 4 pings, that's lethal.
Oh my god! And what restore does Talzin run?
No.
Yeah, the moisture farmers.
Or the Owen Lars.
Owen Lars, sorry.
So
Sorry, yep.
I think it's just Owen, and I think CJ's list only has 101. I'm not 100% sure,
I
but
could go back to his list. Now that I know that the timely interventions are in the hand and the rebel assaults. Not that we're gonna get there.
now it's not 100% guaranteed that Jerry hits 4 here. He does have 2 timelies. I believe he has 3 Jar Jars, so that's at least 5 misses. And it looks like Chrono's list does only have the 1 moisture farmer. At
And
least
it's already
in-
dead, right?
Or Owen Lars, at least in
Yeah.
the main deck, and that's already dead. So there's no
No
more
more
restore.
restore. That's not a good place to be now. Suddenly, this is looking a lot tighter.
And Jerry's very healthy. Like, I think Chrono can put up a big board, like if he slams a Devastator. But I still think he's going to need 2 turns. That Devastator is just 4.
If he doesn't get the Devastator, it's 3 turns.
Yeah.
And that 3 turns for Sabine is a lifetime to stack
Yes.
damage on a base.
Plus, there's a timely intervention in hand, so like if he ever top decks a Wrecker, that's huge.
The Sabine is tapped. Did he already use his Sabine ability this turn?
Yes, he uses Sabine ability this turn, so
There's
that's 1.
We're all counting together.
Oh, that's a whiff. That's big.
3. Does he keep any of that?
Oh, there's a Wrecker in there. With
If-
that timely
with
intervention.
the timely. Let's see. This will give us a lot of information about what he kept out of that. He definitely kept the Wrecker.
He kept the Wrecker, okay. And he gets to
put it on top of the deck. Yep.
Yep.
Perfect.
And he gets to
That-
4-Kas again this turn.
Oh, he has enough resources
So-
for both 4 causes?
Yeah, he has 6. So that's why he's going to leave the other 2 heroics on
Jeez.
top to
I
guarantee
think,
at least
I think
3.
Sabine's about to get there.
I think so
If
because
there's a timely somewhere.
he gets to he gets to 4-Kas again for at least 3, and then the timely Wrecker is going to ambush the assassin. Oh, but with the well, that doesn't change the math though,
Right.
because he can still do the 5 from the Wrecker.
And there's a little bit of a play mistake there by Jerry, just because I play a lot of 4 causes. He should have left all the rebels on top.
He did. He went back and did that.
There they are. So now we know we're hitting for 4.
So we're hit for 4 up to
Yeah.
26, and now that timely Wrecker is going to be enough to kill him.
Okay. If there's a timely Wrecker. And we have enough resources for it, 6,
We're going at
7.
6,
Yep,
so if
okay.
he keeps the timely in hand, which I believe I saw.
Somehow Sabine is maybe pulling
Yeah.
this out. Crazy.
These Wreckers, these 4-Causes, and like you said, we were talking about how he showed a 4-Cause, he defeated a 4-Cause. Chrono might not have been expecting number 2 and 3.
2 and 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Triple 4 cause. That's
a
sorry.
lot.
I've won a lot of games with Sabine like that. I can't complain too much, but that's a little gross.
Yes, it is a lot.
Yeah,
And
say less.
I think it's triple 4-Cause double Wrecker this game. That's hard to overcome for any deck.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see.
Victor was right the whole time. Sabine's never really, until it's 25 damage on your base, Sabine's not out of it.
Yep, there's that
And
timely.
this is it. We're going to go to game 2 with a
We're
win.
going to defeat the 5, deal the
Wait,
5 to the
is
assassin. Yeah, it doesn't
That's
really
a
matter
wrecker.
where
I
it
can't tell
goes.
from the artwork.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with that.
Either a
It's one of the
sector
alt-
promo or
Okay.
a regional promo or
Okay.
something.
Yeah.
So yeah,
All
Jerry
right.
got game 1. After that nuts start from Chrono, they had
Yeah.
a Director Krennic into the Owen Lars.
Yeah. It
I
looked great.
Jerry killing that Owen
I
Lars
know.
the first turn really mattered
It
because that thing
mattered.
would have healed
The lo-
4 to 6.
It was well played on Jerry's part. I hadn't played a lot of Sabine in sets 5 and 6. So,
Yeah, same.
that was a real encouraging start for Jerry. And then let's talk about some sideboard choices.
Yeah.
Let's start with Chrono's sideboard. He has another Moisture Farmer. You got to think that's coming in.
Yes.
Obviously he has a turret to bring in, the Sentinel. I can't tell what this card is. This is a
the no disintegrations.
okay. That probably comes in.
Potentially, it can help answer the pose. Chams are an interesting one. So Sabine's not ramping,
Yeah,
and
I
I
don't
think
like
your
Cham
4-drops
here.
are too good
Yeah, I don't
as
like Cham.
Talzin. However, there's some matchups in some decks where you bring the Cham in just as a 5/4 to threaten that Sabine flip.
Yeah.
Turret, obviously, I think is going to be insane. And Chrono does have the 2 turret in the main deck with the 3rd in the sideboard, and he didn't see any of that game. Rivals, Fall, and Devastator are going to be too expensive, so I think we're going to leave those at home. But Owen Lars definitely coming in. I think No Disintegration's coming in. Turret's coming in. And then the Fang Fighters is going to be dependent on the Sabine list.
So looking over the other cameras, it looks like the Quinlan Han is started game 2, and Quinlan has initiatives that usually implies that. Oh, actually, you could give Quinlan initiative.
You can
even
give
if you
Quinlan
want. So
initiative.
this doesn't necessarily tell us who won that game, but maybe we could get our producers to find out who won game 1 in the middle. The Han and Quinlan's already at game 2.
And then if we can swap to the Sabine list.
Let's talk about Sabine's sideboard choices here.
So with Sabine.
Yeah. Third timely comes in.
Yeah,
How
third
about that?
timely comes in.
Yeah.
So the 1 timely intervention, 3 outer rim constables, the 3/1 defeat and upgrade for 2.
I don't think you want the Dark Sabers because they have so much removal, right? Because you're just 2 for 1ing
Yeah,
yourself.
powers and force lightnings and stuff. I
Yeah.
think it's a little scary. Plus,
Don't give blue villain a chance to 2 for 1 you.
they get to see each other's deck lists.
Yeah.
And I think if Darksaber comes in, 4 cost has to come out as well, because then you're going up to 8
too
on
many.
heroics. And so, plus they have so many answers and turret. So
So there's no Sentinels, but there are. Would you bring in the Fighters for Freedom?
there's 3 Fighter for Freedom. I think I might.
It stacks damage.
It's tough if they Tyrannus it,
Mm-hmm.
because it's a clean trade. However, they do play turret. And it would all depend on what you want to take out. Like, there's some Sabine's masterpieces. You're not really fighting for space, and if they land a Thousand Assassin on curve against the Sabine's masterpiece, it gets to kill it for free. Sundari's not great in this matchup either. It's not a huge race. So it looks up on the mid-table. Han 1 is up a game on Quinlan, and I think that makes sense. Quinlan has always struggled into Han 1 a little bit historically.
Well, that means the 2 games we know about were both won by the Wookiees.
By the CCC plus
Yeah.
Curtis and friends. So I think Sabine will probably bring in those outer rim constables, honestly, at least a couple of them, because of those fallen lightsabers. It can occasionally just, like, if Chrono plays the Secretive Stage and he just plays an outer rim constable, defeat the shield. The 3/1 is a scary stat line against Talzin because they can just shrink it, but I think there's enough utility there to
So here's some
bring
hands
those
to
in.
look at. It looks like there's the Fighters for
So
Freedom.
the fighters did come in.
Yep, he's keeping that. I think the cards in the middle of the screen are what he's keeping, and I think
Yes.
the ones behind him is what he's resourcing. I
like-
see a K2, I see a Timely, I see a Fleet Lieutenant, and that must be a 2-drop somewhere in there, because
Yeah.
surely he wouldn't keep a hand
No.
without a 2-drop in
So
Sabine.
in Chrono's hand, it looks like there's a Force Lightning, a Fang Fighter, a Grand Inquisitor. Oh, it's the Acolyte.
The Fang Fighter, that might be a misstep on the sideboarding. He's expecting the Darksaber to come in, perhaps.
Potentially. And there's still a Yoda's lightsaber. And so I think it has enough utility. Like,
Yeah. And it fights in space.
yes.
It would trade with the A-Wing.
Even if Jerry doesn't bring in the Darksaber, it's nice to kind of just cover yourself against the potential that he does bring in the Darksaber. Because,
Yeah.
like, if he does and he has it, it can just be an auto loss if you don't have the answer.
Right. And I know that he just resourced a Cassian, so Sabine has that secret weapon.
Yes.
Where Cassian has been one of the staple cards of all aggro decks. You even run them in your Quinlan, I think.
Yes. Cassian's maybe
It's
one of the
crazy
best cards
good
in the
card.
game.
Yeah, fantastic. What a great design. too.
Yes.
That's how Smuggle should be. Smuggle
Yes.
should be like shockingly game breaking.
Yeah.
And they did that
So
well with Cassian.
this is an interesting choice for Jerry because this Sabine is going to die this turn to the Talzin
Mm-hmm.
ability. And the Acolyte of the Beyond, so if Chrono uses the Force to kill it, it means that he no longer has the Force. But the Acolyte of the Beyond is just sitting there. Whether it attacks or dies, he's going to get the Force back. But you also kind of want to push that 3. My instinct might be to attack the Sabine into the Acolyte and just get the 1 extra on base.
Yeah, and I guess it's too early to use your ECL too. So
Yeah, I think you need to save that for your pose and your records to help answer
100%.
the flip.
Mm-hmm.
But like already on turn 2, this is a big decision.
This Sabine's gonna do.
Looks like he is. Okay, so this is another option. He's forcing Chrono to use. I actually really like this from Jerry.
Yeah.
He's forcing Chrono to use the force if he wants to get
him off the force.
Get the Sabine off the table, and that means he wouldn't have the force for his 4-drops, and his 4-drops are his best cards.
Here comes the Fighters for Freedom we speculated about as a sideboard choice. He had 3 of these in the board, so maybe all 3 came in.
Yes. If Chrono claims here, I'm suspecting a Tyrannus just to kill that Fighters for Freedom, but that gives that Sabine a nice clean answer to the the Darth Tyrannus. It just attacks it for 2, gets the ping for 1.
And this is also showing one of the design space problems we have in blue units is that we're playing this just because it's stat line. Nothing to do with its ability.
Yep.
3 for a 4/4 is just a great stat line for blue units. They don't have a lot of blue
Talzin's
units.
issue, at least especially in the red version, has always been its 3-drops. The 3-drops are not very good. It's like Grand Inquisitor, and even then, that card's not great.
So that's interesting. He chose to take initiative and use first action, use
I
Talzin
think-
instead of doing it last turn.
I think he did not have the Tyrannus, but decided, well, if I use it, he's going to claim, or maybe I'm only sacrificing a ping,
Yeah.
and so I'll give myself the chance to top deck the Tyrannus, and if I don't, then I can just kill the Sabine first action.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to use the Talzin last turn because now you have your Talzin this turn. So now he can't use the Talzin again because he's going to.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have a way to get the force
doesn't have
unless
a
he
force
has
unit.
Ambusher. Yeah,
So
that's true.
flip into Jar Jar. I bet you buffing the Fighters for Freedom to get it out of Grievous range. Yeah.
Wow, what a great play.
Pushing 8 as it stands on board. And no force means the 4-drops aren't that scary. Even a turret here isn't scary. Fighters could bash through the turret directly to base, or can even just kill the turret because there's no force to shrink it since it has the fat power right now from Jar Jar. Looks like we're going into Sabine.
So he's going to put 4 on it.
Does not have the force still, so cannot shrink it, but Talzin flip next turn can shrink it, but probably going to take 2 hits from the Sabine.
Wow. So, I mean, again, this is lining up well for Sabine.
I think I might have attacked with the Sabine first here, because if he slams the turret, then the Sabine gets to do nothing. Yeah. With the Fighters up, you were threatening the turret. Now, we'll see if Jerry has an answer for this turret. He still has 2 resources up.
Would Yoda's lightsaber be an answer?
Yoda's
No.
lightsaber would be enough, but it's
He
just a
doesn't.
Karis.
Right.
Do you sacrifice your Sabine here since it's going to die to Talzin anyway, just to get 2 on that turret and 1 to base?
Because it doesn't have the force, so with the 2 damage is on there. And then you go back to pinging with Sabine, so it's
Yeah.
not that bad a choice. Because you didn't use the Jar Jar on Sabine anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So putting 2 damage on Churret, which you can't do if he has the force token, and then getting back to pinging. People think like, oh, you didn't attack for 3 with Sabine. Yeah, but you're pinging every
Yes,
turn
now
if you
you're
want
pinging.
to. And this is going to give Jerry a lot of ways to kill that Churret. Obviously, first action should be attack with Churret to get the force, I think. But then
Then as
yeah.
Jerry, I think I try and just put the Karis into the turret,
make him use
make
the
him
force.
use the force, and then you can get a spy.
And then the spy could finish him off.
Yes, or it acts as like a sentinel. If the Grievous wants to go and kill the spy, then the Grievous isn't hitting any of your other units, and Jar Jar
True.
can finish the turret.
Also, this might be a time for an ECL if he has a I see a K2SO. A K2SO is an interesting ECL right here.
Yes,
That's really interesting.
it's not enough to kill the turret right now with
Yeah.
the force, but I think I first action put the Karis in the turret, see what he does,
Yeah.
without knowing 100% of what's in his hand. It looks like it might be 2 K2SOs, a Sabine's Masterpiece, and is that like a Rebel Assault?
The Sabine Masterpiece could be good too. Because
Yeah.
I mean, we don't see CJ's hand as much, but if he can't interact with that Masterpiece in space, he'll just get there with the Masterpiece getting huge.
It is a Rebel Assault. So
Does that help him kill? The
yes, because
turret?
even if no, I don't think so.
Wait,
But
3, 4. Use the force to. Well, he could have with the fighters for free. No, nothing.
but
with
now
that,
he
no.
can with the Rebel Assault attack with the Fighters for Freedom just straight to
To the
base
Yeah, he revealed the K2SO.
to get a spy.
Yep.
And then
And
that's
then-
gonna go
Ooh,
into the
whoa,
turret. I don't know about
whoa.
that.
Maybe he forgot the Saboteur on the Fighters for Freedom. Yeah.
He did use the Force now, so it can't just be shrunk by Talzin's ability. But
Because then you have the spy token that's ready to do that. Yeah, I would have gone to base with that damage. And
think-
you have 2 units to finish off Chariot.
yes, I think I would have gone base as well.
Yeah. But
5 resources up. Talzin's still flipping.
yeah.
This is looking better for Chrono. I think that turret really put a brick wall on the game. Though the Fighters for Freedom has been impressive. Its Stealth 1 is threatened with the Saboteur. So that was a good sideboard from Jerry, but this Jar Jar, I think he's debating whether he wants to try and clear the board or go base, because I like going base because he has 2 1-health units, and Talzin on flip can only shrink one of them, and so it kind of forces it to attack into the other.
Yeah, and it feels like you need to keep your exchanges, your unit removal for force units.
Yes.
I mean, this, other than the stat line, there's nothing really interesting going on with that general.
So I said
He flipped.
yes, and we know he has K2s. If there's a wrecker in hand, I think Jerry is not looking terrible because he can ECL wrecker next turn, but this is all dependent on whether or not CJ just slams a lightsaber here.
Yeah, lightsaber would be so good.
Because he can't ECL Poe this turn.
Does the lightsaber keep it out of wrecker range on an ECL?
It does not, but it lets it trade.
Okay, the trading is really important.
Yes, and he would only take 2 overwhelm. Jerry could decide, I just want to ambush your Grievous, deal 5 to your Talzin, and make you trade into my...
As expected, he plays out the K2SO.
Yeah.
No reason to ambush it, because he would...
Yes. And he's putting a lot of pressure on Talzin's -1/-1, because it kind of wants to shrink the K2 to be able to kill the K2, but also wants to shrink these 1-health units. It does look like Jerry might have missed his Fighters for Freedom trigger.
No, he didn't. I think he went to 11. Wasn't he already...
I thought he was already at I might have missed that myself. But...
Oh, maybe he's catching it now.
Now he's catching it now, and they just took an action.
It's not a May trigger, so it's got to... You got to... I don't think it's a May trigger.
They might be discussing this at the table. It looks like
I wasn't paying
something.
attention to the life totals as well. So.
Yeah. I think they missed it, but... So attacks base with the Talzin, puts 3 on the ECL, and then shrinks the Fighters for Freedom to take it out.
Hey, Courtney, you want to go let them know they missed a trigger on them? It's when
Fighters for Freedom on the K2S.
Fighters for Freedom, K2D trigger, a point of damage.
But while this is going, the Force Lightning took out the K2SO, taking no damage from that.
Oh, beautiful play by CJ.
Yeah, I know.
Force Lightning is so good.
This is why I don't know if the
Yes.
Talzin deck's going to run No Glory, because it does such similar things
Yeah.
there, right? Obviously, he doesn't get the 3 damage back to Jerry, but it's way more resource efficient to do it that way. It only cost him 2. He got to develop his board still. Very powerful. So we have it's a May.
It's a May.
So the
he
Fighters
can't-
for Freedom is a
in
May
fact,
trigger, so
forgot
he
it,
did
can't-
miss.
Okay. Can't go back now.
ECL Poe and Wrecker could still blow this game open a little bit, but it's definitely looking a lot better for CJ. He has a lot of
But
pressure on
there
board
still
himself.
isn't any restore on the board, so he can keep dirtling around here and keep in control of the board and keep stacking some damage on the ECL. But
Yeah.
a Wrecker would be huge right now. I can't see what's in his hand.
The Talzin does get to turn the
Okay.
corner very fast with things
I
like
think
the
CJ's
Sun
in
and
great shape
Devastator.
if that's his only play right now.
Yeah.
Because that masterpiece is not long for this world.
Yeah.
And he's having to play what I call a naked fleet lieutenant that doesn't get to do anything.
Just
I think
sit
CJ's
out
in
there.
great shape. And
Yeah.
I really want us to see a game 3.
Yes, I think this is going to go to
Not just because we're
game
big fans of KTOD, but
Yeah.
because I really want to see a good thing.
We just want to see as much Star Wars Unlimited as we can.
Yeah. I see Stevie is in chat. Hey, Stevie. Stevie Gets, one of our favorite people.
Oh, yeah.
He's for a couple of decades now has been a top TCG player, one of the founding 4 of KTOD. So, yeah.
So no disintegrations on the Fleet Lieutenant. Just CJ being extra careful, just trading into the board. Don't let any ground units survive. I do think he needs to turn the corner quickly. ECL still up, and I think with the pace of this game, Chrono knows that there's no Poe, there's no Wrecker, because he would have done that over the last couple turns.
I think actually Chrono can just race him now.
I think so as well, but
think he just goes
a top decked
base,
Poe or Wreckers
top deck
gets
Poe, yeah.
scary because
what
it would
Sabine keeps pinging themselves. It really makes the racing options
Yes.
high here.
with the answer for the Sabine's masterpiece.
He'll have
I
Fatal
think,
on board if he hits for 2 right now with this. Oh, but he took out the.
I
he's
think this is
playing
fine.
it super safe. CJ knows his way around a Sabine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, playing it super safe. If he had stacked the damage though, I think that's just too. It's just 2 actions.
Yeah,
to kill him.
But playing it super safe, especially with the answer for the Sabine's masterpiece, I think it's totally safe to clear the board. I don't know. I bet you he sides out Devastators. He might even side out the Sun, but I think you need a finisher against the Sabine, especially if the matchup plays like this. And I think it can often lets the game go an extra turn or 2, and the Sun can just shut the door in 1 turn.
That's a good point.
As a surprise.
That would, and we're only at how much damage left to go here?
14
9?
for
Yeah.
Chrono and then 9 for the Sabine
9.
player, Jerry.
So he has Fatal on the board right now.
Yeah.
So got to use the ECL. There's
Yes.
no getting around it. I don't know
Yep.
what you're holding, but you got an ECL right now. We have an update. Tata won game 1 over Nick's P at red, and Wu came back from the dead and won game 2. So we're gonna have a game 3 between Curtis and Wu. We'll try to switch over there if we get a chance, but that one may wrap up before we do. And then we can all enjoy the old man musings of Dan Tata as he plays a super slow, long-taking Ray Dedaball deck.
And it
We'll have
looks
plenty of time for that one.
it looks like we're going to go to game 3 here very
Yeah.
shortly. Chrono finishing off the
Yep.
ECL base,
Yeah, GG. Yep, going
and we go to game 3.
turn it to a race there was the way to go.
Yep.
Yep. Well played by CJ.
Yes.
I mean, he showed all of his skills there, and every play line was tight. Every
Yep.
choice was right.
And we really saw the impact it showed at that game. It slowed the
Yeah.
game down just an extra turn, and that's all CJ needs.
Because he has one in his sideboard, I think, and that's what he brought in, right? Did
Yeah,
have
he
a
has
turn?
one side
Yeah.
in the sideboard, but 2 in the main deck.
So definitely increased his chances to 3.
Yes.
And I didn't see another. Did we see a Fang Fighter? I'm trying to remember. I think we did. He resourced
I
it.
think he resourced it. So respecting
Yeah.
the Darksaber, which I totally understand.
Yeah. You can get blown out by Darksaber.
I think you can sideboard out the Devastators for sure, and you have 1 Churret, 1 Owen. You definitely want to bring in Notice Integrations and 2 Fang Fighters, so that's 5 total cards. If you're trying to find 3 more slots, let's call it work and come out if you don't have the initiatives to start. There's 2 of those in the main deck. Cad Bane can be a little clunky. It can be very powerful in this matchup, but I feel like it can be a little clunky. Sudden Ferocity maybe as well.
It's nice though with the -1/-1. You can put something
That's
in
true.
range
That's true.
of the Cad Bane, which needs 2 health on the unit to
And
kill
you have
it.
no real other 5 drops. I'm wondering if you want your flip turn to often look like a 3 plus a 2 in this matchup, and if a 5 is just not enough against if they're going wide.
And maybe in an emergency pinch, but it has plot.
Yeah.
So you could give something -1, flip, attack, give it another -1.
Yeah.
Oh no, you couldn't do it. You have to give it -1, then flip and
And then
plot
defeat
and
it.
get
Yeah.
defeated that way. Yeah. So it's useful.
Yes.
Yeah. And then Stevie said he saw Devastators in there still.
Kept at least 1 Devastator in. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Maybe he sideboard out the Sun instead. I think you want like 1 to 2 top end cards, just because we saw in that game they got to 7 or 8 resources, and if the board is tight and like
Well, Devastator's so versatile.
yeah, the thing is. Jerry, the Sabine player, is very action dense. Like, he hits you for 7, he hits you for 8 in the mid to late game. And Talzin is often hitting, unless they have the lightsabers, they're only hitting you for like 3 or 4.
We're just off the angle we need to see their hand. We've got to coach these people how to do that, how to show the streamers.
Yeah.
JP's asking who Stevie's rooting for. I'm
I
pretty sure
really-
it's his best friend CJ.
Yeah, I don't. If I can make one guess, I'd bet a lot of money on that.
I agree with Stevie's sentiment here. Hey, that's okay. There's a lot of people who are coming into the community who don't know maybe who
Yeah.
KTOD is.
Yeah.
KTOD has a fantastic Patreon and a Discord that we all love to be in. You're super active in it. I'm
Yes.
super active
Yeah.
in it. And Stevie's one of the 4 founders of KTOD. And CJ is on the competition team for KTOD.
Yes.
He's one of the kind of founders of the SWU competition team. He's
Yep.
been there from the beginning. With the Jim brothers. Did I say that right? Jim?
Jim, I believe so, yeah. So, I think I see a Karis, a Forecause, and a K2? Maybe a Sabine unit. I think that's a Sabine unit. And then he's deciding between a Poe and a Fighters for Freedom. Looks like we have a teammate coming in here to give a hand, decide, help him resource.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at chat. JPC was pulling our leg the whole time. You're in first, Stevie.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Sabine unit, I think, is the best starter against the Talzin deck. The 2/4s are hard to deal with, but if they ever start with one of the 2/2 shieldeds, Sabine gets to eat it for free.
Yeah, and this is one you really want to have initiative when you lead with a Sabine unit.
Yeah.
With Sabine, so that's fine. It's too early to make any predictions about Game 3 here, but you definitely was good for Jerry that he had initiative with his Sabine unit.
So he didn't have it, but a Fleet Lieutenant could be real powerful here, being able to do 4 to the Karis and then 1 to the base, keep CJ off the force.
And we're about to see why Talzin's so good.
Yeah.
They're about to use that force, I'm sure, to kill that Sabine unit.
There's a Fighters for Freedom again, though.
But last game we saw him take initiative first, but he has the actions here to still spend. So
Yeah.
it's a whole difference. Again, the SWU is so different if you start with initiative or not. Because if Jerry,
Oh, that's brutal, though. A Force Lightning just acting as an open fire,
Yeah.
keeping the Sabine's board clear.
I don't know that Jerry hates it so much because that means the K2 is a little safer, perhaps.
K2 safer.
Yeah.
There's only 2/2 on board.
Yeah.
You're about to flip.
Yeah.
Could be a pretty explosive turn here.
because it definitely want to. SWU's a game where you feel like you want to fight with units.
Yes.
And control the board by I kill a unit, your unit doesn't kill me back, and now I'm getting stronger on the board.
100%.
And Force Lightning is great when you turn off an ability, but there was no ability to turn off there, so it
Yeah.
really was just like you said, an open fire. But it was like.
So now Chrono, we had a Sabine ping to start the turn, and Chrono attacks with the Karis. This turns it back on the Force for things like the Talisman's Assassin and the Dark Tyrannus, and Karis is such a Karis Nemec. There's another Karis on the battlefield.
Oh, the Chirrut.
Chirrut's brutal.
Let's go, CJ. That's gonna be tough. There's no. Is there Force? Yeah, he has the Force
He does
too.
have the Force.
CJ being very faithful to the FFG designers, using
Yes.
the actual Force token for everybody. It's easy to see it at home that he has the Force turned on.
I did like Jerry's play of playing the Nemec there because it played around the other two fours very well. With Dark Tyrannus can't ambush it because it has hidden, and if the Talisman Assassin shrinks it, it means you can get a spy out of it. But the Chirrut, I don't know if there's a way to play around that one. That one's really tough to deal with.
This is an intense game 3.
Yeah.
And Team Shoot First has a question, and we'll come back to that in a minute after this game 3 because I think we're super deep into this.
Yeah.
But I do want to answer your question. Thanks for the great stream comment, Sandy. All right, let's see.
Looks like he's
There's
gonna
the flip. That's
Is there a Jar Jar down there?
he's looking.
Okay.
There it is.
He decides
and
he
now
wants-
you're going to have to give it to Sabine to at least start chewing through that Chirrut.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it looks like CJ claims Jerry may be trying to bait CJ into shrinking the Jar Jar with the Talisman, but CJ's way too sharp for that. He knows what's up.
All right, we need to go tell him that was too much damage was put on.
Yes, it should.
Hey, go tell him too much damage was put on Chirrut.
There should only be 2 on
There
the
only should be
Chirrut.
2 on the Chirrut. No. it was
He
messed
triggered
up.
the Force. He just
Yep.
has the wrong amount of damage.
Yep, and that's really funny for me that CJ messed that up because he's played so many Sabines in his life. Like, what are you doing, CJ? You know Sabine hits for 2, not 3. The
Yes.
extra damage goes to the base. It
Yep.
doesn't go to the unit. Unless I'm missing something. There's nothing on the board I can
No, it
see that
should
would
be
pump
4.
that by 1.
It should-
Okay.
yep, there we go.
They fixed it. Good. I'm glad we told them.
Yep.
Yep.
So
See, we're equal opportunity fairness.
exactly.
We pointed out a trigger last game for Jerry, pointing out something good for CJ this game.
Yep.
And it is super early in the morning here, so we're all making little play mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. And we've all been playing 17 rounds of SWU over
Yes,
the past 3
which
days.
has been amazing.
It's
I'll
been
do
so
it
much
again
fun.
tomorrow. Let's play
Oh,
another
yeah.
17 rounds. This game is so epic, and it's really fun playing with your friends.
Yes.
I mean, that's really what the strength of the 3v3
Yeah.
is the strategy. And like when we sit there and start talking to each other, like I show you
Yeah.
my hand, I'm like, oh, Mickey, what's that resource here?
Exactly.
I
It
mean-
makes winning feel better and losing feel not as bad.
Yeah, and you gave me great advice. I won on stream today, like the first round, but the stream couldn't tell, but you were giving me good advice the whole time. It's like
Yeah.
it's a team effort when we
Yes.
win and do well. Yeah, it's super fun.
So it looks like this is going to be an ECL Poe.
Yeah, it's powerful. I wonder if you should have waited for the flip though.
I think he's going to try and clear the board and make him deal with this entire board with just the Talisman flip and what he has in hand.
We have good news for KTOD. Quinlan Tarkentown, piloted by the great Wu, has just beaten Curtis 2-1, who was on the Han 1 yellow.
Yes.
So one
That's it.
victory now. So if this game 3 goes to CJ, that's it.
Yep.
KTOD is through to the finals, defending their crown. Wu has an amazing Patreon. You can find it at I am Wu with 5 O's.
Yes.
I've been in that Patreon many times, and he does great work and is also part of the KTOD competition team.
So it looks like what happened there, the ECL Poe discarded a card to deal 2 to the Karis, take that out. Karis used the Force to shrink the Sabine to take the Sabine out, and then Poe ambushes into the Chirrut to take the Chirrut out. Now we have an empty board from CJ with a Talisman flip, only 5 damage on his base. Staring down, though, Karis Nemec and a Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah. And Steve has a great idea in chat about, we talked about yesterday, doing the sealed team event. That'd be sick. Because in the future, the Bothan Invitationals are going to have 2 pools of 3v3.
Yes.
We could do one constructed pool and do 1 sealed pool. So in the same weekend, your team could play both events. That'd be sick. And I know CardsHQ, which has great product here, would love to sell extra product doing the sealed
Yeah.
event.
What round this is? This is the semifinals of the team event.
Yes. We started with like 44 teams or something,
Yep.
and we are down to the final 4 teams, the 4 of the representing 4 of the best teams in SWU,
Yeah.
KTOD, Bothans, McClunky, and Colorado Cantina crew.
Now it looks like
He's going to base, stacking some base damage, which is that's a curious choice. I guess he wants to keep his Talisman alive.
Tyrannus being able to take
Ambush
up the
was
Poe.
nice, yeah. So he's getting the board back. Okay.
So the other table is on a game 3.
Okay. So
George lost in 2.
Okay.
The other 2 are in game 3.
Okay.
Okay. Oh,
So
on the other
update
semifinal.
for the
Okay.
other semifinal.
Got it.
George
From Bothan Network.
lost in 2,
So Bothan Network's down a match.
but the other
Uh,
two games are in game 3.
And those
So,
are just two of the best players we have on our team
Yeah.
battling.
Crispy and Jeff Creasy.
And Jeff Creasy,
You've
of
been
course.
seeing Jeff Creasy all weekend, I'm sure.
So I put a lot of trust in them to pull that
Yes.
out.
Yeah,
If
I think
anyone
they
can
can.
do it, those players can.
Yes.
But they're playing the undefeated,
McClunky Gaming.
yep, Goliath of the tournament, who lost in the finals to KTOD, the first Bothan Invitational.
So back to the game here.
Oh, I see a scoop.
It looks like
What
John
happened?
Tata must have won on table 1 is my guess. Ophir won on table 2, Wu. And so my guess is the KTOD team won the match 2-0 without needing to resolve this third game. That is my guess as to what happened here.
Okay,
Yep.
that's it. That's exactly what happened. So KTOD is into the finals, defending their crown.
Somehow the Sabine matchup was the slowest matchup of the table.
That was not what we expected. We thought we were going to get this one, get it done quick, move over to. I have to retract my earlier comment about Tata playing a slow old man deck.
Yep.
But what a fantastic event. So I don't know if we're going to see if we can get anybody in here for an interview. I don't know what that hand signal means from our producer, but oh, we're going face cam.
Yeah.
What's up, stream?
Howdy.
Wow, way to go, KTOD,
Yeah.
blowing through.
Back
that
to the
match.
finals.
That was super fast. It feels like we just started.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be an epic. It could very well be a rematch of Bothan Invitational 1. It
Yep.
sounds like if McClunky's who's
McClunky
up right
versus
now,
KTOD.
if they hold on though, that would be another McClunky. Does McClunky get their revenge?
Yeah.
Does KTOD double crown it?
Yeah.
That's,
we'll find out.
Yeah, that's exciting though. So earlier in chat, I think someone asked a question about how we do the event. So when the two teams come together, you reveal your base and your leader, all 3 players. Generally in Swiss, there's an initiative roll. Here, higher seed gets to choose.
Yeah.
You choose if you want your team to sit one of those combinations down, and then the other team puts all 3 down. So they're picking one of the matchups, and then your original team that puts their other 2 down.
Yes.
And it's super strategic. We
Yeah.
spent hours talking about going into the
Practicing
match
how the
today.
draft works.
But we have a guest
A special
joining
guest.
us. Let's get these seats around here. Can you grab that box right there, John? And you can come sit on that between us. Let's get in here and let John get in here. You did it.
Thank
Back to
you.
the finals,
Yep.
baby.
Back to the finals.
You guys like snuck in as a 7 seed.
Yep.
You had a winning in Friday.
Yep. Yeah, round 6 winning in on Friday. We got paired down last round, so we couldn't ID, so we had to win.
All right. My first question for you, Tata.
Yeah.
How did you win so fast?
Yeah, you're deck.
Yeah,
we
so-
thought we were gonna go to you as the backup
Yeah.
match.
So I don't know if anyone saw any of my.
We didn't. We were
games,
just
yeah.
on the. We thought the Sabine ECL would go fast, so we were gonna
Right.
show that
Yeah,
and switch
sure.
to you.
So what had happened was,
What happened was.
so game 1 he had kind of a bricky draw, which is what Piet tends to do, like 1 every 8, 9, 10 games.
Yep.
And I had a really good start where I can flood the board, just control the ground. So by the time he could play his big ships, like his flip turn was basically flip, like play nothing. So no big ship. So we had a weird spot where on the 6th resource turn.
Hey, John, get in here close.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Matter of fact, you take my seat.
Okay.
You're the star of the show now, John.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
just had a weird
Talk
spot
right
on
into that mic.
on the sixth resource turn. He passed instead of doing something, so I was able to claim without flipping Ray.
Yeah.
And just slam my Luke immediately to kill his Piet. So his 7 turn was totally.
Then he
great.
has no 8, yeah.
so he can't play an 8. I have a Luke can play it, at that point.
Yep.
So game went on for a little while, and then I eventually, grinded it out. Game 2 was just essentially he had his best draw, but I had all restore units with the queen, and I just outraced them by 1 action. So that's why it was so
Sick.
fast.
Close.
It was Ray aggro. I killed him on my 6th resource turn. And,
Nice. Before the salvo can
yep.
really matter. I'm curious. We missed the draft and seeding portion of it. How did that go? Because
Walk us through the draft.
I assume. Did you see it first?
No,
Were you
they
the
had
higher seed?
initiative. Did they choose to sit
They
first?
they choose to sit first.
Okay.
The main reason is because the only thing that they can't have happen absolutely is the Han versus Ray.
Yeah.
Because that's extremely favorable for Ray. So what they have to do is they either have to sit Piet first or Sabine.
Yes, sir.
Sabine.
I think sitting the Sabine first the Piet first makes the most sense because
most flexible.
it's at least 50-50, I think, into all those matchups.
Yeah, so I think what they were thinking is that they wanted the Piet versus the Ray,
Yeah, I think so. Generally, too.
which I don't I don't disagree with.
Yeah,
It seems
just
fine.
match it. You play the games for a reason.
Yeah, but in our testing, we found that like the Piet deck isn't that overwhelmingly favorited into Ray. Ray has a lot of interaction. We play main deck,
The hyperspace
yeah,
disasters.
right. 3 fells,
Yeah.
1 rivals fall, ramp.
You have answers.
So we have ways to interact.
They usually have to stick like 2 big ships in a
Usually
turn.
they have to have a second 10-cost Devastator.
Yeah.
And then if they do that and have all the other things, like they can pull it out.
Yeah.
If not, I don't want to say Ray's favorited, but like I feel really good going in.
Yeah, there's
to,
a
like
game
6,
plan
7,
there.
8 resource turn. So I was fine with that.
So who did they sit first?
So they sat the Sabine first.
Okay.
And then we
so
opted.
Chrono wanted to do that.
Yeah, we thought that. So Wu didn't want to play Sabine. That's a
I
pretty
agree
bad,
with that.
Pretty bad matchup. So the options are either I play Sabine, which is very favorable for me, or Talzin does. and
But
it's
then you're
favorable for
sticking Talzin into the Piet most
Yeah,
likely,
yeah.
and that's probably
which is worse than Ray, but
Probably.
it's still not that bad because he has the card that deals damage equal to their health -1.
no disintegrations.
Yeah, he has
Yep.
that. He has Force Lightnings, but
Yep.
it's still harder to interact.
Yeah, because it like Piet can do a decent enough job of keeping force units off the board in the late game, so the force lightning kind of gets turned off.
Yeah.
So, and then Han, I'm curious how Wu won the game, because Han 1 has generally been a bit tricky for Quinlan. It's a different kind of matchup. I imagine early Target Towns and Falcons, but like Holler can be difficult to deal with. So I'm curious how those games played out.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of his game. I know game 1, he said that like it was really back and forth, and he felt like it was pretty even. Game 2 and
Well, we
3.
got to note that Han won game 1. Is that,
Yeah,
is that
right,
right?
yeah.
Okay, just for the
Right.
audience at home who doesn't
Yeah.
realize.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
happened.
Wu lost game 1. He
Yeah.
said it was very close. But then after sideboard, he sideboards in the blue aces.
Yes, which helps a ton in that kind of matchup.
And game, I didn't see much of game 2, so I don't
Yeah.
know how he won. But game 3, his hand going into the 4 resource turn, it was like double blue ace, like maybe a red 5 and something else.
Yeah, just all space to fight
And then
up there.
and then Curtis only had a fast falcon,
Mm.
so Wu claimed without attacking with his units, just so he can blue ace that
Don't let him stick a pilot on it.
Yeah,
Makes a lot of sense.
So he just kept his board clear, so he couldn't ever pilot.
Yeah.
And then if the Han deck can't pilot, then they can't chunk him for enough.
Yep.
You know?
And then the Han 1 yellow especially, they're not going to ramp up to a 7-on-4.
Yeah.
And a 7-on-5, Quinlan has a much easier time of answering. Either they can, if they still have Target Ton up, they can use that, or if they like flip Ferocity, Plo Koon can often answer these 7s.
yeah,
So
yeah. That's the main thing. Is the blue ace is like the best card in that matchup. Like
Yeah.
Han 1 has no clean ways to really deal with
Yeah.
it.
See Wu standing.
so-
I don't know, Wu. Yeah.
Yep.
You want to come be on camera? Yeah.
Yep.
Let's get Wu in here. You can have my seat, and we can.
Yeah.
So
you
he-
guys can talk.
he
it
can
over.
talk about
You wanna
how
do
it went
the interview with
himself.
Wu?
Sure.
Yeah. Great. Okay.
Talk about some
Let me
Quinlan.
Let me get Wu. You can have the chair.
Yeah.
Oh, we may need the mic though. So if you
Yeah,
can sit
that's
here,
fine,
John,
yeah.
and let Wu have the mic so everybody can hear him.
Yeah.
Hey, come sit at the mic.
So
We're excited to hear about your match. Congratulations.
Yep.
Big win. You're back in the finals.
back in the
Yeah.
finals.
We're going back.
Been in your house.
Did the other match end yet? Do we
No.
know?
So I'm curious. So you dodged Sabine. I heard they sat Sabine first. Want to dodge Sabine. Totally agree with that. The Han 1 is still not like super great. It can be a little bit tricky. It's better probably than the Han 1 green because they don't have to deal with Chewbacca's and the ramp, which is tough. I heard about the blue aces in the sideboard. How did you feel like before they sat anything? How did you feel about the deck pairings? Like in an ideal world, who would play what if you got to pick all 3 matchups?
I think he would play the Han Yellow.
Han.
It's kind of free for Ray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I would play Piet.
And
Yeah.
CJ
And
would.
CJ, they would have still
Yeah.
had Talzin.
CJ into sure.
Yeah, Sabine.
So that seems like in a pretty good solution. And then in the opposite world, what matchups would you like not want to see? What would be the worst lineup
The
for
worst,
you?
I think, would be probably him and the Sabine, me,
Yeah.
me and the Piet, and then
Han
Han
into
and
Talzin.
That would
Okay.
have been like probably unfavored in all 3.
Yeah.
But like the way that the seeding draft works,
It was
is
never.
It was never going to
never
happen.
gonna happen,
But
right.
like,
but that is the worst.
yeah, this is the kind of things that at least we were doing to figure out how we wanted to see as like, all right, let's find out the worst possible scenario, the best possible scenario,
Yeah.
and then what one matchup do we want to protect? And it looked like you guys chose Quinlan versus Sabine as the one matchup you wanted to protect.
Yeah.
So looks like we might get CJ in here as well. The full KTOD team.
Hey, you guys are doing an interview without me? Wow, what's going on with this?
So congratulations. We saw those first 2 games.
Yep.
Chert seemed to really make a difference.
Big, and I only have 2 in the main deck.
Yeah.
So But what you want to do in that Sabine matchup is ideally force unit into a 3-cost removal spell.
Yes.
To be able to force a 2-for-1
Yep.
on that next turn with Talzin's ability.
And then your 4 drops
And then turret.
are super.
Yeah, but I don't have turret.
Game 1 was very interesting because like there was a lot of damage from hand with the 4 causes double wrecker, and like he showed you a 4 cause with Nemec, he showed you a 4 cause with the defeat of the
I
wrecker.
knew it was coming, yeah.
Yeah, and he just had the double to back it up.
It's funny because I still had the math without the second wrecker.
Yeah.
Which is wild.
Yeah, and we were looking at his hand. His hand was like, I think 4 cause timely wrecker at some point.
And we knew I think he had discarded 4 cards off the first wrecker, so I
Yeah.
know there wasn't a third one. So
Yeah.
I had the math. But
Yeah.
obviously timely wrecker, right?
Timely wrecker is
Good card,
busted.
I've heard.
Yep, 3. It's hard to beat 2 4 cause, 2 wreckers with ambush. That's in any matchup.
And it's pretty funny. I've been actually working with Jerry, who I played in that.
Yeah,
I've been actually
yeah.
coaching him
Nice.
on Sabine, so we've been working it for the last
Quick update.
weeks.
They're going to they're playing game 3 of match 3. It's 1-1 Bothan and McClunky.
Okay,
This
so-
game 3 between Crispy's game 3 is going to decide the whole.
So there's a deciding matchup. Game 3 of match 3.
Versus,
So we could have a rematch of teams in the finals this time.
McClunky
if-
versus
Yeah,
KTOD.
if they
Yep.
win and if
Did
Bothan
you guys
wins.
play the McClunky team in Swiss?
We did not.
No.
You did not. Okay. Did you play the other Bothan team in Swiss?
We did not.
Okay.
We
Okay.
played Ian's team.
You played Ian's team in Swiss, and Ian had played the McClunky team.
Right.
So both of these will be fresh matchups for you.
Yes.
Have you done any thought onto the lineups and how those are going to line up
You're
into
giving us
other
way
decks?
too much credit.
we have briefly talked about what
We're
we
also
do.
not gonna say it.
Yeah,
out
on the stream, obviously. But
We
have you
talked
guys thought about
what
it?
we would do against the space?
Yeah, just in case.
George's lineup, but the other I don't even know what the other teams even playing.
Talzin yellow.
Anakin Data Vault and Hanfor Tarkin
Yeah.
is your list.
So,
So
with those lineups, I think that we'd probably rather play the BN team. But
Yeah, we
like,
win it, right? We just win it.
Yeah,
Yep.
it doesn't matter either way. Like we're here to.
yeah, at the end of the
know,
day,
keep winning.
matchups are going to happen, and you're just going to play the games and
Yep.
can
All we
win or
can do.
lose. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think if we want, we can go to a break. Congratulations
Thank you.
on back-to-back finals.
Thanks,
I hope to
buddy.
see you guys.
Appreciate it.
Unless it's against BN, I hope to see you take it down. All righty. And with that, we're going to go to a break, and we will be back with the final soon.
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. Josh Snyder here, back in the booth. Jeff Creasy. Jeff was actually on the team that made it all the way to the semifinal match and just barely lost out. Couldn't make it to the final, so now he's back in the booth. But what a run for you guys.
It was a ton of fun. It was a lot of fun. The team was fun. The guys are great. These team events are obviously a ton of fun, and it was a super close matchup too. Not to brag, but I won my round. But yeah, it was the McClunky guys are great. It was a really good back and forth, and slightly unhappy to be here casting with you. But how unhappy can you be here casting casting with Josh?
This is great. We're about to see an epic final match, to say the least. It is a rematch of the team event finals from the first ever Bothan Invitational back in March earlier this year. It was KTOD versus McClunky Gaming, and they are set to face off once again. KTOD trying to go back to back and be the only team event Star Wars Unlimited champions. Now, we do have some new players. There are some new faces on these teams. You've got Chrono stepping in Alex Blandon's place, so one new player on the KTOD team. We have two different players on the McClunky Gaming team. Getsu, the only one returning to that particular team, joined by Eric or Grumpy Elephant, and also Brandon. So it's going to be exciting. The rematch. Can McClunky get some revenge over KTOD?
They've got a shot, I think. They've got some really, I would say KTOD's list, their decks are a lot more standard. And we're getting into the draft here. So KTOD, I would say, with the standard, the more standard lineup. So you're going to see KTOD's decks on the right there with the Ray Data Vault, the Talzin Red, and the Quinlan Tarkentown. And then McClunky went a little bit off the beaten path with it. I think Han4 Tarkentown is a really good, solid meta deck. McClunky has shown out today with this Anakin Data Vault. And then this Talzin Yellow is kind of an interesting take on Talzin that we haven't really seen at a big event before. And they're sitting the Talzin Yellow first. Now, this is a very slow and grindy kind of control-y deck. So if they put Ray Data Vault into this, we're going to be here for a while.
That's right.
But the matchups for the matchups against Quinlan and against Talzin Red, I think that the Talzin Yellow has game into all of those, which is why they put it out there first. They're making KTOD make a decision for a matchup they haven't played much against with a little bit more of an off-meta deck. A lot of people have seen this Anakin Green by now and kind of understand what it's trying to do, so this is still the biggest wild card. One of the things I like in 3v3s, and one thing that my team did, was we said, okay, we're going to put our wild card out first because you don't know the matchups.
Yeah.
And make you make a mistake and give us the matchups that we want.
And I think it's also interesting, too, because if you are able to seat first, you do have that ability to put out your wild card, and also something that you feel can't be easily targeted, right?
Yeah.
And that's the point. They can't easily target this. We are going to see it's going to be that grindy matchup that you talked about.
Yeah.
Ray Data Vault being aligned with the Talzin Yellow, and then we see now we've got the other side, McClunky Gaming. Han4 Tarkentown is going to face off against Quinlan Tarkentown and Anakin Data Vault versus Mother Talzin Red Force. So there are matchups for the finals.
This should be a very good matchup for the Han4 Tarkentown into the Quinlan. Quinlan can struggle a lot with space aggro and especially pilot leaders, and can't really do anything to deal with that Han explosive flip turn. A lot of that comes down to, is the Quinlan playing Bamboozle main deck or side? And if it's main deck, then the Han 4 player, Brandon, knows that he can just do, if it's sideboard, he knows he can do whatever he wants game one. He can have these crazy sudden frosty flip turns. He can do a lot of things like that. And if it is in the sideboard, if it's in the main deck, then he has to play around that a little bit, but it's still not that bad to play around. And it's really the only relevant card in the matchup, I think. He is playing 2 main deck for Wu. Yeah, we'll stick with this matchup for now. So this is Wu's Quinlan Tarkentown against Brandon's Han 4 Tarkentown. This will probably be a quick matchup either way. And the main thing that we see here is looking at Wu's list. He does have 2 Bamboozles main deck. So how risky is Brandon going to be? Courtney, the other way around for the names. How how much is Brandon just gonna make Wu have to have the bamboozle, and is he gonna have it? Like I think what I would like to see from Brandon, knowing these boozles are main deck, is something like you have 3 ships out and you flip Han onto one, and then you sudden ferocity a different one. So that's weaker to waylay but stronger against bamboozle. So like I think diversifying your threats can kind of spread Wu's resources a little bit more thin, as opposed to saying if you have bamboozle now you might win.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the big question right now for this matchup, because overall, like you mentioned, it is kind of tough for these Quinlan Tarkentown decks to deal with the Space Arena super effectively. So we'll see how Wu goes into this matchup. I know I was talking a little bit to Mickey D, who was also playing Quinlan Tarkentown, and he was talking about, look, I can be very aggressive myself with Quinlan, so there's a lot of situations where you may just have to get into a position where you need to race and you just need to present more damage a little more efficiently, a little quicker, because one thing he was talking about was the action efficiency, because I feel like the Quinlan deck, he said, as the Quinlan deck can put out more damage per action in general, because you have a lot of cheap space units that are kind of chipping away, and so that was kind of what Mickey was talking about. So we'll see if that kind of lines up with how Wu plays into this matchup.
The reason the bamboozle is so important is because Wu is going to be able to get in damage on the ground. They both have 25 HP bases. So are we going to, is Wu going to be able to build up a big enough advantage that one bamboozle, one waylay, one slowdown is going to get him across the finish line? Yeah. Or is Brandon going to be able to say, I had this explosive turn that let me catch up and win this damage race? Quinlan has a lot of lines. It's not a terribly unfavored matchup either way. I think it's fairly close. I just think that I think Han 4 is a little bit favored.
Right.
The bamboozles help bring it back closer to even, though, for sure.
And again, the other 2 matchups, as we saw them get picked here, it was the Towson Yellow versus Ray Data Vault, which of course is going to be the super grindy match. And then Anakin Data Vault versus the Towson Red Force, which, Chrono has been piloting so well throughout this event. He's been on a roll with it. So, again, Towson is one of those decks. Hasn't been crazy represented, hasn't had those big numbers, but has won the largest events that we've had yet in Star Wars Unlimited history.
Yeah, definitely. It's a deck that was very good when it had Force Throw and pretty good without it. It's kind of the way that I would describe that Towson Red deck. Yeah. I really like not only the things that this Anakin Data Vault deck does, but the way that Grumpy Elephant plays it. Yes. He's really good. One of the things that you want to watch for, if we get to see some of that matchup, is he'll delay his flip turn, especially against something like Talzin. He'll basically just hold you hostage with this Anakin and say, if you damage my base, my Anakin gets bigger. I'm going to hit you with this Queen Amidala, these spy tokens, these little guys here and there, until you get to the point where you have to tap out to play something. Yeah. And then he flips and hits you for the last 9. Wow. And he plays this Anakin as the finisher in the 6, 7, 8 resource turn potentially. And it's a really cool build. I really like it, and Grumpy plays it incredibly well.
Yes, he does. And this is a deck that McClunky Gaming really honing in on this particular deck, and they've had some big success with it over the weekend. And I think you mentioned, I think that is the wild card on their side, and I absolutely love that deck. Again, the Anakin leader, so versatile with that ability to just be able to trade up and now really make serious threats out of these spy tokens that can all of a sudden attack something for 4. You've got Karis Nimic, which is a huge threat with Anakin's ability. So here we go. We're going to get to our first game of the finals. Brandon versus Wu.
I got deck lists for you guys.
And we got some deck lists.
Yep, there's the other teams. And don't forget to plug that we're going to do a Bothan Invitational 3 March 20th weekend. So in New Jersey and probably Seattle same weekend.
There you go. Definitely stay tuned for more Bothan Invitationals. March 20th. There is set to be another Bothan Invitational in New Jersey. More details to come very soon. Brandon is going to start with the initiative here in Game 1 of the finals. The defending champs. Let's see if McClunky Gaming can get some revenge here and claim the title in Atlanta. It's going to start on Brandon's side with the A-Wing. And then we see L337 for Wu here, coming down in the ground arena.
Ooh, only one drop for Brandon. He really
Not to
wants to
start, he
open on
wants.
2 of those. He runs a lot of 1-cost units in his deck.
Yeah, this is definitely not the start that Brandon wants, because in terms of a race, we need to put as much damage on as we can here. And just 2 power being represented for Brandon. And this is definitely the go-to start for Han 4. You want 2 1-cost plays in the space arena. Brandon will have the initiative here on turn 2. First action, it's going to be Jam Communications. Taking a look at Wu's hand, he's got one option here, going to take out the Daring Raid. Solid find here. That Daring Raid can not only answer some of these spaceships like the A-Wing, but also set up a Daring Raid plus Tarkentown play.
Yeah, and we see the Falcon in hand from Wu too, and Brandon saw it as well. So now it runs this interesting game of I don't think Wu is going to run his Falcon into this A-Wing. He may think it's worth it to say, I'm going to get your Tarkentown out of the way now and kill your unit. He really would have liked to keep that Daring Raid to just cleanly answer the A-Wing and then have the Falcon to answer the next space threat. It can be really critical if one player can make the other use their Tarkentown first and the other player still has theirs available. That's always the dance in Tarkentown mirrors, regardless of the leader pairing.
And that is the exact thing we're seeing here. Wu is going to play the Millennium Falcon, and we're going to see Han Solo piloting the A-Wing, attacking right away. 4 total power from the A-Wing. Millennium Falcon, piece of junk, is defeated. Brandon is going to hold on to the space arena as Wu just claims the initiative.
And this is a note to all you Tarkentown players out there. Don't Tarkentown as the last action and give your opponent initiative. Just claim. Maybe he'll draw another Daring Raid. Maybe he'll draw something else that he wants to do more. And if not, you Tarkentown first action, and it's just like your opponent had initiative. So I would expect
Great
nothing
call
less
here.
from Wu.
Absolutely, Wu, one of the best players in the world, without a doubt. Quick Tarkentown taking out the damaged A-Wing. We do see Millennium Falcon get out and push on Brandon's side. It's going to be Cassian Andor coming out for Wu here in the ground arena. Quinlan triggered ability, first time here in this finals match. And now Daring Raid is going to deal 2 damage to Cassian Andor. So that sets up the Tarkentown play here as Brandon is going to soak up a couple more damage to base. We do see Tarkentown, Cassian Andor unit defeated.
Yeah, and I think Brandon is kind of okay with a spot here where he both Tarkentowns are down and he has the Pilot Falcon is the big one. He misses the readied 3 damage that turn, but now as Han pilots make it attack for 6, he can put his leader on it, and he already knows that Tarkentown is down, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He just has to worry about Falcons and waylays and bamboozles and things like that.
Has to be a weight off of Brandon's shoulders indeed, because this is absolutely the Falcon we want to try and push the most possible damage. Millennium Falcon, get out and push, gets an additional power for each pilot on it. You can have up to 2 pilots on that unit. We are going to see Wu deploy Quinlan Voss with his first action, and it's going to be a quick call here. First action deploy for Brandon as well, and we're going to see Sudden Ferocity being played with the plot, and this is a massive Millennium Falcon, but the Outer Rim Constable, immediate response for Wu, and the leader upgrade defeated. What a response from Wu.
Yeah, absolutely. The Outer Rim Constable, more upgrade hate in there. He does get to keep the Sudden Ferocity, and he still has his 5 resources, but obviously it's a big loss to just lose your leader immediately.
Absolutely. We do see the C-3PO coming out. It was 6 damage with the Millennium Falcon. A-Wing being played as well. Quinlan triggered ability, 1 damage to C-3PO unit in the ground arena. And Wu is going to clean up the protocol droid here. Great back and forth early, and Wu really starting to develop a board now. That Outer Rim Constable saving 4 damage. Big play for Wu here, the ground arena version of the Disabling Fang
Brandon
Fighter.
really needs a pilot here, because you don't want to have to send 6 damage with your Falcon into this A-Wing, but you also don't want the Wu's A-Wing to clean it up for free.
So we're going to see Millennium Falcon attacking with the Han Solo action ability, it is going to be for an extra damage here. So a total of 7 damage to Wu's base, 13 damage on.
I think in hand for Brandon, we see another Pilot Falcon and a Sanctioner Shuttle. So a little bit of an awkward draw here for Brandon.
Yeah, that Sanctioner Shuttle, definitely not the most optimal spot. The coordinate is not turned on. Only 2 units on Brandon's side of the table. Will not be able to capture here. And still, Wu has the ability, like you said, that Green Squadron A-Wing could absolutely take out that Millennium Falcon, get out and push, which is the big threat right now in the space arena.
Yeah, I would say Wu is absolutely in the driver's seat right now. Brandon had an awkward turn 1 where he only had 1 play. He has an awkward turn now with the 6 resources. Wu immediately answered his leader flip. So far, Wu's done everything he needs to do to be ahead in this game 1, and the onus is on Brandon to draw and find something to be able to come back from this deficit.
Action still on Wu's side after that Sanctioner Shuttle. Wu still presenting a good bit of damage in the ground arena as well. We're going to see the Green Squadron A-Wing actually cleaning up that Sanctioner Shuttle and sticking on the board here. Still has 1 HP remaining. Quick claim for Brandon. Now we're going to see Cassian Andor smuggled, readying, and it's going to be a hotshot blaster as well coming down onto Quinlan, and that's going to be another 5-10 damage to base. 19 damage on Brandon's base. Just 6 HP remaining. Another pump here, and Wu could take this in 1 action during this next phase.
I don't think Brandon has anything to come back from this board state. Wu knows he just drew a Plo Koon, and the coordinate is not on. Even if it was, it doesn't kill Quinlan. So I think we're about to go to a game 2 here.
Brandon would need an absolute Hail Mary to recover from this one. Looks all but lost here in game 1. Wu setting up to try and take the early lead here in the finals. The defending champs. Wu, the Minneapolis regional champion, claiming game 1. Wow, what a performance here to open up. Take a little pressure off as we go into game 2. Now Brandon. See if he goes into the sideboard maybe. If he can recover and force a deciding game 3.
Yeah, looking at the sideboards here, Wu has the 3rd Bamboozle on the sideboard. He has a Daring Raid he wants to bring in. He's got a lot of these ground ambushes, like this 7-cost Han unit, 6-cost Depa Blah, but the Plo Koon, these units aren't doing anything in this matchup, so he has a lot of things to bring out. He also has the 4/5 ambush ship.
Oh, Blue Ace is fantastic.
Yeah. So Wu gets a lot better out of the sideboard.
Yes, he does.
Basically, I said it was close with Han slightly favored. Basically, what needed to happen for Brandon was he wins game 1 and then tries to steal one of the post-board games. The fact that he drew so poorly in game 1 and Wu just had it all, answered everything, played so well, that this is a lot harder for Brandon now because Wu gets a lot better after sideboard. When we look at Brandon's sideboard, he can bring in things like, he's going to bring in his outmaneuvers. He can bring in swoop down and waylay to try to slow the damage, maybe get rid of a blaster here or there, but that's not really what his deck wants to be doing.
Right. Yeah, I think if we get in a position for Brandon, if he's constantly reacking, you're in a really bad spot. Yeah. This Han 4 Tarkentown deck does not want to react.
Yeah,
exactly. It wants to put all the pressure on our opponent and make our opponent answer the questions.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like I said, I think Wu is now in a really good spot to take this. Maybe not in 2, maybe in 3. It's initiative doesn't really matter for this Han 4 deck because they want to play 2 1-drops anyway. Yep. So Quinlan usually plays this big initiative game. I have it, you have it. Do we pass? Do we not pass?
Right.
That doesn't matter at all in this matchup because Wu doesn't have any 1-drops, and Brandon is going to play 2 of them. So whoever starts, Brandon wants to play 2, and Wu's going to have initiative on turn 2. So either way, the pass claim game comes in a lot more on turn 2 when does Brandon play out his 3-drop so that it can get ping Tarkentowned by Wu. So we're going to see what the normal kind of Quinlan Tarkentown dance, we're going to see that more on turn 2 than we are on turn 1, which is really interesting for this matchup.
And that's exactly what we saw in that last game as well, right? Because, you know, especially if Wu playing second on that second turn,
Yeah.
if he attacks early, you see a 3-cost come out, get your own 3-cost out. Ping Tarkentown is what you have to avoid. You don't want the Falcon
Yeah,
to
exactly.
be hit with that Ping Tarkentown. So
Yeah.
that, of course, would be the ultimate scenario for Wu, but we need to dodge that if we're Brandon.
Yeah, exactly. Brandon got he got a little bit of what he wanted in game 1. He only had one 1-drop. He wanted a second 1-drop. And then instead of a 3-drop, he went Jam Communications into Han Pilot, which to me is totally respectable, totally reasonable, kind of what he wants to do. It gets the Daring Raid out of the hand, which is another Tarkentown enabler, and forces Wu to Tarkentown his 1-drop plus Pilot. So it's still kind of a 2-for-2. You trade the Falcon for your unit Pilot base. But I think it's where Brandon wants to be, because then we saw his Pilot Falcon come down and help out. The problem was he had no follow-up after that. He didn't draw any more of his pilots. He only drew other Pilot Falcons. So he really needs his deck to cooperate a little more and a little bit better follow-up after the first couple of turns, and a little bit better start out of the gate if he wants to try to take this to 3.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. We are going to need a much better start out of the gate for sure, because like you talked about, Wu's getting a lot better out of the sideboard with that extra bamboozle, with the blue aces as well. Those blue aces are so good.
Yeah,
You know, we
absolutely.
saw the Azatuk Liberator gunship from Spark of Rebellion being played a little bit out of the sideboard in the first meta. We've got Blue Ace, the great new card from Secrets of Power. But look at this, a blazing start as we get ready for game 2. It's Green Squadron A-Wing for Wu. He finds that early space play. Brandon does have 2 1-cost space units, but that Green Squadron A-Wing can eat up one of them.
Yeah, and I'm really curious what we do from here. I would imagine Wu kills one, and now Brandon can ping the other one. Oh, starting with the jam. I like starting with the jam a
Yet
lot,
again.
because at least now you just have information.
Yeah,
You
just
see no
information.
events, but that is a good hand for Wu.
Lots of space units as well, so lots of ways to interact with this space arena. We're going to see Crackshot V-Wing with the Han Pilot following the Millennium Falcon piece of junk on Wu's side of the board. That Crackshot V-Wing immediately attacking for 4 power, taking out Millennium Falcon. Same exact line that we saw in the first game with Han Pilot, enabling the 1-cost unit to take out Millennium Falcon. But we see now both units being cleared up as that Tarkentown is used on Wu's side of the board.
This is kind of more the standard way. It's status quo. It's both units, but both guys have their Tarkentowns out at the same time.
Look at this, Kira, and only 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, and I think normally Wu might say, I'm going to not name either of these, but I think here you just reduce Brandon to only having 1 play this turn.
Yeah.
So I think you name the... Oh, it looks like... Okay, so he named the Boshek, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And so just the Crackshot V-Wing came out, which I believe should have a damage on it.
Yes, that's right, because when played, if you don't control another fighter
Yeah.
unit, you deal 1 damage
Looks-
to that Crackshot V-Wing.
And the damage might not be relevant, to be honest, but we'll see. It should have... Yeah. it's-
Oh, the
damage is
Blue
not
Ace. Hey,
relevant.
we talked about Blue Ace, that fantastic new 4-cost unit with Ambush from Secrets of Power. It's a 4/5 with Ambush for 4, which is so good.
Yeah. Getting a peek here. This may mean that he has a C-3PO and wants to draw a card. We do see a C-3PO in hand, but yeah.
There it is. Yeah, seeing the Millennium Falcon. C-3PO played, Millennium Falcon to Brandon's hand. We do see Quinlan Voss deployed. Action back over to Wu. The question is, do we want to start being aggressive here, or does...
I think you do.
Yeah, I think so as well.
He
There
has
it
no
is.
units out. You've got some damage. You're both at 25 HP. I think you just start going to town. He doesn't have time to sit here and try to draw these cards with C-3PO. He's
Yeah,
not going
that's
to be able to
absolutely
set
right.
up this sick flip turn, especially when he knows you have the 3rd Bamboozle along with the Constable still, the one of Constable in the main deck still.
Brandon starting with the initiative and staring down that Blue Ace, so Millennium Falcon may need to be buffed up pretty quickly here. Blue Ace, a threat to Millennium Falcon, get out and push, and again, that is the Falcon that Brandon wants. We do see Han Solo being deployed on Millennium Falcon right away. We're going to see double plot here. We are going to see sudden ferocity coming down.
Yeah. So
Wow.
is he putting them all on the Falcon?
So it's sudden ferocity onto the
and
Falcon
Cinta.
and Centicaz, allowing Falcon to attack right away. So that's 3, 6, 7 total damage coming through. 10
Should
damage
be
on Wu's base.
It should be 10 damage total from that Falcon attack, right?
10. You're
Yeah.
right. Yep, absolutely. Yep, 3, 6, 9 plus
then
1.
one
Yep,
because
10.
it's the
Yep.
Pilot Falcon.
The additional power.
Yeah, and the Senta really helps avoid just completely getting destroyed by Bamboozle. You get the Sudden Frosty back to hand, which isn't where you want it, but you got in your 10 damage and you got a 5/5 on the ground.
Solid double plot play for Brandon here. Kira getting into base. It's going to be 9 damage on Brandon's Tarkin Town. He is going to attack with C3PO for 1 here. Now this will be a blind C3PO. So let's see if he's able to get a card.
It's also interesting here if Wu, how they handle the Light Maker if Wu attacks with it.
Oh, he named 3 and he found a Falcon. Wu paying 5 for Plo Koon. Coordinate turned on here. Senta Kaz unit will be ambushed and defeated. Quinlan triggered ability dealing 1 to C3PO. Quinlan is going to attack and defeat C3PO. And now we're going to see Bamboozle with Blue Ace discarded. Wow, both of the upgrades bounced here. Han Solo back to the base zone, and Blue Ace trading with Millennium Falcon has completely cleared the board on Brandon's side and has a massive ground arena still left on the table. Woo.
Yeah, and they're going now
in
to
a
fix
great
the
position.
Quinlan should have 1 damage on him, and the Sudden Ferocity should be in hand. I don't think it's going to be overly relevant. And I think now they're saying the Sudden Ferocity thing.
Okay, yep. And
Because it was
fix that
Bamboozle, so
quickly.
it kills the leader, but
Right,
it does
just-
not kill the others.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bounces
We
the
got that
upgrades
fixed.
back to hand, but leaders can't go to your hand. So Han defeated there.
Yeah, and with Wu having 3 Bamboozles, the odds that he has one by 6R are actually pretty high. So that's what makes it really rough for Brandon here.
Wu with another 6 damage to Brandon's base with Plo Koon. We do see the Millennium Falcon piece of junk coming out for Brandon, but right now Wu threatening another 6 damage. Still has 6 resources to play with. I mean, there's a possibility we could see double pump on this turn and Wu just take this game. We do see Falcon coming in for 4. It's 15 damage on Wu's base. Kira will get in for 3. Let's see if Brandon has another play. Has 3 ready resources. Right now, clock ticking down on this match for Brandon.
Yeah, so if Wu attacks with Quinlan, then the Plo Koon is lethal with no other interaction. So Brandon trying to figure out, it seems like right now he's got 2 actions left. There may be a Let's Call It War in hand, which can kill the Plo Koon. I can't tell exactly what that card was.
Yeah, it's just so tough because, you know, you could kill the Plo Koon, but then you're still staring down 6 more damage with Quinlan and Kira, and of course,
Yeah, it'd save you
Quinlan's
1
still
action
ready?
if you do that. If you get the if you can kill the Plo Koon, so you're not dead in 1 action next turn.
it's one of those plays that's really just sticking a piece of tape over a massive leak
Yeah, exactly.
in the tank.
And we see the claim. He knows he's going to draw into the swoop down. And yeah, there is no more swoop down because the Falcon has died. So now I think Brandon's on a 0 outer again.
Oh, and another
Yeah,
space
hand
unit.
out.
There's the handshake. Wu has done it. He takes it 2 games to 0 over Brandon and Team KTOD, the defending champions, taking the early lead in this finals match.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe... Did McClunky pick that matchup? I'm trying to remember the seeding. No, the Talzin Yellow was sat first from McClunky. So yeah, so McClunky picked the matchup of the Han 4 into the Quinlan. I'm curious if they knew going into that Wu had the 2 Bamboozles and the Constable, the 1-of Constable as well, which we saw come into play game 1 main
Right.
deck. Because those are so big in the matchup. I mean, we saw the Constable into game 2 Bamboozle. That's the way that Quinlan wins that matchup. And Wu had it both games. Played really well. Played to his outs. And yeah, it felt like Brandon was just fighting an uphill battle the whole time.
It really did. I mean, that was a master class from Wu. Of course, in the game 1, you know, we saw kind of the rough start for Brandon, not getting that optimal turn 1 that you want. But nevertheless, Wu had the answers,
Yep.
and this deck really seemed to have the pieces there to deal with this kind of matchup with the Bamboozle. And then the sideboard, it was just so many good pieces for Wu in that matchup where it's almost like game 1, as you said, could be kind of tough, but then games 2 and 3 for Wu would look and feel a lot
Yeah, I
cleaner.
started as soon as I started looking through Wu's sideboard, it's just, oh, wow, oh, wow, oh, wow.
This is good. This card is good.
Okay, so now we're going to Grumpy Elephant on McClunky with his Anakin Data Vault versus the Talzin Red of Chrono CJ. And then Grumpy is up a game right now.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
Grumpy's up here. So if Grumpy could close this out on Chrono, we would have yet another match that feeds into that final matchup where it would all be decided. So yeah, we could do that. We could take a quick look. Let's take a look at the board state on the other match while we are getting prepared here.
I can only assume
Oh
this
my
is game
goodness.
1.
Look at this. Yeah, the grindy matchup. Ray Data Vault versus Towson Yellow. This is Getsu versus John Tata. We see the Avenger in play for Getsu, and already 19 damage on Data Vault.
It's looking decent from Getsu just
Yeah.
from the start, but Tata's got a lot of answers.
And we do see Entrenched.
He's got the Entrenched, but he also really wants to rely on things like Home 1 for Tata's side. So that's kind of a temporary answer until he maybe draws his Fells or Rivals Falls or anything like that. But it is still, it does still buy him the time that he needs to hopefully find something like that.
Towson's Assassin getting in for another 4 damage. It's 23 damage on Data Vault. I'm assuming the token on Towson's Assassin, I believe, was from Captain Rex. I believe Captain Rex made it a Sentinel for the phase, and then we probably saw the Avenger to follow up, take out the Rex.
Yeah, I would imagine that is that is what happened there.
I do see Admiral Akbar coming out, just 1 damage being dealt with the win played ability on Admiral Akbar 2. Towson's Assassin, certainly not the most optimal Admiral Akbar that we've seen.
It's not, but Tata's got so many things in his deck that he wants to draw right now. He's got his Bo-Katan, his U-Wing reinforcement. He's playing 2 hyperspace disasters in the main deck, so that's another way for him to answer this Avenger so that he can unlock his Home 1. Also 3 Fell the Dragons and a Rivals Fall. So Tata's just stalling until we see the Home 1 in his hand. So he's stalling until he can get to the point where he can get that Home 1. And we're going to go back to now. So this is game 2. We are very confident that Talzin Ray match will be waiting for us when this series has concluded.
That was still game 1 in a very grindy match over there. So back over to Grumpy versus Chrono. Chrono will start with the initiative here in game 2. Still going through our resourcing decisions here, and Grumpy's going to take a mulligan. Not satisfied with his hand, and I've been talking to Navarro a little bit throughout the weekend, and it's one of those spots, you're up a game. We can be a little bit more aggressive with our mulligan, and we could be seeing that from Grumpy because sometimes you need to play to win, not just play not to lose.
To me, I always think of my mulligan decisions contextually into how good I think the matchup is for me. If I think I'm in a very good matchup, I will keep a mediocre hand because I don't want to mulligan into just no turn 1 plays, no turn 2 plays, because some amount of time that happens. If I think I'm in a very bad matchup where I have a specific line to win, I mulligan very aggressively, because if I mulligan into nothing, I'm probably losing anyway if I keep a mediocre hand. So for me, it's always contextual on how good I think the matchup is.
That's an excellent point for sure. Now Grumpy making this final resource decision here. We're ready to go for game 2. Chrono is going to start with his force unit in the ground arena, Secretive Sage, and it's Gunji on the other side for Grumpy Elephant.
Yeah, Secretive Sage is exactly what he wants here. Something that Anakin can't trade into. Lets him get the forest, lets him get the train going. And Grumpy here, it's a little bit risky for him to try to go something like a General's Blade because there's the power of the dark side. I would expect him to try to go wide first before he tries to overcommit to an upgrade. And we see him put the damage on his own base without an attack. This is just noting that the Talzin isn't going to be very aggressive into him, and by the time he flips his Anakin, he needs to make sure that it's attacking for more than 5 or 6 damage. So he wants to get that 5-10 damage number on his base, that his Anakin is a little bit more threatening.
Yeah, it's a great point. We do see Secret of Sage coming across into Gungi. 2 damage on the Force Wookiee unit. Secret of Sage just losing the shield token. We do see red 5 in response for Grumpy Elephant. And now let's see what Chrono has for us here on turn 2. Got the Gungi there, so you know, Chrono kind of has to be careful what he puts into the ground arena here, because that Anakin action ability could allow
Yeah, I
Gungi
like
to
both
do
these,
some work
yeah, I
against
like
any
both,
play in the ground arena.
I like
oh,
both
but
these
Hidden
plays.
is going to
Hidden
help.
is good. Yeah, I like the Secret of Sage attack from Chrono, because it's saying if you attack and kill my Secret of Sage, I get to Talzin activate. I get the Force anyway. It plays a hidden unit, so I would imagine we're going to see Grumpy trade his Gungi into this Grand Inquisitor first action.
Yeah, just claiming there.
But the fact that he played a hidden unit means that, you know, Chrono has to make him go to the next turn, and he's used up his Anakin ability, and there's no ground presence either after this Gungi dies back. So
Grumpy Elephant with the initiative, very likely going to make great use of the Anakin action ability that we have seen him use masterfully throughout this weekend up to this point. This Anakin Data Vault deck, really one of the interesting decks that have popped up over the weekend, finding its way into the top cut of the team event, and 3 Anakin Data Vault decks in the top 16 of the main event that will feature here in just a little while. So let's see how Grumpy Elephant attacks this board here. Of course, that Gungi a threat to the Grand Inquisitor with Anakin's action ability. We've got red 5 in the space arena ready to take advantage of any damaged units that Chrono ends up with on his side of the table. Maybe the teammates just conversing a little bit here.
yeah, that happens a lot in these team matchups. And this McClunky team is also really good. Oh, that is a very interesting attack. So he's forcing Chrono to use his Talzin action to kill the Gungi, but then leaving the Grand Inquisitor alive, not taking the extra 2 damage to his base. He is playing open fire, so maybe this is signaling that he wants to open fire this Grand Inquisitor. Maybe he's hoping that Chrono uses the Force first action so that open fire prevents him from getting it back. Yeah, Chrono just going 4 to base, seeing that there's no reason for him to use the Force this action.
Now the action back over to Grumpy. Red 5 is going to get into Chrono's base for 3. First damage on the Fortress Vader Force base. We do see the Talzin action ability defeating the Wookiee unit. Action back over to Grumpy. You called that line. He had open fire. And Grand Inquisitor unit is defeated. And now we see Power of the Dark Side. The follow-up for Chrono. Red 5 is defeated. Grumpy just going to claim the initiative. We'll go to turn 4 here with no units in play.
Yeah, I would expect these initial turns just to be a little bit of trading, maybe some damage here and there. I'm curious if Chrono gets a little bit of a board advantage. This is his flip turn and not Grumpy's. Is he going to try to push this damage into Anakin's base, or is he going to be a little bit more hesitant and not want to pump up this Anakin too large?
First action for Chrono. Believe it was a pass from Grumpy there. Talzin leader unit deployed. Believe maybe another pass from Grumpy. We see Karis coming down now into the ground arena. Now we've got Grumpy, kind of a soft pass here, but it also helps because we're getting that damage on base, so Anakin will be stronger and stronger. So the action ability for Anakin, just dealing 2 damage to Grumpy Elephant's base. Some self-inflicting wounds here that will turn into anger and rage for Anakin later on. Talzin leader unit getting in for 3. It's 11 damage on Grumpy's base. And here comes Queen Amidala. Love to see it. Waited out these attacks to try and protect this board state a little bit. Queen Amidala
Yeah, he knows that he wanted to wait and see exactly what was going on. So this Karis, when defeated, can kill the Queen Amidala, as can Force Lightning.
Oh, there it is. Force Lightning with 3 resources, paying the 1. Queen Amidala losing all abilities, and then the 2 extra resources, 4 total damage dealt, is enough to take the Queen and defeat her.
Yeah, so we're now at the Anakin flip turn, but I would not be surprised to see Grumpy not flip here. He likes to hold until he knows that he can get a lot of value out of his flip. It really depends on what else is in his hand, what other moves he can make this turn. He's a little bit behind on board. I think he was hoping that Queen Amidala would maybe eat a Karis attack and a force usage. But we'll have to see what his follow-up is. But don't be surprised if he doesn't flip here. He may still flip if he likes the follow-up that he has, but we'll see how it plays out.
Grumpy Elephant with the initiative. Couple spy tokens still looming in the ground arena. Following the Queen Amidala once again, I think just in the tank here, maybe conversing with teammates yet again. Keep in mind, you know, with that 1 match already concluded, you've got Wu and Brandon that can both easily chip in and give some inputs to their teammates with their match already concluded. And we've been seeing that a lot throughout the team event.
Yeah, there was a very lengthy discussion at the end of our match against the McClunky guys where Grumpy was saying one thing and Brandon was saying the exact opposite thing. And Zach said, hold on, you guys talk to each other.
Good stuff. Karis able to clean up one of the spy tokens, and then the other spy token with Anakin's action ability taking out Karis. We do see the Night Sister Warrior replacing Karis, another 2-cost unit in the ground arena for Chrono.
Yeah, and I think what Chrono wants to do here is leave his Talzin up as long as possible because he wants to make Grumpy have to fear power of the dark side. Right now, if Grumpy plays a unit that has 4 or less HP, Talzin can kill it and still leave a potential Anakin flip dead to power of the dark side.
Yeah, one thing Grumpy's going to have to be very careful here with. You do not want to see power of the dark side immediately take out your Anakin leader, because I think Grumpy really needs to have Anakin do some big work if he wants to push through here in game 2. I kind of joked in the last round where, right, it was the first round, the quarterfinals, that I was casting with Navarro, and you know the other 2 matches had finished, and it really was a 3v3 game at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the team events is 3 different matches, right?
Yeah.
It's 3v3, but the game was then 3v3. So here we're in that spot where it's really a 2v2 in this situation. As, of course, that other match, Ray Datavault
might still be in game 1. Who
might
knows?
still be in game 1. It looks like
I
there
think it is
are
still in game 1.
an unlimited amount of resources on the screen there. We're going to see, Anakin does get deployed right away
With
here
Syntacaz.
with Syntacaz. So swinging in for 6 damage.
Yeah, so
Plus
really
2
nice
right
here
now.
with the Senta to make sure that A, Anakin gets an attack in, but most importantly, you're protected from power of the dark side. We saw General's Blade in hand, but it feels really bad if you try to flip and then they power the dark side and then you don't get to General's Blade anything. And also, this is just an efficient card usage as well. Senta coming out of the row, not out of your hands. No, you still have all of the options in hand for next turn.
Chirrut Imwe, the immediate follow-up from Chrono, putting the Great Force Sentinel in the ground arena. Grumpy just claiming the initiative. And now Chrono deciding whether or not he should attack with Talzin here and put 3 damage on one of these 2 ground units.
Well, if he attacks base, then it actually pumps Anakin by 1 more power, which lets him
That's a good
kill
point.
Chirrut. So
Yeah.
Chrono cannot attack base right now. So he's deciding he's either going to pass or he's going to... I like attacking into Senta here or the Anakin. He chooses the Anakin. He's going to take 1 fewer damage back because he applied the -1/-1 on attack before he took the damage back.
Yeah,
So he should have taken 5 back, I believe, and there's
Yeah,
two
just 5.
health remaining. And then Anakin with 4 health remaining. So Anakin is being threatened to die to another Talzin attack with attack plus -1/-1. And if you're Chrono, you are thrilled if you can just trade leaders in this matchup.
Absolutely, because Anakin overall a much bigger threat. Grumpy has the initiative. We're at 7 resources, of course. We know that we could start seeing some big plays out of Grumpy. Does it have some way to protect his leader here?
He has a General's Blade in hand. It's not the most risk-free option, and it may limit your options for the rest of the turn. So he may be deciding, do I just let him kill Anakin, or do I try to save it with this General's Blade? It depends on how good of a turn he can have with only the remaining 4 resources after that. Because even General's Blade won't save him for the whole turn. He still has to attack into this turret.
Yeah, Chirrut currently a problem. Chrono does have the Force, so Chrono will be able to use the Force when Chirrut is attacked to give the attacker -2 power.
There is a Rivals Fall and Chrono sideboard, so I think that's a card that he's going to want a lot in this matchup. But I think as a one-of, if you're Grumpy, you can't afford to play around that. He says it's 1 coming in for games 2 and 3. If he has it, he has it. I think we see, is that a Keller and Beck?
Yeah, it does appear to be Keller and Beck in Grumpy's hand.
He may be debating in General's Blade versus Keller and Beck, because General's Blade, if he gets the attack off, he can still play a 6-cost unit this turn with the General's Blade discount, but that still won't let him get to do the Keller and Beck this turn. So he may be debating if he just wants to go trade leader for leader and deploy his board a little bit more. I think I like trying to protect his leader, but we don't have full information in terms of all of the cards in his hand. We can just see 1 or 2 of them. And it's clearly a very tough decision, because I think that's what he's talking about with his teammates, is which option to take.
Let's see, is it going to be protect the leader or Keller and Beck? It's going to be Keller and Beck. Now, I guess in theory, could still find a way to protect.
No, Captain Typho is a 4-drop.
Does he have Obi-Wan Kenobi?
That is what I'm looking for. He does. So
okay,
he
so he could find a Sentinel.
He has 2 Obi-Wan Kenobis. In the sideboard, he has 2 Echo-based defenders. I don't know if he brought those in, but if he did bring them in, they're an option. So it looks like he has 4 options for 3-cost or less Sentinels that he could get here.
And it's just going to be red 5. Okay, so no Sentinel, which means that Chrono will have that option to trade leaders if he chooses to do so. Yeah, and that's exactly going to be the line for Chrono. Both leader units back to the base zone. We do see Sentikaz going into Chirrut Imwe. Force used, so just 3 damage on each unit during combat.
Yeah, and the nice thing here is since he found red 5, he can kill the Chirrut next turn with the red 5 attack, which is why Chrono says, you know, I'm just going to kill my Chirrut now. Keep the other Force unit alive, so I have a way to get back the Force unless you kill that as well. So I really like that play from CJ. Heads up that he knows his Chirrut is going to die anyway.
You talked about Power of the Dark Side. There is Power of the Dark Side that's going to take out red 5, and it is another Chirrut Imwe into the ground arena for Chrono. And Night Sister Warrior chipping into Grumpy's base. 15 damage on now.
I think Grumpy is really banking on this life puck battery running out, and then it looks like, you know, oh, I think he's at 28. We can't see the life total.
Yeah, that life puck battery having some fits on Chrono here. Chrono facing down that 7 power Keller and Beck.
Yeah, it looks like they're just switching to dice.
There it is. As good as the life pucks look, sometimes you just have to rely
there's something about the round timer.
Yep.
Like if you say that there's a round timer, then it won't turn off. But it also could be low on battery. I don't know. Either way, we have dice. We can read dice.
Can't go wrong with dice, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So we do see Keller and Beck attacking and defeating Chirrut Imwe. Night Sister Warrior putting another 2 damage on Keller and Beck. That when defeated trigger, allowing Chrono to draw a card. Action back over to Grumpy. We're going to see Huang coming out here. When played abilities going to give Keller and Beck +2/+2. While the Jedi Droid is in play, we see Owen Lars coming out on Chrono's side. The devoted uncle.
Swuyang is threatening a lot of damage. Trying to find 2 damage for Chrono is a lot easier than trying to find 4.
We're going to see Cassian smuggled out as well for Grumpy. It is going to ready. Now we see Acolyte of the Beyond for Chrono, and Cassian is just going to take out Acolyte of the Beyond. They do have the force on Chrono's side currently. And Chrono just claiming the initiative, still staring down a very threatening ground arena. As you mentioned, 9 power being threatened.
9 just on the Keller and 14 total in the ground arena, and only an Owen Lars right now for Chrono. He could rebuild quickly, but his deck isn't really built to come from behind this much. He usually wants
Devastator, 8-cost Devastator coming down. The first capital ship we've seen from Chrono in this game. 4 indirect damage, exactly what he needed as he assigns it all on Keller and Beck. Keller and Beck unit defeated.
I was just about to say his only comeback mechanics are really Devastator and kind of Anakin, and he immediately plays the Devastator, which lets him get back into this game, and now Grumpy has to have an answer. And this deck isn't the best at dealing with these large space units. He plays Open Fire, but he has to Open Fire it twice. He plays Bright Hopes in the sideboard. He probably didn't bring them in for this matchup unless he was worried about specifically Devastator. So this is a really big swing from Chrono, and now the onus is on Grumpy to find something here.
You are absolutely right. Owen Lars is going to restore 2 from Chrono's base. We are going to see the General's Blade.
Notably, Huyang is a Jedi,
That's
so you
absolutely
still
right.
get the
discount. Yes, so 5 power coming through to Chrono's base with Huyang. The next unit will cost 2 less. It's another Keller and Beck for Grumpy Elephant. Searching the top 7 and notably still has 1 ready resource. He could actually find a 4-cost unit here. The question is, does he have it? Jeff taking a quick look at the deck list.
Well,
we have found another red 5.
I'm trying to see if Chrono is playing Planetary Bombardment anywhere
that
in the 60.
That would be the follow-up, wouldn't
because
it?
that could be the follow-up that lets him come back. He's playing multiple Notice integrations. He has a 3rd turret in the board, so he could potentially bring more Sentinels in front of this. He doesn't seem to have a great way to fully rectify this board state. The first Devastator was good, but then Grumpy was fully able to rebuild. The fact that Huyang is a Jedi and let him have this still explosive turn.
Huyang and the General's Blade.
Oh, yeah.
So good. You love to see it. Haven't seen those 2 paired up in quite some time. Grumpy bringing the spice for us here in the finals of the Bothan Invitational 3K team event.
Grumpy currently showing lethal on the ground, so basically Chrono needs a Sentinel or some removal. He does have Rival's Fall. That has to be a card that he's brought in here. So he has removal options, but he has to have something this turn.
Chrono still thinking through this play. Very important decision coming up for Chrono, this first action. Chrono has a total of 8 resources to work with. And it looks like Devastator going into Data Vault here. 9 total damage, 24 damage on, which if Chrono has a way to stabilize here, 1 more swing from the Devastator would be lethal to Grumpy Elephant. But Grumpy says, I will force you to have that answer. Keller and Beck coming in for 7. It's 22 damage on Chrono's base, which means 2 more actions currently, and Grumpy could win on this turn. Well, I guess it would be 3 more actions.
Assuming
because of the
Owen
restore
attacks,
2.
it'll be
right.
3.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there it is.
The Owen does. I kind of would have liked to see the Owen attack first because you may find an Anakin Skywalker from this, which could change potentially your plays.
So at least Owen does restore 2, back down to 20 for Chrono. So just with what we have on the board, would require at least 2 more attacks from Grumpy. We are going to find Darth Tyrannus off of that when defeated. We see Huyang coming in for 5, 25 damage on Chrono's base.
He can't afford to play the Tyrannus, though. It can ambush and kill the Cassian, but then he dies to the red 5, so he has to do something else here.
Oh,
Yeah,
and he doesn't have it. There's the handshake. Grumpy Elephant from McClunky Gaming, evening things up here in the finals. It's 1-1, and it all comes down to the match that may never end.
Yeah, I
between
believe they are
John
still in
Tata
game one.
and Getsu.
They're still in game 1.
You're kidding me.
No. Oh, they're in game 2? Oh, they. No, I'm pretty sure they're in game 1.
We're trying to figure
We're
out
checking.
what game they're in. But look at this
There's a
board
lot
state.
of resources and a lot of damage out there. But yeah,
All the resources.
going back to the end of that Chrono versus Grumpy Elephant game, I really liked. I think both players played well. I liked the way Chrono knew his outs. He said, "Oh, I can come back from this with the Devastator. I'm gonna make Grumpy have to rebuild." And Grumpy was just able to rebuild. The second Kelleran back, I think Chrono fought hard and did what he could. But yeah, huge congrats to Grumpy Elephant for winning the best
Look
of
at
3.
this board state. 30 damage on Data Vault. See Captain Typho being attacked by the assassin here. Disclose 1 damage healed from John Tata's
That
base.
is still the same entrenched Avenger that we saw in between games of the previous.
Still in game 1, folks. This is unreal. The same Avenger. That's just crazy.
We're gonna need some liquid IVs. We're gonna need some. We're gonna have to rotate in here. We may be in for a long one.
Buckle in, folks.
Everybody, get your hotel room for another night. We're untimed.
An attack coming through for John Tata. Into Getsu's base. Looks like we've got 15 damage on here. No, 17, excuse me. As Captain Typho swings in. What a grindy match that we are witnessing. Action back on Getsu. If you're Getsu, you're so close. You're so close.
Close
Dark
does not
Tyrant.
cut it
That's right.
against
That's the
Ray.
problem against Ray. You're absolutely right.
And notably, I'm not seeing any upgrade removal in Getsu's entire deck. So I think he's going to remain weak to these entrenched for the whole matchup.
Unreal. Darth Tyrannus able to ambush and defeat that Captain Typho unit.
Rebel Trader pointing out that I had said entrenched was a temporary answer to the Avenger. Temporary is relative. We are still in game 1.
Absolute madness here in the finals of the team event. We're going to see Blue Leader coming across here. 20 damage. Oh, no, excuse me. Blue Leader's got 2 experience tokens. So that's 22 damage. 5 damage coming through. And now Getsu. Also very, very close here. Just 6 HP remaining.
Yeah, it feels like Getsu's the one who's got to do something now with this Restore still on the ground in his space, not being able to do anything.
Double entrenched over in the space arena. John Tata having the entrenched when needed. We do see Townsend's Assassin played. Force used, -3/-3 to Mina Bonteri. We do see disclosed from John Tata. He will draw another card. We still have the Sundari Peacekeeper ready in the ground arena with an experience token. Can swing for a total of 4.
Yeah, he can pump the Sundari again, but it's still 1 damage short. So I think he wants to just get his attack now, and now he puts the pressure on Getsu to say, if you do something, I can claim. If you don't do anything, I can just keep playing all my guys and buff later. And yeah, that's what he's going to do.
More cheap units.
Because now if he buffs the R2, it's another lethal threat, so we can go up to 83 lethal threats.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
All the cheap units. That's the name of the game for this Ray
Yeah.
deck. You just swarm the ground arena with all these cheap units that can be buffed with Ray. 26 damage on each base. What does Getsu have for us here? I mean, he may need something like a Super Laser Blaster. This game might just be over right away. Getsu looking through his hand. Does he have a response here to this ground arena for John Tata? And he doesn't have it. He's going to scoop it up in game 1. Has somehow come to an end. John Tata taking the victory. And now KTOD just 1 game win away from going back-to-back at the Bothan Invitational team event.
Yeah, I'm glad that part of me is glad that it came down to this third match, because we may be here for a while, but we're probably going to see some good good lines and interesting play patterns.
Absolutely. Wow. So started out with Wu versus Brandon, and Wu put a clinical display.
Yeah, there's a
with
reason we
Quinlan
picked
over
that
Han
matchup
for
to go
Tarkentown.
first.
And it was blazing fast,
Yes.
right? Blazing fast. I mean, that game, that match between Wu and Brandon was over before a tenth of this game was completed.
Correct. Yeah. We caught the end of game 1 of the second series, which ended before this game 1 ended. So we've caught all 3 game 1s in this series.
That's kind of crazy to think about, Jeff. That really is insane. So the other match that we got to see, Grumpy Elephant taking on Chrono in that Anakin Data Vault versus Towson Red Force. And
Right. Chrono was up against it from the
He
start,
really
to be
was.
honest. I think that was the matchup that McClunky really wanted, was to say, okay, we really think that this is the good matchup. And Grumpy played it really well and ended up winning 2-0. So, yeah, and then this is the decider. And I think both teams kind of expected this. And I think when they put Tada into this matchup, because McClunky played the Talzin yellow and KTOD conferred. And I think that as soon as they put Talzin into this, or as soon as they put Tada into this,
right.
the KTOD team was saying, okay, we're trusting Tada to win this. Chrono's probably going to lose because it's a fairly bad matchup to that Anakin. And Wu has a decent number of outs, especially
Right.
post-board for this Han 4. And we saw the other two play out. So either way,
Yeah.
I think we saw the strategy, work out what I would imagine pretty well to what KTOD assumed it was going to work out when they set the lineups and the matchups.
Yeah. Well, regardless of how it was planned out, there's one thing for sure. We could still be here for a little bit.
Yeah.
In this final match. And the interesting thing is that the top 16 for the main event, I mean, we're waiting on these players here. Because you've got
3 of these players are in the top 16
half
of the main
of
event.
the players at the final table here for the team event are in the top 16 of the main event. So we can't get that started yet. That's for sure.
Yeah.
What a great event this has been.
Oh,
I want to give a quick shout out to Courtney, our producer, all weekend. She's been fantastic. Huge thank you to Courtney, working so hard over there. Huge shout out to Frank for helping make this possible, and Nick from CardsHQ. He's been an instrumental part of the puzzle, putting all of this together. And again, huge shout out to CardsHQ. Fantastic store. If you're ever in the area here in Atlanta, be sure to check them out. They have all the cards you could ever imagine. Again, they all are the cards headquarters.
Yeah.
Right. So definitely check them out. CardsHQ.com to get some great deals on some Star Wars Unlimited products. They've got some good deals going on right now, and definitely check out CardsHQ.com.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, another thing we'll shout out while it looks like we're still preparing here, talking to the teammates, going into our sideboards, we've got some big events on the horizon.
Oh, absolutely.
Coming up, starting out in January, we kick off the sectors and regionals for Set 6. We've got the sector in Mesa, Arizona.
Yeah.
It's going to take place January 17th and 18th. That's going to be a lot of fun to be a premier sector. We've got a limited sector that's going to be in Paris, France. That should be exciting. And that's going to be January 31st and February 1st. Then the regional is going to be February 20th through the 22nd here in the United States for Set 6 Secrets of Power, and that'll be limited and premier. And that's going to be in Milwaukee, Wisconsin towards the end of February in winter. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be pretty cold up there.
Probably. And then and then after that, we have March 20th.
Yes.
Is going to be the
We're
Bothan
back.
Invitational 3, hosted by McClunky Gaming.
Yes.
Huge shout out to Tim, Claire, all the McClunky guys. They said, hey, we keep getting to the finals of these 3v3 team events. We're going to host a Bothan Invitational. So that's going to be hosted in New Jersey. We're in talks, hopefully going to have one the same weekend in Seattle so that West Coast people don't have to fly all the way across the country.
That'd be great.
But we're absolutely 100% March 20th going to have one in New Jersey. We verified with FFG that it's not going to conflict with any PQ sector regional official events. So I'm super excited for that event. And more information on that will come. The current plan is for the main draw to be the team event.
Yes.
So instead of a 2-pool 8K and a 1-pool team event, it'll be vice versa, with a 2-pool team event that has a larger prize pool, and then the 1v1 side event.
Well, that's it's interesting because if you are on the outside looking in, especially one of the cool things about the Bothan Invitational both times, it's really been an event that helps set the meta going forward because these events have taken place right after the release of new sets. We had the first Bothan Invitational happen right after Jump to Lightspeed was released, and now we have the second Bothan Invitational right after Secrets of Power releases. And we're going to see the same thing in March with Set 7. I'm having a blank here. What's the name of the next set?
That is a
It's
great
something
question.
to do a lawless time. A lawless time. Chat, help me. I believe it's a lawless time. But
I'm gonna say sure. I've been focused on this set.
no, absolutely. But we do have a lot to look forward to. But that's how it's going to be with the next Bothan Invitational. We're going to have that next set release, and then right after that, this major event put on by the Bothans and McClunky Gaming is going to be super exciting. But what I was trying to say is the team event for the players that come and participate has been the main event. Almost every player that I've talked to personally has said, look, the most fun I've ever had playing Star Wars Unlimited was this team event. This is the main draw for me. This is the main event for me. We even had some players make the top cut in the team event, and they said, I'm good. They took the day off on Saturday. They didn't even play in the main event, enjoyed Atlanta, and played in the team event top cut. So having the team event as the main focus, I think, is really, really cool.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like we are going to get into Game 2. I'm sure it's going to be fast and furious. Blink and you'll miss it.
Here we go. Folks, I'm going to need you to buckle in. I'm going to make sure you have some snacks.
Lumbar support is important.
Some liquids. Yes, we're going to need a nice, comfortable spot to sit in because we are about to see what could be one of the longest games in Star Wars Unlimited history. Getsu will start with the initiative here in Game 2 as John Tata, the hopes of claiming this Game 2 and becoming back-to-back champions at the Bothan Invitational. Getsu is going to start with Karis in the ground arena.
Claim from Tata, and then and chat asking, this is untimed. There are judges checking for slow play. This is not a match that goes long because of slow play, though. Although team events, you naturally play a little bit slower whenever you're asking your team for advice or opinions.
It's just the nature of it, right? I mean,
absolutely.
you have your team there. And again, now we're in that situation where this is the last game that needs to come, or last match that needs to come to a conclusion. So you've got, again, essentially a 3v3 in this one game. Every single one of these team members are going to be working hard to make sure the best decisions are made on both sides of the table because it's all on the line right here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And while we're getting ready for this turn, I can hear in the background we're getting started with the Draft 1K that is being put on this weekend as well, which is super exciting.
Yeah, definitely. It's 8 draft pods, and then each person that 3-0s their draft pod gets into the top 8 draft pod, and then the winner of that gets a play mat, and then there's 1K prizing through all of top 8. So yeah, very exciting.
A couple shielded units coming down into the ground arena here on turn 2. John Tata playing the Village Protectors, otherwise known as the Village People or the Stick Ladies. Getsu with Shin Hati. It's a hidden shielded 4-2. First action. Let's see what we're going to see on this turn. You love the when defeated on Karis here, the Townsend action ability. These -1/-1 effects, great against these shielded units. But right now, Getsu not showing a way to take care of that Karis, a way to defeat it. John Tata with the initiative. The Village Protectors going to go 2 to base.
We're getting aggro.
We're getting there. Karis is going to go in, do the Village Protectors for 2. Shield token removed. Karis unit just 2 HP remaining, but the force is generated for Getsu. Now John Tata.
Interesting reactivation from Tata. It seems kind of like a pass because Shin Hati is also shielded, so it's still going to kill the Village Protectors.
Okay. Yeah, it's a great point. Shinhati 4 power with that shield token going to defeat the buffed up Village Protectors. And now let's see what John Tata has in response. He's got 3 ready resources. And I believe if he didn't claim, he just passed.
Oh, into the claim.
Wow.
So he had no 2-drop
Okay.
into no 4-drop. So
Very
a little
rough
bit behind
start
the 8
here,
ball.
yeah.
I mean, when you see Tal's in blue, one of the things that they want to do is kind of swarm the board early and close the game out with something like the Sun. This Tal's in yellow deck doesn't have the Sun as the top end. Its top end instead is more like the Cad Bane types, the Avengers, so it goes a little taller. I believe Tata may have just scooped and said we're going to game 3.
Okay. Yeah, that threw me off there.
I was
but
looking
I
down
was
at the
at
list
what's
and
happening.
I looked up and the
What
board is clear. So
am I seeing properly on my screen? But
yeah, because
looks
what I was gonna say is Tata has a lot of stall, but a really fast start from Getsu, and it can kind of make it a little bit rough if Tata plays just absolutely nothing. And it seems like he just mulliganed into nothing there because he had no turn 1 play. His turn 2 was a Village Protectors, which Getsu just got to take out with 2 shields. So the Village Protectors traded for 2 shields. He has 3 units there. So Tata's going into 5 resources with no board, staring down 3 units.
Yeah.
And is there a chance that he comes back? Yes.
3 hours later.
Is that chance worth spending an hour and a half on this game versus and I think, I mean, it's a big thing for mental energy, for time. I think that was one of the, we'll call it a strategic scoop there.
Yeah.
May have been, probably 80-20 to Getsu, and if Tata wins, it would be another 2-hour grind fest of a game versus grinding an hour and a half and still losing and then having to play a game 3. So
Definitely
I
not
think
a spot you
Tata
wanna be
making
in.
the tactical scoop there.
Okay, no, totally fair. So we see the longest game of the weekend followed by the shortest game of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here we go. I believe the players about ready to go. Game 3, Getsu versus John Tata.
We see a keep from Tata, so I assume he is going to play more than
Look
one
a little
card
better
in the
this
first
time.
3 turns. Mulligan from Getsu, so hopefully he has cards to play. All we want to see here is a game where both players play cards.
So now Getsu in that position. Yeah, hopefully we get 2 good playable hands and we have a great match here to finish up the team event, the second ever Star Wars Unlimited team event.
Tata making sure to cut 6 cards to the bottom. That would have been your hand is no longer your hand. You draw those cards.
Always enjoyed that. I've had a few players that I played with locally. They'd always, when they cut, they just take the top card.
Oh, that's
and
what I
put
do.
it on the bottom and say, that's the card you needed.
I did that to get to all 3 of the games that we played in the semifinals. Or not to get to. I was against Grumpy. I did that all 3 games against Grumpy in the semifinals. And he mulliganed all 3 games, so it works every time.
That's the trick. Jeff Creasy sharing the secret sauce for everyone. Talking about these resourcing decisions on Getsu's side because definitely the most important resourcing decisions of the weekend up to this point.
Yeah, and it's why you see a lot of these late game heroism decks. Tata's on 3 techs, because then he can say, "Oh, this card is going to be needed in 45 minutes. I'll get it then."
Right.
Zach does not have that privilege, so if he resources something that's like a removal spell that he needs later, he's never going to see that again. It's gone.
Yeah, it's a great point. So here we go. John Tata does have a turn 1 play this time around. R2-D2.
Also has a Rival's Fallen hand, which is going to come in clutch much, much later, but he's still excited to have it now. And I believe he kept a blue leader on top.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. Drawing into that blue leader. R2-D2. Ignoring protocol and getting an experience token from that Ray action ability. Secret of Sage does come down for Getsu, so Getsu getting the Force unit down early to try and get the Force train rolling here in Game 3. It's going to be 2 to base for Getsu.
Yeah, I'm
Getting
interested
the
what
force.
Tada does with the Secret of Sage shield here to get rid of that.
Oh, here comes the resupply. John Tada ramping early here in game 3.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him take out this shield, and I know he's thinking about it because you really want to stop what happened last game, which is a massive board presence. But at the same time, it feels kind of bad to throw your R2 into it. He does end up going to base.
Yeah, 2 to base for both players here on this turn. R2D2. Great value on the little droid. Every time John attacks with it from this point forward, be able to look at the top card of his deck. He can keep it there, put it on the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, it's very, very helpful if you think you're going to get down to 5 to 10 cards in deck to know exactly what those 5 to 10 cards are because you put them all to the bottom.
And notably, Getsu missing a turn 2 play. Just claimed the initiative.
Yeah.
We do see Darth Tyrannus coming out. Force being controlled by Getsu here. Darth Tyrannus with the shield token, ambushing into R2D2 first, then getting the shield token.
Yeah, so R2's alive with 1 health left, 4 damage on him. Now the Secret of Sage could clean him up, even if Tada were to use the Ray ability. But yeah, we're going back and forth with just missing early plays after mulliganing here.
That is the danger, right? Being in that spot where you have to mulligan in the deciding game of this tournament. John Tada with the action here. We're going to see R2D2 attacking into Secret of Sage. Gets the on-attack ability. Looking at the top card. Looks like John's going to ship it to the bottom. Secret of Sage shield token defeated, but now the Sage open to get into John Tada's base for 2. 5 resources being exhausted.
Might be the blue leader that we saw before.
Yeah, there it is. Blue leader coming out. 2 experience tokens with ambush. Taking out the Secret of Sage. We'll have 3 HP remaining. Getsu claiming the initiative. Does have that Darth Tyrannus, which lines up nicely here. Can take out the blue leader unit and remain in play, just losing the shield token.
Yeah, I will say I would not expect to see an early scoop in this particular game since it is game 3. Last game you'll see it to save some time and energy. This game I think we're going to the end here.
Absolutely. It all comes down to this. Not the start that Getsu wanted, but he's got to keep
Not in
fighting
a terrible
here.
spot, though.
No.
He still has a shield. He could take out the blue leader if he wants. He could get damage on his base, but the difference is he has 5 less HP. He also doesn't have any restore. So
Yeah,
he
that's a
may
great
want to just
point.
put the onus on Tada to trade, but Tada may at some point think that he can just win the race if he just starts hitting base with his guys.
Getsu thinking through this play. 1 resource behind John Tada after that early resupply. We can see both leaders being deployed during this action phase.
And notably, we know that Tada has a Rival's Fall, so if we see something like a Talzin flip to try to hit this Ray, it could just be hit by a Rival's Fall into the Ray flip. Instead, we're not going to see that. So Tada acknowledging that he's not going to Rival's Fall this turn.
The new Populist Advisor coming out, that 1-cost 1/4. Gets Sentinel whenever an opposing unit or an enemy unit deals combat damage to your base. Gets Sentinel for the phase and lines up nicely with Ray's action ability. Can actually become a 3/6 with 2 Ray actions. So now once again the action back over to Getsu. Going to deploy the Talzin leader unit. And now John Tada quickly going to buff the Populist Advisor. McClunky Gaming came so close to being the champions back in March. They were the only undefeated team. Ended up losing in back-to-back nail-biting matches against this KTOD team. Getsu doesn't want to see the repeat here. We're going to pay 4 resources for Talzin's Assassin. Force is used, giving the Populist Advisor -3/-3.
I still have 2 health left right now. I would imagine the Talzin is going to try to clean that up soon.
And here comes Tech being smuggled out for Tata. Mother Talzin, leader unit, going to attack into the Populist Advisor, taking out the Advisor. -1/-1 for the phase onto Tech. And now there's one more action that John Tata can take. You can deploy Ray. Here comes Ray, the very peculiar looking Ray.
I think you mispronounced the word amazing.
John Tata using Ray, attacking and taking out Darth Tyrannus.
Yeah, so four damage back onto the Ray. I think recognizing that this Ray is going to die, but he wants to preserve his tech a little bit more.
Yeah, Tech getting the experience token with that on attack ability.
We know how valuable is tech is in these very, very long games. I'm curious how high Getsu is going to prioritize killing it, because it's just that Tata does have Spark of Hope to bring it back. But once you get through these 3 techs, we saw game 1 get up to 15, 18, however many resources.
Getsu with the initiative. Yeah, it was a ton of resources when we came back over. Both play match just covered with them. Talzin, leader unit. Appearing to be the first action that Getsu wanted to take.
Yeah, Ray can still buff itself because last attack it buffed tech, and it still restores the 3. So attacking base doesn't do much with the Ray still out there. So I think the question is, do you play a unit, do you attack the Ray, or do you attack the tech?
Yeah, Ray with that restore 3. Quickly heal Tata's base if given the option. Talzin's Assassin will attack into the Ray leader unit. Ray is defeated. Just 2 damage back onto the Assassin.
Yeah, so Getsu leaving up his Talzin leader, saying I could still attack into the tech and only take 2 back. I may also attack into whatever you play here.
Here comes our first real big play of game 3. We see U-Wing reinforcement. John Tata going to search the top 10 cards of his deck for up to 3 units with a combined cost of 7 or less.
So notably, I'm seeing a home 1 and a Fell the Dragon go to the bottom. Home 1, I think, is a little bit less critical. I mean, we saw Tata say, okay, I'm just going to let you leave your Avengers in space. And so home 1 maybe not part of his plans. I'd expected him to, try to fell the Avenger, play his home 1s, but I think instead he's just saying, I'm just going to let you have space. So maybe he's okay with the home 1 going to the bottom.
We're going to find a couple units here. Captain Typho and the Sundari Peacekeeper. As John Tata trying to build up a nice presence in the ground arena. Still have tech here, and Captain Typho now standing in the way of Getsu to potentially try and take out this tech.
Yeah, he might not even want to attack into this Typho. I think he wants to protect his Talzin leader a little bit. And even if, yeah.
Takedown right away for Getsu. Immediate response to the Sentinel unit. We're going to see tech come through and defeat Talzin's Assassin. 4 damage back onto tech, and now Getsu does have that window of opportunity. Could take out tech if he wants to do it. And that's what we're going to see here. The on attack ability, shrinking it, and just 2 damage back onto the Talzin leader unit. John Tata's just claimed the initiative, and we see Karis for Getsu following up that play.
Yeah, I like that line from Getsu. He could have potentially attacked into the Sundari and taken 0 back, but not killed it, but just set up the board to have a little more damage. But I think you want to get that tech out of there, especially when Tata doesn't have 2 resources to play that Spark of Hope to get it back later. So now in your head you say, one down, 2 to go.
getting into what would normally be the later stages of a game.
I
think we're just getting started.
I think we have officially passed the early game. we are into
We're past the
mid-game.
beginning phase. We're going to see rivals fall. First action for John Tata, defeating Getsu's leader unit.
Yeah, and we saw that Rivals fall in his opening hand. It's interesting timing. He could have done it on the Talzin flip and instead chose to play some units and get some board presence, play the tech out.
Another Talzin's Assassin here for Getsu. Force used -3/-3 for the Peacekeeper, so Peacekeeper will not be dealing any damage currently.
Yeah, Tata can give it an experience, but he could have anyway before the -3, and it would still it would survive the Karis attack this turn if he did that.
Yeah, currently just 2 HP on that Sundari Peacekeeper for the remainder of this phase. And it's just 2 ready resources for John Tata, so Ray action ability an option here. Could have another 2-cost unit as well, but we'll see if he,
I think he
tries
does
to protect it.
And this force activation is basically free because he has a force unit that Tata can't deal with for 2 resources. So he's basically saying, are you going to play your 2-drop or are you going to buff this this Peacekeeper? And he's forcing Tata to make kind of an awkward decision.
Tata laboring a bit here over which one of those 2 options he will choose. It is going to be another 2-cost unit. Instead of protecting the Peacekeeper, we do see Mina Bonteri coming out into the ground arena.
Yeah, I think you have to take this attack now. It's so free, and the Peacekeeper can start hitting for so much if you don't.
Yeah, such a good point. Great 3-cost unit that can be very offensive as well as defensive.
Yeah, and I
get
think
in for 3, could get bigger
Yeah,
with the
exactly.
experience tokens and also restore in the process.
And I think Tata's thought there was if he uses the Ray action, it still doesn't save the Sundari, it just saves it for 1 action, and then he doesn't have a board the next turn still. So this Mina can help him draw a card when it dies. He can still use his Ray action on that, and it helps him dig a little bit deeper. So I think I like the playing the Mina here over the buffing the Sundari, which was really just a temporary solution.
Mina able to get into 2 damage to Getsu's base. Action back over to Getsu with a couple Force Knight units in the ground arena. 8 resources to work with. Tata does have some plays in hand for sure. No, he has another U-Wing reinforcement. I believe I see a home 1 as well, so
Yeah.
definitely has some impactful plays in hand. And now Getsu laboring a bit over this next decision. In the tank with his teammates.
Yeah, and Getsu knowing that there's 2 Rivals falls to worry about. He may be deciding if he wants to play a spaceship now, or if he wants to try to deal with this Mina. Post-board, there's going to be 2 Rivals falls. He may have brought in the 2 direct hits. He knows that there are Star Destroyers. He may just want to deal with those with Entrenched. It depends on if there's anything he wants to bring out. But I think Getsu now also trying to figure out what to play around. When do I start playing my big hitters?
A lot of very intricate decisions to make for both of these players in this particular matchup. Action ability used. Talzin leader. -1/-1 for the phase on Mina Bonteri. We're going to see big play here. Looks like John Tata getting ready to bring out that home 1 with 9 total resources, 8 for home 1. He plays a heroism unit from his discard pile. It costs 3 less, so paying that 1 extra resource to bring out the Sentinel in the ground arena, Captain Typho.
Now, Typho does still just trade with this Karis because Karis attacks, gets the force, gets defeated, and then gives -3/-3. So it's not the perfect solution, but there is still this home 1 that Getsu has to worry about now.
Now we're going to see Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, coming out. -3/-3 to Captain Typho. So now Typho just 2 HP remaining. John Tata just claiming the initiative. Karis going to take out the captain. And that leaves the Talzin's Assassin open. Looks like we're just going to clean up this ground arena. Mina
Another
Bonteri
home
will
one.
be defeated, and John Tana disclosing those 2 more big plays, another copy of Home One and U-Wing reinforcement.
Yeah, I would expect
He
Tata
draws
to
an
lead
extra
with
card.
the U-Wing reinforcements here for this next turn, because the main reason to clean up those units is to threaten an Avenger to kill this home one. So I'd expect Tata to do something to refill the board on his first action rather than attacking for 7.
Getting into the point of the game where we are starting to see a lot of big plays. The home ones, the capital ships on Tata's side starting to find their way into this deciding game 3 of the team event. The championship on the line. This 3K team event. The champions will walk away with $1,000. But more than that, they'll have the bragging rights.
He's going for the attack first, and this may be a nod to the fact that he has a backup home one in hand, and he has another plan for an Avenger if Getsu were to play it. But this is a very juicy spot to try to play an Avenger if you have it.
So we get in with home one, but Avengers coming out. Getsu playing his first capital ship of game 3. Home one is defeated. And now John Tata, we'll see how he follows up. We know he has another home one in hand. We know he has the U-Wing reinforcement. Looks like we're getting ready for another big play. It's going to be the U-Wing reinforcement. For John Tata, we'll see what he finds here. I do see Luke Skywalker.
Luke cannot kill Avenger. So unless
That's
you have more
unfortunate.
follow-up. Yeah, Luke also can't kill the Anakin, so Luke doesn't line up very well into this board right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of smaller units instead. There's still the Talzin activation and a lot of ground units that could clean up this Luke. And Tata would only have 3 resources to play something else, or it just dies to the Avenger.
And at least getting multiple units here, you
Yeah.
insulate yourself a little bit to the Avengers on attack ability.
Yeah.
Not having to sacrifice a meaningful unit.
Yeah, they're looking at Akbar, but I don't think he can play 3 units. If he can play 3 units with Akbar being the 3rd, then he could kill the Talzin's assassin with the Akbar, but that relies on there being a 2-drop and a 1-drop there for him to get.
I think I see a Mina Bonteri.
I mean, there's a Mina,
And
a
a
Village
Yaddle?
Protectors, and a Yaddle. So he could play something like
2,
Village
3.
Protector, Mina, Yaddle, and just refill the board. He needs something for this Avenger. Maybe he has it entrenched in his hand. We saw that work well game 1. It does turn off the home one that we know is in his hand, but still it stops you from just, kind of losing to those guys.
It is going to be 3 units here. Village Protectors, Yaddle, and Mina Bonteri. So skipping out on that Admiral Akbar that was being contemplated over briefly. But now John Tata does have a shielded Sentinel unit in the ground arena with 3 ready units in the ground arena on Getsu's side.
Yeah, because the problem was he couldn't play the Akbar and the Village Protectors. So the question is, do you want to have Akbar be able to kill the Talzin's assassin, or do you want to have a shielded Sentinel prevent the damage this turn? And I think that was the decision they were making. Because you could play Mina, Yaddle, and Akbar, or Mina, Yaddle, and Village Protectors.
Action now back over to Getsu. 3 ready units.
I think we see an Akbar in hand for Tata with 3 resources left up. So he could still, I think his thought is this Village Protectors is going to live for an action at least, and now he can potentially kill this Talzin's assassin. Or
There it
hit,
is,
or hit
yeah,
the Anakin
Admiral
for damage.
Akbar.
Yeah.
When played, 4 total damage. You deal damage to a unit equal to the number of units you control in its arena. So 4 damage to Talzin's assassin. The assassin defeated. And now Getsu just with Anakin ready here. We'll see if goes into the Village Protectors. Notably, we do have the Force on Getsu's side. We can use that Townsend action ability as well. That's really the only two options here at this point for Getsu.
Yo, and imagine if he does attack, he's going to Talisman ability first because he knows Tada can't enter. It just makes his Anakin take one less damage. So he's debating it's either that or claim, and he is going to... He's going to buff Tada claims, and then he just takes one back on Anakin.
Yeah, just takes one back. Gets the Force once again right away. Village Protectors off the board. The Sentinel unit cleared out here.
Tada has a few turns. He has 0 damage on base. He needs something for this Avenger. Post board, he has 3 Entrenched. He has 2 Rivals Falls. He has 2 to 3 Hyperspace Disasters. He could have boarded them out, but he has access to a lot of answers, and he still has a decent amount of time to find them. So this isn't, a lot of times you see an Avenger on board go unanswered and you say game over. This is definitely not that kind of scenario right now. He has a lot of time still to find an answer, but Getsu is putting the clock on a little bit.
John Tada with the initiative. No damage on John's base up to this point. Going to see Admiral Akbar taking out Karis.
Yeah, and we'll see. Yeah, he's going to give the -2/-2 to Yodel, it looks like. Oh, no, to Akbar. Okay, so he's killing the Akbar with a -2/-2 from the Karis death trigger, assuming that he will get to attack with Anakin. Yeah, now and get the Force back again.
Yaddle.
So really good Force usage from Getsu.
Yeah, absolutely. Yaddle cleared out as well. We've got the Fell the Dragon for John Tada, defeating the Avenger. Getsu's threats slowly slipping away here.
Yeah, Tada has all 3 Fell the Dragon's main deck. So like I was saying, he has a lot of answers for this Avenger. So we've seen 1 Rivals Fall and 1 Fell the Dragon. That is a no glory only result. So Tada does not get to draw a card. I believe Getsu will decline to reveal green heroism.
That's right. Mina Bonteri defeated. We do see Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight, coming out -6/-6 to Anakin Skywalker. We do follow up with an enticing reward onto Luke Skywalker. John Tada claims Power of the Dark Side will defeat Luke Skywalker, and now Getsu will go and search the top 10 cards for 2 non-unit cards, and will not have to discard because Luke Skywalker was unique.
Yeah, I'm curious what he gets here. I'm also really curious what he moves to the bottom. If he sees something like his other Avengers, his Cad Bane units or anything like that to the bottom.
Oh, look at this. Power of the Dark Side and Fell the Dragon will be added to Getsu's hand off of the enticing reward.
Those are good cards.
Absolutely.
And we have to assume that Tada still has this home 1 in hand, just because you usually don't resource your high-cost cards in these kinds of matchups.
What a hand it was.
Yeah.
2 cards in hand. It was Luke Skywalker and home 1.
Yeah.
If I'm a blue-green hero player, I like those 2 cards.
When I'm at this many resources, I do.
Absolutely. And the great thing is we're getting to the point now where John Tada has so many resources.
They're counting cards left in deck.
He can just get about any unit back, any heroism unit back from his discard pile because he has so many resources to play with here.
Yeah.
Looks like we're working with 12. Which means he could even bring back.
And we did in the KTOD top 8 round. Tada was playing against Akira Data Vault and did completely deck himself in one of the games that he still won. Won several turns after decking.
Darth Tyrannus coming out for Getsu. Getsu just trying to establish the board once again after John Tada did a fantastic job last turn of clearing everything up. Here comes what looks to be the home 1. And we're going to bring back Luke, giving Darth Tyrannus -3/-3. Luke Skywalker, the Jedi Knight, impacting the board in a big way over the last couple action phases. A phenomenal, efficient use of John Tada's resources. We do see an instant Fell the Dragon to defeat home 1.
I will say I don't love that play from Getsu right there. We know he has both Fell and Power of the Dark Side. I like playing Power of the Dark Side first. You don't care which unit Tada defeats, and then you fell the other one. Because right now, Tada could lead with
He can
a
protect
2-drop.
Luke.
He has a lot of 2-drop. It's hard for your Power of the Dark Side to get a ton of value in this matchup, and that was one spot where it could have gotten a lot of value for him potentially. But again, don't know what all's in its hand. That was just my first thought about the order of operations and which cards I would have liked to play there.
It's a fair point for sure. John Tada does have the initiative and could absolutely play down a small threat to try and insulate Luke Skywalker, the Jedi Knight, from Power of the Dark Side. But we're just going to see a quick attack from John Tada here. 6 damage to Getsu's base, 17 damage on. We are slowly but surely getting closer and closer for John Tada. Just 11 HP remaining. We do see Power of the Dark Side defeating the Jedi Knight. And now John Tada is going to have to reestablish this board once again. This game 3, John Tada has been the one that's been able to put on all the pressure, continue making Getsu answer questions, and he's going to have to answer some more questions. Keller and Beck coming out here, following up the Power of the Dark Side. And notably, a lot of resources, a total of 6 resources left. He could play something that costs up to 9. I don't think he's playing any 9. Well, he has Bo-Katan, but you don't want to play Bo-Katan here. But
I think
in
you
theory,
always want to play Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan's amazing.
That's fair. In theory, you could play
I actually think if he
Bo-Katan
saw it,
here.
he probably
You think
would
so?
because
Okay.
he knows there's a Fell the Dragon, and so he just wants
force it
multiple
out of the
dragon.
hand?
Yeah, and this is the one card. Maybe this is better than Bo-Katan getting the tech out at 14 resources.
It's an excellent point because I think John Tada only has 1 card left in hand, and Tech has just said, now, John, you have all the cards.
Mm-hmm.
Every one
Tada
of those resources
basically
was
just
smuggled.
drew 13 cards. And we've seen 1 tech go away. So Getsu knows this is 2 of 3 that he may potentially have to deal with. More if one gets Spark of Hope, but with 1 card in hand, you think the Spark of Hope is probably unlikely. So I think if Getsu can kill this tech right now, he should try to do everything he can to do that.
So here we go. Getsu's going to play Cad Bane, Hostage Taker,
and this makes
capturing Tech.
This makes his last play make a lot more sense. So he knew that maybe the Power of the Dark Side was going to be bad, but this turn he wanted to go 3 into 7. Whereas if he had played Power last turn and fell this turn, he would only have 6 resources up. So the sequencing makes a lot more sense when you see the Cad Bane in hand and the resource usage.
John Tada just claiming the initiative. Keep in mind, Keller and Beck, 7 power. If it were to get into Getsu's base, 1 more swing would clean up this game. And we would see KTOD as back-to-back champions. But you know Getsu has options in his hand. We have the Hostage Taker, but Tada is going to force him to answer this Keller and Beck. 7 more damage to Getsu's base. It's 24 on, just 4 HP remaining. Here in the deciding game 3 of the finals. Let's see how Getsu responds. He's going to respond with Fell the Dragon. Keller and Beck unit defeated. And now John Tada just needs to replenish this board once again. It's going to be Admiral Akbar. When played, 1 damage to Cad Bane, the Hostage Taker. Both players taking a look through the discard piles here. Quite a bit of cards there. It's been a long game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think from this point, I still like I like Tada's spot a little bit more than Getsu's. Getsu can't afford to have this Cad Bane die, or Tada gets the tech back. I believe Tada still has a home 1 in hand. And if he still has enough resources to... Well, no units died this turn, so he could home 1 into Luke, but he has to have one of his units die for that to be able to kill the Cad Bane. He currently does not have enough resources left to home 1 into Luke. And Getsu also deciding, like, every damage is important for him with only 4 HP remaining, 3 with the Ray buff, but he also has to kill Tada at some point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Hasn't been able to amount any kind of pressure on Tada. Deep in the tank here on Getsu's side. Contemplating the attack with Cad Bane. We're going to see another play from hand here first for Getsu. It's going to be the Sith Assassin. 2 cost 3/2.
Oh,
With
Keller
it, and it's, oh, look at this. Luke Skywalker is going to come in and take out the Cad Bane hostage taker tech, coming back over to John Tata's side. You
Keller
caught it
and Beck
because
got
Keller and
Dragon.
Beck
Yeah.
was felled. Luke is able to give -6/-6, and now Getsu is in big trouble.
Yeah, I don't know that he has a way out of this.
Luke Skywalker representing lethal in one action. Next
Yeah,
phase,
that's the
there's
hand.
the handshake. KTOD has done it. Back-to-back team event champions at the Bothan Invitational. Unreal.
Yeah, huge congrats to the KTOD guys, showing that they understand this format, they understand the deck building. They went with a more traditional lineup, and it worked out really well.
They did it back in March in double elimination. They've done it here in the Swiss into the top cut.
Yeah.
KTOD unstoppable right now.
Right now, yeah, they're doing well, and they've still got some chances
Wow.
to win the 8K as well.
Yeah.
They're in that top cut. So yeah, huge congrats to those guys. I don't know when they are planning to start the 8K, or if we're going to be able to get a team interview, or if they're going to try to go right into that. I would imagine Tada needs a nap, because that was a long series.
What a long, I mean, even with game 2 lasting about 3 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
That was one of the longest matches, the longest match of the weekend.
Yeah.
Unreal. But look, McClunky Gaming, huge shout out to them. Back-to-back team
Back-to-back
events,
finalists,
making
yeah.
it all the way to the finals. So they couldn't quite get the revenge. KTOD knocking them down once again.
Yeah, and for me personally, I blame McClunky Gaming because I know a lot of the Bothans wanted a shot at this KTOD team. You don't always
Yep.
get the chance to play against the likes of Tada, Wu, and CJ, really good players in this team environment.
Yeah.
We wanted to play them so bad, but McClunky just took us all out. So huge congrats.
McClunky Gaming.
Yeah,
taking
they
him out.
had a great run, and McClunky also has, I believe, 3 in the top 16 as well.
They
So
do.
both teams in the finalists of the team event still have a lot to play for. So yeah, huge congrats to both KTOD and McClunky for this insane run. KTOD on the back-to-back champions, and we're gonna hold here for a second.
Okay.
While we try to figure out if we're going to get an interview or if they're going to try to go very quickly into the 8K top 16, because believe it or not, we are a little behind schedule.
We're an hour behind schedule. Oh, man. So
I blame Ray Datavolt and Kira, because that was the top 8 took a very long time when if we do get an interview, I'm definitely going to ask who picked that matchup, because that set us an hour behind for sure.
who gave us the 2-hour match? Who's responsible for this? But no, all jokes aside, what a fantastic weekend it's been. Excellent gameplay. Some of the best players from around the country traveling in to participate in this team event.
Oh, they're coming in.
All right.
They're coming in.
Team KTOD is going to join us here in just a second. Wow.
We're going to try to get them in the shot.
Back-to-back champions. See if we can open up a little bit here. Back-to-back champs. We've got the top 16 of the main event, the 8K coming
come on
up.
in, guys. Come on in.
We lost John.
We've lost John
I told the
Tata.
stream he might need a nap. That was quite a grueling
Longest
series
match
there.
of the weekend.
Hey, huge congrats,
Featuring
CJ.
John
Woo,
Tata,
good
yep.
job.
Big congrats, guys.
Thanks so much.
Huge congrats. Very well played, as you can see.
We got some of your boys in the chat too. Stevie and Justin have been chiming in, watching the matchup. So
Team event champions, back-to-back Bothan Invitational champions. What a run.
how's
Yeah.
it feel?
That's good.
Well, this is my first time. Feels good. Feels good.
Yes.
Yep. Pseudo Alex.
Feels great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
done
got
it
this
again.
Big giant thing.
Now,
Will they let me take it on the flight?
one of the big questions that we had was who picked
Yeah, we got
that
and
matchup of Ray Data Vault versus Towson, the longest match of the weekend. Who was responsible for giving us that grind
It is
fest?
the longest deck, but untimed rounds, right? We're aware of that, and Ray is the grindiest deck. You give that deck all the time in the world, especially he doesn't have Super Laser Blast.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I noticed that too when I saw the list. I was, oh, if
Tata
Tata
just-
goes wide, yeah,
He just can't die before
yeah, exactly.
the grind
There were
starts.
some,
Oh,
like,
we got the
awkward
third.
Game two
Tata,
and three
congratulations
where
on the
both
back-to-back
players missed
wins.
turns.
Yeah.
So like in game 2,
Congrats, John.
Tata didn't have a turn 1 play or a turn,
Or a turn three, yeah.
And then we just gave up. And then in game
Congrats,
3, Zach didn't have a turn 3 play or something.
Yeah, he missed his 3 drop.
And then
yeah.
so both games had a pretty
Right.
clunky. They fought back into game 3, but when Ray is 0 on base and the game is going into 15 resources,
Yeah, exactly,
even if
exactly.
they catch up, it's very hard to undo. that.
That's what I was saying because it's okay. There's an Avenger on board. Usually that's a bad sign, but with 0 on base and
Avengers
let's
not-
see,
yeah.
direct hit, hyperspace disaster, rivals fall, fell the dragon, entrenched.
I'm
so
really
many
happy we
answers.
won, but I
Yeah.
will tell you, watching these last 2 rounds, watching Tata play, it made me really sick to my stomach. It was the most disgusting SWU I've ever
No,
watched.
so
Unbelievable.
My first U-wing had 2 fells, 2 direct hits, and a
Oh,
rivals fall.
no.
So
I saw one of the rivals fall, but I couldn't see
yeah,
everything that
so-
was in
so
there.
I
yeah.
had to count the cards on my deck to know how many
Yeah.
times I can U-wing and Kelleran to get back down to those cards.
Yeah.
To be able to make sure that he can't climb back into the game.
Yeah.
So it was just a bunch of counting, and that's why we were counting decks at the end. They were trying to figure out how many cards are left,
Yeah.
where are my U-wing cards, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But like they were saying, once you're at 0 damage,
We're gonna play more rounds.
Top 16.
Yeah.
We're gonna.
And it was funny.
we're
So
gonna
we
stop 16.
started with your matchup because I said, all right, your matchup because all right, that's going to be the quickest. And then we went to the middle of what ended up being game 1 for Tata. And then after your matchup, they were still in game 1. So we were like, all right,
Wow.
we caught every game 1 just a little bit. I
look,
think.
Unbelievable.
I 2-0'd Piet in the semis in 20 minutes. That's my.
There we go. There we go.
Thank you, everyone. It was
Well, we have a play mat.
Real quick, playmat presentation here.
Presentation, Mr. CJ.
Oh, what's the nine?
You can pick your number. 16, 17,
Look at that, these special serialized
Ooh, there you go,
playmats
serialized playmats.
from the Bothan Invitational. Look at that, our
This is
team
19.
event champions back to back.
It's 17, 18.
17, 18, 19, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So
Back-to-back
obviously
champs is awesome.
Yeah.
So,
we got to get the
Yeah,
top
big-
16 rolling, but if you guys want to
may
share
get
anything
another
before we
playmat.
cut
First of
out
all,
here.
big shout out to our
They're in the top
sponsors like
16,
Metal
so-
Fab.
Yeah.
They
The KTOD boys back home.
the tokens that they make. So
Yep.
we have their logo
Yeah.
here. So shout out to
the team. They're always here. With
They're
us.
big
Even when
big
they're not
supporters
here,
you online
they're
as
here.
well. So yeah, they
Yep.
KTOD presence
of
heavy
them
in
are
chat
here.
for sure.
Yeah, right.
Awesome.
So,
Well, guys, thank you so much for
everyone.
joining us again. Congrats. Back-to-back
you guys
champions of
prep
the
for
team
the-
event
for
at
the top
Bothan
half.
we gotta
Invitational.
go play some more.
Team KTOD, they're going to go play in another top cut. We are going to take a short break, and then we will be back with the top 16 of the Bothan Invitational main event. Stay tuned.
Congrats again, guys.
You take down the 16. These guys have won.